Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Nanomachine Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Chapter 1. Upgrade, The Origin. Midoriya Izuku bounced in his seat at the doctor's office. As he had turned 4 years old, he was there for his annual checkup and shots. In addition, he had been hoping that he might finally manifest his quirk. Calm down, honey, Inko giggled. Let the doctor examine you first. Soon enough the doctor came in with a smile. Hi there you two, I'm Dr. Hatsum. I take it Izuku here is here for his checkup, let's get that started. Over the next half an hour, the doctor took all the vitals, confirming that Izuku was growing nicely and his health checked out. When it came time for his shots, like many children, was understandably freaked out when he was told that he was getting 4. As the first shot was prepared, something remarkable happened. The skin around his shoulders suddenly turned gray, and the syringe failed to pierce it. Well, no need to test for a quirk factor, said the doctor good-naturedly. As he tried to administer the shot again, the boy's skin hardened into a metallic sheen once more. Looks like you got yourself an active one, huh? How do I stop it? Asked Izuku, unsure. Izuku, honey, it's a part of you, right? Just relax and I'm sure it'll calm down. The doctor's not gonna hurt you, said Inko soothingly. Internally, however, she was doing a happy dance. Okay, mumbled Izuku, looking skeptically at his shoulders. A few tense moments later, the it receded, letting the doctor quickly inject him. Now then, if your quirk will allow it, I'd like to take a sample of it to see what it is. I don't think I've seen this ever. He carefully took a scalpel and Deku gulped. Inko took his hand. The doctor's not gonna hurt you, just let him look okay, sweetie. The little boy nodded and the gray material rose to the surface. Hatsum quickly scrapped some and placed it in a dish. Aren't you going to use a magnifying glass? Izuku asked curiously. Dr. Hatsum chuckled. Not with my quirk. Magnify. I can increase how powerful my vision is and be able to see the tiny cells in our body. Helps with being a doctor. He zoomed in on the petri dish and smiled. Say, Izuku, are you a sci-fi fan? Yeah. It's so cool how they can do all of that in space, the dark-haired boy cheered. What do you know about nanomachines? He asked. You mean those little things that can eat anything? The little boy asked, terrified. Yes, well I doubt these want to hurt anyone. They're in your bloodstream. It looks your body produces them, in effect replacing your cell. Then like a shield they protect you from outside intruders like my needles. You're essentially telling them what to let through the shield. Deku's smile widened. Really? Can I be a hero like All Might? My boy, if you can harness these correctly, there is no stopping you from being a great hero. Dr. Hatsum chuckled. You know, my daughter May is already obsessed with science and machines. Perhaps we can set up a playdate, Ms. Midoriya. Of course, call me Inko, she said, smiling down at her son who was now babbling about his quirk. A week later, Izuku was understandably nervous, approaching the Hatsum residence. As Dr. Hatsum's salary was well above normal means, he and his family could live in a manor outside Mizudafu. Inko looked down and smiled. You ready, honey? What if she doesn't like me? Izuku asked. Oh, don't worry, I'm sure she'll love you, she said, knocking on the door. A few moments later, a pink-haired misled barreled into Izuku. Oh wow, you're the boy with the nanomachines. So awesome. The girl began to ramble on as Izuku tried to stop the world from spinning in his head. Dr. Hatsum chuckled as he walked in the dew. May let the boy breathe. The girl sat up and Izuku coughed. Sorry. I just wanted to meet a new friend. The now named May apologized. I'm Hatsum May. Nice to meet you, Deku. What? Izuku asked. Izuku sounds boring. Your name can also mean Dikairu, meaning, you can do it. Come on, let me show you my toy. She took the surprised boy up to her room. Inko giggled. She's got quite a lot energy, Dr. Hatsum. If we're gonna be seeing a lot of each other, it's Saibu, Inko. The parents went into kitchen to meet Saibu's wife, Tuku. Meanwhile, up in Mei's room, Izuku was in awe with the number robot model kits that Mei had collected, which lined the shelves and even the windowsill. This is awesome. I've never seen so many. And you built these? Mei nodded. Dad helped with the first few, but most of these I built myself. When I grow up I want to be a support hero and raised to fame as the lady who supplied the best heroes in Japan. Well, I want to be a hero, maybe you can start with me? Izuki offered. We can start with your nano blood. What do you figured out? Mei asked excited. Well, I've only had it for a little bit, but I can make my skin harder, and if I get hurt, I heal really fast. Mei hummed. Good, but you're thinking small. Think bigger, think. She gazed at her toys. Think robots. Think suits. Nanobots could be used to build anything. All you need is a little bit of your blood. Here. She pulled out one of the models she had just gotten for her birthday. Try and see if you can use it to move stuff. Izuku looked at the parts of the toy. Are you sure? Nope, she chirped cheerily, but try it anyway. Deku looked at the toy and touched the small leg. With a green glow, a silvery gray fluid welled up out of his skin and pooled into his hand, shimmering in the room's light. He raised it above the model and let them drop onto it. Now see if you can get them build it, Mei said giddily. Deku looked at slimed model skeptically but concentrated anyway. Soon enough, the liquid moved, the toy parts slowly moving into place. In a few moments, a Gundam had been completely assembled, albeit looking a tad colorless. Wait, I didn't even see the instructions. How did I know how to do that? Asked Izuku, holding up his hand. How indeed, Saibu agreed, making the kids jump. As it turned out, he had entered the room while the two were focusing on the robot. I think your mind is already wired to not only make things, but you might be able to break down even complex formulas when you grow up. As a result, if you learn more, you can use your quirk to do more than just build toys, you can make your own gear as well. He smiled at the thought. If you're gonna be a hero, being able to build your own stuff will save a lot of time. Especially if you have an assistant, he said knowingly to Mei. Really, Daddy? The little girl asked. You hear that, Deku? You're gonna have a friend for life. This is the best day ever. Izuku watched his first girlfriend leap around in excitement and couldn't keep the grin off his face. He looked down at the model and cheered at his current accomplishment. Time skipped 3 years. Izuku, it's almost time to go to school, called Inko, knocking on his door. Coming, Mom, he called out, putting down his screwdriver and pliers and shoving Katsuki's cell phone into his pocket. A small device briefly formed around his ear with a green glow, pulsing and sending a signal that turned the phone on for a moment, before switching it off again, making him nod in satisfaction. Kaken should be happy with this. Deku grabbed his bag and rushed out the door to meet with his mother. It had been 3 very fulfilling years since he'd discovered his quirk, and thanks to Mei and his mother, his reputation had spread throughout the school. At first it was just fixing small toys and pencils, but as time went on, phones, laptops, and even projectors were all easily repaired by the young boy. Over time, many of the students had begun to treat the happy inventor with cautious optimism, as while he was always helping fix their stuff, his constant tinkering and inventing turned the young class off a bit. Katsuki, though, didn't abandon his friend when he showed his quirk. Flashback day after Deku discovered his quirk. Kachen was laughing with his pals in the park when Izuku ran up to him. Kaken. The explosive quirk user smirked the green-haired boy. Deku, what's got you excited? I got a quirk. And it's really cool. Izuku said breathlessly. Really? Show us. Deku raised his hand and instantly his skin turned gray, with the liquid matter forming in his palm. Whoa! Said the winged chubby boy. What the heck? The nailed boy exclaimed. They're like mini robots. Deku explained. They're in my bloodstream. I think they're like a force field or something. Katsuki's friends took a step back. Machines in your blood? Whoa, that's kinda creepy. Yeah. They looked at each other. Does it hurt? Not really. I mean, it's safe to give people. Katsuki scoffed. All right then, show me. Deku gulped and raised his hands. The dust floated into the air and stopped in front of Katsuki's face. I told them not to hurt you. The explosive quirk user held out his own hands, letting the seemingly liquid machines reach out with a tendril and wrap around his arm. It's all slimy. What's your quirk called? Smiling shakily, Deku replied with, I dunno. Maybe nanobots. Meh, could be worse, could be something like tape or tail. Katsuki shrugged. Not as cool as mine, but I can definitely see you kicking butt with this. Deku smiled. We're gonna be the best hero duo ever. Katsuki snorted. Yeah, you can be my sidekick. No way, protested the other boy. Now that I have a quirk, I'm gonna become just as cool as you. Dream on. And flashback. Another aspect that had developed from Deku's quirk was his intelligence had climbed through the roof. An IQ test taken the previous year showed he was already at 110, which was genius level for a 6-year-old. With some reluctance, Inko went about getting middle school level books, and to her shock, he'd already read them all, and with her and his school's permission he was already being put in the advanced course for elementary school and potentially set up for high school level courses by the time he got to middle school. As he approached the gates to the elementary school, some of the parents cooed at the interaction between the two, but had mistaken their relationship. I'll look at those two, they're so cute. Their parents must be so proud of them. The little boy's gonna be a heartbreaker when he grows up. Deku blushed and drew closer to his mother. Mom, they're embarrassing me, he whispered. Why are they calling you my sister? Inko smiled ruefully. I didn't realize I still looked that young. Must be all that work keeping up with you and May. Hey Deku. Katsuki's voice called out. Oh, there's Kaken. Bye Mom, he said, loud enough for people to give a double take and realize the apparent age of the woman. You got my phone? Asked the blonde up front. Yep, confirmed Deku, pulling it out and handing it to his friend. Wiring and the case is fixed. Kinda wanna figure out a way for your phone to be explosion-proof. Katsuki snorted. Like anything you make can stand up to me. Any new sketches in your nerd book? Deku grinned and held up his hero sketchbook, titled Izuku's Hero Analysis No. 2, and opened it to a new hero, Eraserhead. I heard about this guy. I think his quirk stops other quirks from working. Oh, that's pretty cool. What else do you know? He shrugged. Nothing. Came across his name and not a lot of other stuff. TC thought he's a rookie, right? Probably nothing much us 7-year-olds can find right now, Katsuki grumbled. Not gonna matter once we're pros. Deku grinned and followed his friend inside. As they approached the classroom, they passed one of the teachers who was panicking over the copier. He gave the machine a glance, biting his lip, but continued on. I guess it'd be too much to ask that they let me take a look at it. Let me guess, you can already guess what's wrong with it? Asked Bakugu, snorting. Whatever. Not like it's our problem. Mumbled the green-haired boy, scratching at the back of his neck distractedly. A tiny spark flickered in his eyes. Bakuga laughed. You're too nice, Det. If they need a new copier, then they can get it. That's what schools do. Come on, you can nerd out with your girlfriend later. Deku blushed bright red. She's not my girlfriend. Whatever you say, Katsuki laughed as they entered the classroom. Time skip, 6 years, age 13. Deku stood in front of a panel of judges and cameras as they handed him a trophy. It was the Mizudafu Middle School Science Fair, and Deku had entered the contest to show off one of his many inventions. He had based it off of a new team that had formed in the previous year, the Wild Wild Pussycats, more specifically Ragdoll. Her quirk, Search, allowed her to scan up to 100 people and find out their weaknesses and information. Deku decided to make it more personal and a lot more versatile. One trade-off he made with it, however, was it was only line of sight, so anything behind him was out of reach. However, what he could see gave him so much more. Personal data like their names, height, weight, and quirk, biometrics, and even checking for injuries. Needless to say, he won the contest in a landslide. May grinned as the group of photographers dispersed. I can't believe your invention beat mine. And here I thought the grappling arm was unbeatable. Great job, Deku. The eccentric genius had hit her growth spurt early and was currently slightly taller than Deku, who had just started his own PBRY, so her hit knocked him forward slightly. Yeah, I did, huh? I should really thank Ragdoll for looking at her quirk. This could change how they do law enforcement. Indeed, an older male English voice spoke up. Your idea could change how people handle rescue missions. Out of the crowd came a middle-aged brown-haired man. A quick scan of him told Deku he was American. The name, though, surprised him. You're Dr. David Shield, one of the foremost researchers on quirk enhancement and one of All Might's helpers. Deku said in disbelief. I'm a huge fan of your work. David laughed. So I hear. I happen to have just moved to Japan to help continue my research, and I was looking for a school for my daughter. Daughter? Izuku asked. Just then a young blonde woman bounded up to them. There you are, Dad. I was wondering where you were. Izuku blinked, disconcerted to discover that she was speaking English. Oh, hello, my name is Midoriya, Izuku. Being the first girl he'd really talked to that wasn't Mei, the green-haired boy was understandably flustered. The blonde-haired girl gave him a confused look, but gave a small smile and a nod in return. Nice to meet you, Izuku. My name's Melissa, she said in English. What an interesting-looking device. May I? Deku nodded his head rapidly and gave it to her. Melissa put the visor on and her vision turned green as she looked around the science hall. Wow, you can see so much here. What was your inspiration? The Wild Pussycats member Ragdoll. I wanted to expand how a search like hers can work. So cool, Melissa gushed. However, I think we can make this even better. Izuku asked. Hold on. May cut it. Deku-kun is my partner to stardom. If you're gonna be working with him, I need proof you're not gonna get in on our turf. Melissa smiled as she removed the goggles. Oh, a fellow scientist, I didn't realize there was another person like myself. Tell me, did your quirk help him? May blinked as she realized she was talking to another scientist. Oh, you mean Zoom? Yeah, these things have so many tiny parts. Deku needed me to help guide his nanobots. Oh, that's his quirk, he can make these robots come out of his skin. The American smiled. It must be nice having quirks like that, she said wistfully. Deku tilted his head in confusion. Having quirks? No quirk? He asked surprisingly. She nodded, biting her lip but narrowing her eyes determinedly. But I don't care, I'm designing my inventions to help people, regardless of quirks. May stared at the blonde critically. Then her smile widened. That's what I want to hear. Science, technology, heroics. With you and me, Deku here is gonna be the #1 hero in no time. Melissa tilted her head. Deku blinked. Wait, what? May patted his shoulder. You're gonna be the hero everyone loves, and we're gonna be the heroes that help create all your cool gadgets. That is if Meli-chan want to help. Oh, mumbled Melissa, her eyes swirling at the eccentric girl's endless energy. David laughed. I told you you'll find friends, honey. He then regarded Deku. Thank you for this. And no problem, it's not every day you meet one of All Might's past sidekicks. Oh, you're a fan of Uncle Might? He's such a dork. The stories I could tell you too. You Uncle Might? Izuku and May spoke at the same time. As the three kids tried to talk through the language barrier, David laughed. This kid's something else. He thought back to his days as All Might's sidekick and smiled. Who knows, Toshi? Maybe these kids can change the world. Chapter 2. Tinkering for College. Deku and crew age 15. Deku was on his way home from Yavin High School. This was considered one of the better high schools in the city, but had never produced significant heroes. At least not until Katsuki and Mei came roaring into the high school. Katsuki especially made it known both he and Izuku were gunning for Yue. As he walked through town, he heard a familiar voice. Deku! Melissa's voice rang out. He turned and smiled at the girl. Melissa had blossomed in the 2 years since she became an exchange student in Japan. She and Mei had been second and third to Deku in school rankings. While most would see this rivalry as a bitter one, they were in fact friendly, and the drive to one-up each other separated them from the pack. While the intelligence might put off some people, the two girls' looks easily created fan clubs. For both. Especially Melissa, as the foreign blonde was exotic in many people's eyes, with her blonde hair and robust features. Her curvaceous form had only grown since she'd moved to Japan, not helped by the way her school uniform clung to her growing body. Now standing just over Deku in height, she leaned down to greet him. "There you are," she said in Japanese. "Mei's already at our lab, we just need Bakugo." "Alright," Deku stuttered, blushing and trying not to notice how her chest bounced subtly. Now, despite Deku's focus on his academics, which were currently at a university level, he was still a 15-year-old boy, going through the awkward stages of PBRTY. Growing up and being friends with Mei and Melissa had given him a front-row seat to their own PBRTY. Melissa had noticed this and had begun to tease the poor boy. Mei unfortunately wasn't as interested, being more focused on her babies, as she called them. "Shut up, Blondie," said Bakugo. The two friends turned to see their more ill-tempered friend approach. He was in a similar uniform to Deku, but he didn't have a tie and his shirt was messily undone. "Dumb teacher wanted me for detention." "Again?" Izuku groaned. "Was it a pervert, some guy making fun of my quirk, or the fact someone said you off?" "Caught some weirdo trying to perv on Blondie, and I made sure they knew that was a bad idea." Melissa sighed. "Kaken, you know I can take care of myself. You don't want to be known as a delinquent at Yui, do you?" Yui Academy, the premier hero university in Japan. Many of the country's greatest heroes, including the #1 hero All Might, went there. Katsuki had declared day one he was going there on the way to being the #1 hero. Deku made sure to remind him that was one of his goals too, and a friendly rivalry had developed as a result. While the explosive user wasn't the best in academics, he understood that his grades needed to keep up if he wanted a place in the entrance exams for them. Katsuki sighed. "Blondie," he began, but was cut off by the American's stern look, which came off more as a pout. "Melissa, happy? Anyway, I ain't gonna let some extras talk shit about who I hang out with." Indeed, in the last decade or so, Bakugo had to fend off more than a few bullies targeting Deku for his quirk. Other bullies targeted him because his three best friends were an eccentric inventor girl, a foreigner, and a hot-tempered rebel. The bullying was more to get him to stop seeing Melissa or introduce them to her, which he and Katsuki steadfastly told them no. "I know, Bakugo, but heroes shouldn't be so quick to fight like that," Melissa sighed as they headed towards Deku's laboratory. As his and Mei's inventions began to fill their homes, Dr. Hatsum had, for Mei's 13th birthday, given her the keys to a small private laboratory, which had previously been closed due to lack of funding. As a result, they now had a place to not only build their toys but also test them and expand their libraries. It wasn't that far from the apartment Deku shared with his mom, so she would occasionally pop by with some snacks and occasionally blankets because they would work long into the night, especially on the weekend. The laboratory was 2 stories tall, with a blue and gray facade. Up on the roof was a large satellite dish, left over from the previous owners. The top floor contained Melissa and Deku's labs, along with various storerooms and bedrooms. In addition, Deku kept many of his cleaning supplies up there. The messes they made were big and Mei was too laser-focused on her work. On the first floor was the rooms dedicated to Mei's lab and the testing rooms. In addition, there was a special room in the basement, with fire suppression systems and reinforced walls, for Katsuki to train his quirk. Entering the lab, they saw many of Deku's and Mei's early inventions lining the walls as sort of a nod to progress. From copies of their models as kids to smaller technological marvels that they could get their hands on, all of their progress was chronicled here. "Mei!" Deku called out. "Goggles, you hear?" Katsuki yelled. A white, mouse-like camera dropped down in front of them and floated on 2 small thrusters as a screen on the front flickered on. "Hey, Baku, Deku and Meli-chan. Come on downstairs, I got something for Katsuki to try." "I really don't like that Goggles has something for me specifically," Katsuki grumbled. "Her ideas keep blowing up in my face." "So do your palms, and you don't complain about that," Melissa pointed out. "The smartest." Heading into the basement, the gray walls and scorch marks on the walls greeted them. Mei waved them over to the table where she held up 2 large cylinders. "These babies will help your quirk, Baku," Mei began, ignoring the slight tick mark. "You see, there are containers in here that collect your sweat. Then through a small pipe, you can collect it in your palm and boom. Instant explosions on demand." Katsuki examined the object. What, am I just supposed to hold it and sweat into it for an hour? And I already have explosions on demand. That's the thing, Baku, once you use that sweat, where are you gonna get more? Also check these out. She did 2 small black stripes at the base of the cylinders. These should absorb some of the blowback. Come on, give it a try. The ash blonde grumbled and clipped them on before going into the testing ground. He glared at one of the machines. That machine better be fixed, Deku. It keeps spraying me when I'm not on fire. The machine had a large cone that was following the explosive user and dropped its head at that. Deku had built this to contain the fires that Katsuki would cause with HS Quirk. And whatever glitch the extinguisher had, it always seemed to attack even he wasn't using it. Well, you are a hot head, Melissa chimed in, getting a giggle out of the scientists. Katsuki grumbled and took his position. Deku set up his recording camera and pointed it at his friend. Alright, this is Katsuki testing prototype bracers for my explosive quirk. Trying this at 0.10%. In 3.2.1, he fired. Evidently, the bracers did their job, because when he fired, the force knocked him straight backward into the padded wall behind him. When he landed, the fire extinguisher immediately began spraying the foam suppressant onto him. Kaken, are you all right? Deku called out, mainly because that was a pretty nasty knockback. I've been better, coughed Deku. Hey Goggles, I think your bracers need work. That's what science is for. Mei cheered, getting Melissa and Deku to laugh and even the ash blonde to smile. Katsuki looked up at the ceiling and thought back to the last several years since he met Mei and then eventually Melissa. He had friends before Deku revealed his quirk, but then they started picking on the green-haired boy. He got into more than his fair share of fights that he had to protect his friend from, or his friend had to bail him out, but in the years since they had become essentially brothers, his relationship with Mei and Melissa were a bit more complicated. He had met Mei not long after Deku met her, and because of her obsession with science and her extra energy, he was understandably weirded out. However, Deku was right there to help him through translating the complex items into simple terms, and eventually he warmed up to the scientist. As for Melissa, the language barrier was definitely the biggest issue when they first met. But thanks to Deku translating, Katsuki found a girl who was extremely interested in the explosive properties of his quirk. Though he never shared the same interest in her hobbies, he could at least appreciate that she wasn't intimidated by his normally volatile nature and even helped him design ways to channel his quirk effectively. Kaken? Are you all right? Deku asked, concerned. The ash blonde sat up and grunted. Yeah, don't worry about me. Just doing some thinking. Melissa giggled. That's unusual of you. Anything good? Katsuki snorted. Laugh it up, Blondie. Yo Goggles, I think this needs to go back to the drawing board, he said, holding up his bracers which had bent from the concussive force. Mei pouted and took the mangled remains. AW.my poor baby. You did your best. Baku was just too strong for you, she said, hugging the bracers to her cheek. That's still freaking creepy, even though I've seen her do it several times, Bakuga mumbled. Deku hummed. Maybe we need a way to let the bracers spring back and roll with the recoil. Can you distribute it instead of taking all the force against the front and outside? Katsuki just walked over to a chair and sat down as Deku and Mei talked. Melissa smiled. Their drive is amazing, isn't it? All their nerd talk could light up Japan, he said, returning the smile. You know, it's a shame you don't have a quirk. You could have easily beat anyone going into Yui University. Melissa hummed. I know, but I'm confident that I can provide just as much support without a quirk. Her smile had dropped, which the explosive user noticed. 20% isn't the largest group, is there? I just happen to be unlucky. Who knows, in another life Deku could have been quirkless too. Katsuki hummed. I don't see it. And maybe you would be a prick who gets off on torturing him. Now that's bullshit, Katsuki snapped. Deku and I are basically brothers. And well, that with you too, my only real guy friend. Ah, is Katsuki too chicken to admit he's friends with 2 geeks? Melissa teased. Shut up. I wouldn't be talking, I've seen how you look at Deku. Mei is too much of a gearhead to notice him blush around you too. His fellow blonde blushed. I know that, but we've always been so busy. Whatever, it's not like he'll make the first move, Bakugo grumbled. Anyway, I'm heading home, the old lady is probably waiting to chew me out. His phone ringing stopped his conversation and he answered. Yeah. Where are you, Baka? Shut up, I'm at the lab. Get your butt back home. What's this I hear about you fighting again? You know how those beasters are. Just come home. Bakugo grumbled as he hung up. Gotta go, later Blondie, he said walking away. Melissa looked back over at Deku and Mei, who were already hard at work examining the bracers, and sighed wistfully. Deku, if only you could use that energy to see what's around you. Well, whatever, I'll keep supporting you, Bakugo and Mei. She walked over and began contributing to the duo's conversation. 3 years later, everyone is 17 and in their third year. A crowd of people watched in wonder as a large, muscular, rat-faced man began tearing up downtown. As he swung his arm, he hit a transformer which snapped in two and fell to the ground. Out from underneath the bridge, a large man with white hair, safety goggles, an open blue shirt and jeans stepped in. Pounding his metal bracers together, his arms bulked up and caught the falling tower. Oh wow! Death Arms is here! What a great catch! One person called out. As they watched, a stream of water came out and separated the crowd from the battle going on. Please stand back, this is a dangerous area, called out a man in a large yellow fire suit, red helmet and 2 fire hoses for arms. It's the rescue specialist, Backdraft. He'll keep us safe. As the crowd watched the spectacle, Deku happened to catch the commotion as he walked towards school and looked to see the battle going on. What's going on? He asked. A businessman turned to the boy. Looks like a purse snatcher got caught and activated his quirk. Psy Demon villains, guess I got to call work. Instead of heading to school, Deku immediately pushed through the crowd to watch the action, while looking through his bag to get his notebook, dubbed Hero Analysis Number 13. I've been wanting to do Analyze Death Arms for a while, this is awesome. Oh, a fanboy? An older man with coral-like protrusions on his head chuckled. You seem to like these rescue heroes like Death Arms here. Before Deku could answer, a group of girls squealed. Kaya, we're your biggest fans. They shouted as a wooden man in a blue jumpsuit leaped up onto the tracks. Oh wow, it's Kamui Woods. He's one of the best rookie heroes that have come out recently. As the wood hero ran towards the villain, swung his arm at him with a bellow, making the ground tremble as he smashed down on the tracks. Being significantly smaller and faster, Kamui Woods easily leaped over Crash. Another swing knocked him onto a nearby train. Assault, theft and misusing your quirk during rush hour, Kamui counted off. You are truly the lowest of the low. He raised his arm, which began to branch out to be big enough to capture the rampaging villain. Oh, here it comes! Deku shouted. His special move. Kamui rushed forward and yelled at the same time. Lacquered chain prison. He rushed in to finish the job. Canyon Crusher. He was cut off by a female voice as a titanic blonde woman in a skin-tight, purple, orange and tan outfit suddenly leaped in out of nowhere, kicked him down the street, creating a crater. Standing fully, it revealed the woman wore a purple face mask and a pair of horns on her head. Everyone, even the heroes, was caught off guard as the lady landed over the fallen villain. This was quickly followed by a horde of cameramen, all snapping pictures with their cameras, muttering, "There it is. There it is. There it is. Piece of cake for the world's hottest new hero," she boasted. Hey there everyone, I'm Mount Lady. Deku would have stayed and geeked out about her debut, but one look at his watch and he panicked. Oh crap, I'm late. He rushed towards Yaven High where Melissa and Bakugo were waiting. Cutting it close there, Deku? Bakugo grinned. Sorry, there was a villain wrecking havoc at rush hour. Plus side, I saw Kamui Woods, Death Arms and a new hero called MT Lady. And I bet you already wrote her down in your hero book, Deku, Melissa teased. I didn't get a chance. But with the cameras going off, I might get started tonight. Anything stand out? Bakugo asked. She was really huge. Like, at least 20 meters tall. That tells me she has a growth quirk or something. Geek out later. Bakugo grunted as the bell rang and the three ran inside. 2 hours later, Deku was sketching Kamui woods while deciphering what his wood powers could do and how much more versatile they could be. "Can I have your attention please, students?" The teacher called out, settling them down. "This is your last year here, and while some of you might be applying to schools around the country, we should be congratulating 2 people in this room who are applying to UE University." "Got that right, Teach," Bakugo boasted. "And once me and Deku finish, there were going to be the number 1 and 2 heroes." The class murmured about the boast, especially about Deku being a hero. Him? With his creepy robots. He has a better shot at being a hero support. Especially with that girl May and that quirkless American. Katsuki slammed his hand onto his desk, cracking it. "Listen up, you bona fide side characters. If anyone in here is my equal, it's Deku. Not some guy with pens for fingers, not someone with face like a soda bottle, he is. As for Goggles and Blondie, they're already taking university-level courses to make something of themselves, and if we ever made a team, I rather them watching my back than some dumbass." "Detention, Bakugo. That's your 5th desk destroyed." "I've said my piece." Katsuki grumbled, sitting back down. "Anyway," sighed the teacher, "I know graduation is less than 4 months away, and with most of you not going into a heroic field like Deku-kun and Katsuki-kun, you should consider what you might do in college and beyond, so for the next couple of days we will be having a conversation one-on-one about your future endeavors." The class began to murmur as one of the front students was taking a side. Deku immediately went back to his notebook, his Nanos picking up his pencil. "Hey," Katsuki muttered. "Anything good going on in that noggin of yours?" "Yeah, so you know how you keep wrecking your phones thanks to your explosions? They should just make stronger phones," Katsuki grumbled. "You should stop having your phone in your back pocket," Deku countered. "We gave you a case, use it. Anyway, we just started watching this show where people fight monsters with insane weapons, and I saw that their phones could fold and retract at will." "Yeah?" Katsuki asked, intrigued. "But I didn't see any wires, probably because they'd be out in the wilderness for months. So they came up with this material they call hardlight. You think you and Goggles can create it to run like that? Well, maybe not with the material they used, but perhaps something about capturing solar energy. But we haven't been able to find a material to create a long enough charge." Katsuki hummed. "You know that there was this article about the Nobel Prize in Physics I read. Why would you be reading something like that?" "Because I know that you would. Anyway, they were talking about this carbon material called what was it? Grout? Graphene? Yeah. That material has been a hypothesized byproduct of carbon. Are you saying they might have found a way to create it?" Deku asked. "Yeah, said something about the future of electrical engineering. It can act like an anode to lithium, and because it's so common, using so little of it could benefit in the long run." Deku grinned, his eyes lighting up. "Kaken, I think you just gave me an invention that will change the world." The explosive user snorted. "Of course I did. Just mention my name in your invention. A hero like me can't always be explosions and destruction." Deku immediately began to jot down notes for his invention, already excited to bring his invention to life. Hours later, Deku was presenting his idea to the girls. "So you see, if we can stretch this out, we can get phones to hold their charge longer and even can fold them up. This completely changes how we make our inventions." May grinned. "So much power. So many new ideas. Our babies are going to next level," she cheered. Deku blushed slightly as she did so. If there was one thing he noticed over the last 4 years, was that the girls' intelligence weren't the only things that had blossomed. May and Melissa had grown to the equivalent of an American G-Cup, with Melissa being Kavya than the future support hero. Not helping his hormones was that May didn't wear much in the lab anymore, only a sports bra and cargo shorts with an opened lab jacket. In her words, "Inspiration comes from being comfortable. And I'm always comfortable around you." He didn't mind, but sometimes he wondered if they dressed like that on purpose. The question is, how do we get any of it? Deku asked. Melissa smiled and held up her pencil. "It's carbon, right? Let's start with a pencil. Deku, you think you can take a little of this and we can research what our fellow scientists have found?" Deku raised his hands and the nanites flowed out, quickly forming around the pencil and slowly began to split it into wood and carbon dust. Melissa quickly placed some of the dust on a microscope and placed it under a lens. Looking closer, she hummed. So the idea is they want to spread the atoms out, or rather the compounds out. But the question is how thin it can get. As she looked through the microscope, she jotted some notes down. Carbon has simple bonds, but in order to create something as strong as they're saying, we need to bring several atoms together. May, can you zoom in for us? The eccentric inventor leaned over next to the blonde and focused her gaze on the small atoms. If we're not careful, we could end up like Bakugo. Melissa hummed. Well, we could weave them somehow, perhaps layering them? HMM.NO, I remember hearing that it was all supposed to be one layer thick, Deku disagreed. One layer thick? Melissa pondered. Then the atoms would have to be chained together. Good thing about carbon, there's already so many applications for it. Well, aren't diamonds like packed in carbon? Melissa wondered. The green-haired boy was Deku hummed. Well, diamonds are pretty hard, yes, but concussive force on the right spot will still break it. They're still a girl's best friend, Melissa teased. Deku blushed. Maybe something that's closer to zirconium or something like that. On the planning went, so much so they had to call their parents to tell them they were staying at the lab again. The parents sent their love and told them to be careful even if it wasn't a school night. It was well after midnight as Melissa stretched herself out and yawned. Casually shrugging off her shirt, revealing a blue-laced bra, she headed to their kitchen for some water. Coming back, she smiled gently at the common scene in front of her. Deku and May had fallen asleep on their workbench, their sleeping faces looking adorable as they dreamed about future inventions. Grabbing a remote control, she brought over a robot that picked them up and followed her up to their modest full-sized bed and laid them down. Hard to believe it's been so long that I've known these two, Melissa thought as she laid her friends down. Bakugo's words from the other day crept in. If it was any other boy and girl, I would never consider sleeping in the same bed. She unstrapped her bra and then put one of Deku's shirts he had lying around before getting between them. Do I have feelings for Deku? Yes. But what about May? No, it shouldn't matter. Deku wouldn't choose, would he? The blondes were shaken when both of her sleeping partners snuggled into her stomach almost instinctively. No, I think they already did, but were too dense to show it. She fell asleep with a smile. And so have I. Now the question is how do I bring up sharing Deku? The blonde drifted off into dreamland, this time with more peaceful non-science dreams. 3 days later. Deku yawned as he walked his path to school. He really needed to learn better sleeping habits, especially with finals coming up in the next few months. Katsuki snorted as he walked over and gave him a thermos. Seriously, Deku, you're glad I'm such a good friend. Your mom's hot chocolate? Deku asked. With extra cream, just how you like it. Fucking pansy. Right, thanks. The green-haired inventor smiled and took a large gulp. As he drank, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a blonde girl in their school's girl uniform walking as if her back had stiffed horribly towards their school. Katsuki noticed his friend's gaze and noticed the girl. Hey, you all right? The girl heard the explosive user and turned towards them, her smile weirding them out. Just trying to be normal, like you too. Well, cut it out, grunted Katsuki, USCK at it. The girl blinked. Sorry about my friend here, sighed Deku, rubbing his forehead. I'm Izuku Midoriya and this is Katsuki Bakugo. Who are you? Toga Himiko, the girl answered hesitantly. Why are you talking to me? Everyone thinks I'm some weird vampire. Vampire? Deku asked as they began moving to class. My quirk is called Transform. I can take on anyone's appearance, but I need their blood to do that. Not exactly a heroic quirk, Toga explained. So could you copy quirks? Deku asked. Huh. Toga blinked. Your quirk, can it copy others? Katsuki reiterated. Toga bit her sleeve. I'd never tried to. People are too weirded by my smile. Your smile? The boys asked. Instead of telling, she showed them her real smile. Her lips peeled back, far wider than they thought she could go, making for a huge, predatory grin. All 4 of her canines were abnormally long, giving her animalistic smile a more dangerous edge, combined with how her eyes narrowed to slits. Then her expression dropped and she pet her head quizzically. I don't get it. Are my teeth wrong or something? No, that's not the problem, Deku assured her. Katsuki's got crazier smiles when he's excited. F you. Katsuki growled. Maybe that you're not really happy. Not that happy? Toga asked. Yeah, is there something going on at home? Toga looked away. N.N.O? Well, maybe you can come to our lab. We'd love to take a look at your quirk. Meet us at the gate after school. Toga beamed and skipped her way to class. Katsuki grabbed Deku's shoulder. You sure about this? She's giving off this weird vibe. Katsuki, you scare people regularly, she's fine. This blood transformation quirk sounds like it could be used badly if she's not careful. The explosive user nodded and the two went to class. Several hours later, the two boys along with their friends walked out of school looking for their new friend. Melissa and May were curious about the girl the boys met. So you said she can transform after taking blood? Melissa asked. Yeah, though we obviously didn't try it on the way to school, Deku explained. Before they could continue, Toga raced up to them. Oh, there you are, Who's this? Oh, these are our friends, Melissa Shield and Hatsum May. They're my partners in the lab. Nice to meet you, Melissa bowed. Hey there. Your quirk sounds interesting. May cheered. Toga tilted her head. I guess? It's a quirk. Wait, why are you being nice to me? Huh? The girls asked. Before, no one would talk to me. Even my parents called me a demon child. And now people want to know more about my quirk. What's your goal? Toga asked suspiciously. May waved her hands. No, we're scientists. Everything we do is progress all our inventions. Deku and Baku are gonna be heroes and I'm gonna be their fearless support tech with Melichan here. Toga hummed. Alright, let me call my parents. She twirled around and pulled out her phone. Hey mom. Listen, some friends want me to what? Yes, come on, of course they're real. They want to really? Grown, alright, I'll be there in a few. Hanging up, she turned to the group. So what's the damage? Katsuki asked. Well, we need to make a detour to my house. My parents want to meet my new friends. Come on, it's not that far. The group of 6 headed down the street into the market area near the school. Soon they stepped in front of a more elaborate apartment than the one Izuku and Katsuki lived in, with tan-colored walls and a small deck in front. You live here? The explosive user asked. Not bad for this part of town. It's just me and my parents. My mom's here. Hey mom. Exiting the house was a short woman with similar colored hair to her daughter, only with a less haunted look. Hi honey. Hello Himiko's friends. She said hesitantly. This is Deku-kun, Bakugo-kun, Mei-chan and Melissa-chan. I ran into them on my way to school. They said they were some scientists and wanted to look at my quirk. Oh? Mrs. Toga asked, confused. I'm sorry. You see, Himiko, she's a good girl and all, but she has a bit of an obsession with blood. Is it because of her quirk? Deku asked. She said she can transform into other people. I've never seen her use it, but yes, that's the current understanding of it. Then I wonder what she goes through when she becomes someone else? May asked. Toga-san, can you please let us at least try and understand it? Himiko's mother looked at her daughter and noticed her smile had softened, her face looking almost normal. She bit her lip. What if I come with you this time to see your lab? Then I'll consent this time. Let me tell your father, she said finally, going back inside. A few moments later, she stepped out and followed the kids to Midoriya Laboratory. When they arrived, Inko and Saibu had already arrived. There you kids are, we were worried we didn't see you here. Inko trailed off, seeing 2 newcomers. Oh, hello there. I'm Midoriya Inko, Izuku's mother and Dr. Hatsum, Mei's father. Who are you? Why yes, Toga Kimiko. Nice to meet you. And this my daughter, Himiko, answered the other woman slowly. Today was getting stranger and stranger, as her daughter's friends. So, Izuku-kun, what's on the agenda today? Saibu asked. Himiko-san here has a quirk that needs blood from other people to use. We were gonna figure it out, Melissa explained. Well then let's have an actual doctor take the blood, said Saibu as they entered. So, Dr. Hatsum, you own this lab? Kimiko asked. Well, technically yes, but the kids here use it, not me. My little girl's a gadget genius, and Deku-kun's got several patents pending. You should see what they created. They reached the testing room where Mei was setting up several cameras. So, you just need blood, right, Shark Girl? Shark Girl? Asked Himiko, blinking. Don't mind him, he's got nicknames for everyone. Melissa waved it off. Right. I just need to swallow their blood. The amount I swallow gives me this kinda energy, and depending on whose I drink, I can transform into them. I see. That's neat. Hey Dad, can you grab a syringe? Mei asked, removing her school shirt. You're not letting Himiko drink your blood? Kimiko asked in shock. It's for science. Mei said as her dad took the blood sample and then handed it to the young girl. She looked at the syringe and then at her mother, who now was at a crossroads. On one hand, this was only feeding her blood obsession. On the other, these people weren't disgusting or weirded out by it. Maybe I was wrong about her. Maybe my little girl can be fine despite her obsession. I rather it be in a controlled environment. Mommy? Himiko asked, shaking the mother out of her. Sorry honey, go ahead, let's not keep your friends waiting. Grinning, Himiko lifted the syringe up and squirted it into her mouth. A moment later, a pale slime oozed from her skin, melting together and covering her face, before shaping itself and becoming colored in. A copy of Mei stood before them, though she wore different clothes of course, with Himiko's school outfit instead of Mei's tank top. HM.SO, it looks like it's not a complete copy, maybe with a larger source of blood, Melissa noted. I could change my clothes, but I would have to lose my own. Himiko's voice came out of Mei's body. Bet that would be something, Katsuki said with a smirk. Himiko let the transformation drop. That was something, huh? Deku nodded and approached her. Now, I want you to take my blood as well. Huh? Himiko asked, tilting her head cutely. Mei's quirk wasn't easy to see if you can use it. Perhaps having a more visible quirk could mean you could do it. Himiko watched as a gray matter formed in Deku's hands. What is it? This is my quirk, nanomachines. They're in my bloodstream and they let me create a ton of what you see here. I told them not to hurt you when you swallow it. Are you sure it's safe? Kimiko asked, surprised at the question she asked. Deku's been working with these all his life, Melissa replied. He's used it on us, quite a bit. Though swallowing it is a new one. Himiko nodded and slurped up the nanite goop. Seconds later, Deku's form melded out the sludge, still in her school uniform. Freaky as it is, Deku, you pull of that outfit too well. Katsuki grumbled. Himiko looked at her hands and then held it up. Suddenly a similar gray mass appeared in her hand, shocking everyone. Whoa! How come Deku's quirk got copied but not mine? Mei asked. Himiko, was there anything different between Mei's and Deku's? Melissa asked. When I turned into Deku, I was experiencing joy. Joy that I'm becoming like my first possible friend and wanting to hold on to it, and then suddenly I felt the nanites crawling out of my hand. Maybe a strong attachment to a particular form? Deku theorized. Also, the amount you swallow, I feel, is your limit. Himiko nodded as she returned to normal. Katsuki, though, had a thought. You've never had friends before? No, I was too freaky, I guess. You're the first people that didn't run away from me, Himiko told them. We can be your friends, Himiko, you can be yourself here, Deku said. Yeah, look at us, we got a gearhead, a quirkless genius, a hothead and a prodigy who's got nanites in his blood, you'd fit right in. Katsuki told her. Himiko sniffled. Friends. Mama, I got friends. She sobbed. Kimiko hugged her daughter close. Oh, my sweet girl. She turned to the parents and whispered, thank you. The togas left an hour later, Himiko skipping along and humming. Kimiko smiled at her daughter. Did you have fun? Yes. And now I can work towards Yui, she replied cheerily, grinning. For months later, Deku blushed as his mother took photographs. He was wearing a dark red gown with his graduation cap on his head and a special sash that showed he was top student in his class. His friends were being similarly tormented, and Katsuki was starting to get irritated. It was graduation day for Yavin. Hi, and as expected, the green-haired inventor was the valedictorian with Melissa and May not that far behind him. As expected, he was expected to give a speech, that is if his face didn't melt by then. Oh my baby boy. He's graduating. Inko bawled as she took more pictures. Mom, cut it out, Deku mumbled. Melissa giggled as David took her pictures with May. It's a celebration, Deku, we're about to apply for UE in a few months. Besides, Mr. Valedictorian, did you write that speech? He grinned and reached under his robe into his pocket, only to panic when he found it empty. As he was about to start shaking, Katsuki held up a sheet of paper. I knew you'd be too focused to remember it. Just then May glomped his arm. This is so exciting. The inventor squealed. The green-haired boy blushed deeper as May's considerable assets were a bit more visible in her gown. We're gonna be at UE. You and Bakugo are gonna be the best heroes ever. And yours truly will be the maker of the best heroes equipment. Another softer body latched onto Deku's back. I'm glad I got into initiation too, Deku-kun, Himiko giggled. Since she had joined their group, the third blonde had opened up to them all and had started helping the three brainiacs, as they were called, with their work. In addition, she had started to show open affection to the boy, something May and Melissa had taken offense to and started trying to get Deku's attention. The green-haired inventor was oblivious to the conflict between the girls but had noticed them in a more fashion, because they had been more than casual how they dressed around them in the lab. One of the things he vowed to do in college was to figure out what these feelings for his longtime friends were. For now, though, he was content with their affections. Oh, let's get Deku with the girls. Inko squealed. Deku blushed more as the girls crowded around him and the parents gushed at the closeness all of them had with each other, even Himiko despite being with them for such a short amount of time. Once they had their fill, they quickly got in their cars and drove them to the school auditorium. Soon enough the ceremony began and the principal began by congratulating the teens on their accomplishments. Then it was Deku's turn to speak. To speak for the class of 2350, I give you this year's valedictorian, Izuku Midoriya. The crowds cheered as he took the podium and cleared his throat. Thank you for coming out to see us off today, before our graduation. He gazed out into the crowd and spotted his mom crying like the wreck she was in these situations. When I turned 4, like many of us here today, I went to the doctor's to find my quirk. That day in the doctor's office put me on path to where I am today. But I couldn't do it without my friends and family. He glanced down to see May and Melissa grinning while Katsuki smirked. He looked back at the audience. Like many of you, my dream is to get into UE University. In a few months, I will be taking the entrance exam. But what got me thinking is the school's motto, Plus Ultra. Plus Ultra is a simple phrase. Go beyond. But why go beyond? If it was as simple as, go beyond your goals, then it would be as simple as passing your high school exams. No, go beyond is more than a phrase, it's a way to live your life. Going beyond your limits. Quirks have limits, yes, but why let them define you? My friend is quirkless, yet she uses her talent to help change the world. Going beyond your limits is what should drive you. Not everyone has a quirk that could be considered heroic, but they all have their uses every day. Never let your pasts or your abilities define who you are. Go beyond your own limits and change the world, like the heroes we love. The crowd cheered as Deku finished his speech and gave him a standing ovation. As the ceremony wound down and diplomas awarded, one stage of their lives ended and a new one would begin in a few months' time at UE Academy. Normal speech. Communication. Locations. Chapter 3. Initiation Battle. Deku's creativity unleashed. 10 months after the last chapter, 2 days before the entrance exam. UE University, the most prestigious hero academy in not only Japan but also Asia and one of the top 5 schools in the world, ranking with such prestige as the United States' Xavier Academy of Heroics, Spain's Real Academia de Rio and Australia's Survivalist University. It consisted of several state-of-the-art buildings, which housed a variety of departments from general studies, to support to even trade occupations to help those with quirks not necessarily suited for hero work. A degree or even a recommendation from this school was a great way to put a foot in the door for many fields. But perhaps it was the heroes department that garnered the most prestige for the school. Heroes such as Endeavor, Best Jeanist, and the most famous, All Might, counted this school as their alma mater. The competition was so fierce, only a select few could enter the hero course. With 4 recommended students, only 36 of the best test takers would be accepted into the heroes department. 36 out of hundreds of applications would mean that the competition would be going all out on test day. Izuku fiddled with the device in his hands, a backpack that had a large open cylinder with 2 open tubes that connected to it. After examining Toga's quirk thoroughly, there were 3 very clear weaknesses. 1. Even though it was a perfect copy, her clothes didn't change when she returned to normal. This embarrassed him to no end when she insisted on trying it on May and Melissa, as when it wore off, her clothes disappeared as well. 2nd, and probably more importantly, she didn't have access to a reliable source of blood. While she could get away with taking blood from her friends, to do so in the heat of battle would be a gray area. Hence his design of the device in his hands. Lastly, she couldn't use her target's quirks at the moment. Let's see, the suction should be strong enough. Hopefully the blood she gets from us will suffice through the exams, Deku mumbled. So caught up in the moment was he didn't notice slender arms wrap around him. Hey Izuku, Toga's soft voice whispered in his ear. In the last year or so, the 3 girls had become good friends and had helped the pale blonde with some of her odd behaviors. Toga's mother admitted to not only her daughter but her new friends that she felt her previous behavior was what made her scared for her daughter, and she'd hoped that eventually she'd turn normal. While the explanation was an eye-opener and helped the mother and daughter mend their relationship, it was the suggestion of Inko that she and May and Melissa would try to help her act more normal. The end result was that her creepy facade had slowly melted into a softer, but still wild smile. Hey, Himiko. Deku smiled. He had gotten used to her open affection in the last few months, much to May's and Melissa's consternation. Now, he wasn't too dumb to notice they had a rivalry over him, but he couldn't understand why. I'm finishing up your gear. Take a look. The pale blonde let go and inspected the syringe. So I can just SCK up people's blood with this? Yeah, though I still haven't figured out how to increase how much you can carry. But this should be plenty to get through exams, Deku explained. Good. Now come on, we got 2 days left of our break. Let's go do something. Wait, Deku asked. Melissa chose this time to walk in. Himiko's right, when was the last time we had a day off that wasn't one of us getting sick? Probably graduation, Deku mumbled, frowning as she thought back. Yes, and we're probably not gonna have much time after we start, she sighed. The hero course is always busy with specialized training, and even with my head start, all the assignments they give support students will be keeping us busy. Deku groaned. I got the point already. We can go. Great. I'll get May. Himiko giggled, while he groaned and Melissa ran off. Trust the blonde to absolutely stonewall him with simple logic. A few moments later, May had appeared and they walked out. The laboratory was about a 10-minute walk from a nearby park, so they made that their eventual destination. It was a bright early spring day, the type of day that welcomed people out of the coldness of the day. May was constantly distracted by all the trinkets and gadgets they found along the way. Deku and Melissa had to drag the inventor away from a toy shop, amidst her whining. Even her shouts of, "for science," were ignored, the two trying to hide their embarrassment. As they walked through a park, they heard a little girl crying with her mom. Hey there, what's going on? My kitty, it got scared by a mean doggy, and now he's in the tree, the little girl cried. We're waiting for a hero, but it seems they're a little busy. It's okay, sweetie. Looked at the white ragdoll in the tree. We can get him down. What's his name? Shirokuen. May immediately pulled out a small lift and placed it at the base of the tree. Deku hopped on and the pinkette lifted him up. The green-haired inventor smiled as he approached the branch. Hey there, Shiro, it will be all right. The cat saw the friendly face and meowed sadly. He gently took the soft kitten and held him in his arms as he came down. Shiro! The little girl cried as the cat leaped into her arms. Thank you, Mr. Did someone say they need a hero? Kamui Woods asked as he walked up. We're good now, Mr. Tree Man. This boy helped me. Kamui looked at Deku, who looked embarrassed. Thank you for your assistance, young man. We need more people willing to help others out. Thank you, stammered the boy, scrambling about in his backpack. If you don't mind, could I have your autograph? The wood hero laughed and quickly signed his notebook. You guys look about the right age to start hero. Are you all applying? Melissa spoke up for them. Yes, we're all going for UE thanks to the recent changes in allowing quirkless students to attend. Ah, a support student, eh? Well then I hope you can still keep up. Anyway, I gotta go. Good luck, kids. Kamui waved as he swung away. He mother and daughter pair likewise waved to them before they went home. The future heroes continued their trek, watching the various picnics going on due to the bright day. They found an isolated tree and sat down. Deku leaned against the tree and immediately the girls cuddled up to him. Toga noticed the crestfallen look on her fellow blonde. What's wrong, Meli-chan? Melissa's face softened. I know that Yui is our future, but I can't help but feel myself handicapped with everyone and their amazing quirks. All because of me being quirkless. Stupid pinky toe. Deku squeezed the blonde's shoulders. You think we're gonna forget you? We'd be stuck in the lab for months without you. If anything, you're the reason we can function. The girl smiled and snuggled into his shoulder. Thanks. The group of four settled down and dozed off. 2 hours later, Deku stirred awake with a groan. Looking up, he saw it was near noon. A gentle rumbling of his stomach reminded him it was lunchtime, but his current predicament kind of prevented it, with 3 girls all using him as a pillow. He smiled and sighed as he watched them sleep. This had started becoming a habit with Mei and Melissa and recently with Himiko. While it was comfortable, the realization he needed to discuss their future relationships with them was evident. Once we settle into school, we'll talk, he thought, making up his mind. Just then Himiko stirred awake. She let out a cute yawn and glanced up sleepily. Hey there. Hey there. You hungry? At the question, her stomach rumbled, making her bury her face in his stomach as he chuckled. Guess so. Their laughter woke the other two up. Seeing their own position got embarrassed giggles out of them before they untangled and left the park. Deku brought out his wallet and pouted at the lack of yen. Guess we need to find a Corellia bank. Heading back into town, they reached a branch with an internal ATM. Mei and Himiko stood outside while Melissa and Deku entered the bank. The American went first and checked her balance. Her dad David, being one of All Might's supporters, came with a lot of endorsements and grant money, some of which went into a trust for the young girl, for her education and scientific pursuits. With her graduation and turning 18, David had signed over her accounts to her control. Counting the interest, the patents she earned with Deku and Mei, plus some of her sales online, she accrued nearly 600 million in American dollars, which, with how the exchange worked between yen and USD, was nearly 60 billion yen. Not a bad sum for a quirkless girl. Then Izuku walked up to the ATM. Like Melissa, his mom had control of all the earnings he made and turned it over when he knew he could live off the money he earned from selling his inventions, plus the fairs he's won and the patents he still had control over. 80 billion yen was a very nice nest egg for developing future technology. Withdrawing a few thousand yen for the meal and a little extra to get his mom something on the way home, he stepped outside to see a large man approaching an otherwise oblivious Mei and Himiko. He had a blonde buzz cut, with 2 very large arms that looked like a gorilla's. Doc, can I help you? Deku asked. So, that you're the Nano user, Izuku Midoriya, right? The kid with patents for over 50 different inventions and looking to be the next great hero, the man said. Yeah, he said, creeped out. I bet you've got a bit of coin with you. Here's the deal, kid, you share some of that fortune with me, or, he stretched his arms and grabbed Mei and Himiko. These ladies are gonna be taking a ride. Whoa! Hey, let go of me, ugly! Mei shouted, struggling from his grip. You're an idiot, you know that? Deku mumbled. So what? Why does a kid like you get that money when people like me gotta scrape by? The gorilla man shouted. I saw you leaving the park and thought what better way to get onto Easy Street. It's called being a hero. Deku growled, trying to keep the tremor in his voice down, and you better let them go, or I'll make you let go. Give me what I want and I will. Gorilla countered. Deku growled and held out his hands. A swarm of nanobots raced out of Mei's and Himiko's pockets and surrounded his arms, encasing them. The goop freaked the man out and let the girls go, letting them scramble away to follow their friends. The gorilla man growled and charged after them. What's the plan, Deku? Melissa shouted. We need to get into cover or at least try and find a hero. Deku replied. He saw a group of civilians and waved to them. Hey, we got a rampaging villain. He shouted. The crowd reacted as expected and got out of the way as the gorilla man stomped across the sidewalk. Get back here, you brats. The man shouted. Deku turned around and was prepared to fight back when the crowd noticed a large shadow leap down off the rooftop and land in the road, cracking it. Harassing the innocent and the daughter of one of my best friends is the lowest of the low. A proud, confident voice yelled. Everyone in the street suddenly smiled as the towering form of the world's #1 hero stood up. Never fear, citizens, I am here. Deku's eyes sparkled and his inner fanboy let out. All Might. Gorilla Man growled. All Might, why are you intervening now? What a villain. If you must know, I was in the neighborhood and saw you harassing these kids. He turned to regard Melissa. Are you all right, dear? I am, thanks to Deku-kun. Ha! Splendid. Now then, how should I defeat you? He asked rhetorically. I'm not done yet. The gorilla man bellowed, rushing the #1 hero with a mad look in his eye. Deku, seeing this, summoned his quirk and threw it out, his nanobots quickly forming a wall that stopped the gorilla man's momentum cold. Thank you, M-boy. All Might bellowed. What are those? These are my quirk nanomachines. I can control them remotely and form them up into any structure or object I want. Oh, quite the versatile power, isn't it? Said the mountain of muscle thoughtfully, though it doesn't appear to be all that effective at restraint in that form. The villain roared, swinging his arms and blowing away the swarm of nanomachines with a gust of wind. Don't you look down on me. I wasn't ignoring you, merely warming up a little. Here I go. All Might reared back both his arms and charged forward. Michigan smash. He moved his fists forward, smashing into the rampaging villain's chest. The gorilla wheezed, eyes bulging as he bent in half around the hero's fists, the very air rippling from the impact. The resulting recoil from the hit lifted him off his feet and launched him straight into several garbage cans, knocked out. Ha! That was easy. He turned to Deku and his friends. Thank you, my boy. Is there anything you'd like? He grabbed a notebook he always took with him. See, can I get your autograph? I'm a huge fan. Of course. The hero laughed and signed it, making Deku go into his fantasy land. He turned to Melissa, who was smiling brightly. It's nice to see you again, Melissa. We should catch up with your father sometime. In the meantime, take care. And good luck at UA. And with that, the world's #1 hero leapt away, soaring over the skyline with a single bound. Bye, Uncle Might. Melissa called, waving. She looked at her long-time friend and giggled. I think he broke Deku. The other girls, laughing, snapped the young inventor out of his delirium. Best day ever. Their laughter continued as they walked away, the police easily wrapping up the gorilla man to be sent to prison. 2 days later, Episode 3. Into Yes, we're now in canon proper. Deki, Katsuki and Toga stood in awe, gazing up at the testing hall for UA's exam. The grounds were crowded with students of all ages looking to make it into the prestigious school. There it is, the next step in our quest to be the best heroes ever. Deku pointed out. You're demon right, all these extras are nothing between the two of us. I hope your gadgets can hold up. Katsuki sneered good-naturedly. Deku huffed. The last few weeks had been spent calibrating and refining the equipment the three of them would use. While UA would provide them with their uniforms and starting equipment, it would only happen if they passed the course. Don't worry, Deku, we're gonna pass. We can't let Mei-chan and Meli-chan start without us. Himiko proclaimed. For the support course, all they needed to do was pass the written test, as they applied to be hero supporters rather than fighters. Goggles ain't gonna get ahead of us. Katsuki growled. Deku laughed and turned around, only for his feet to trip over themselves. He would have face-planted directly into the ground if, for some reason, he hadn't just stopped falling altogether. "Are you all right?" a sweet-sounding voice asked. Deku turned and saw a cute brunette in a black jacket, leggings and pink scarf looking at him in concern. "Sorry, I used my quirk on you without permission," she said, setting him down and pressing her fingers together. "It's kind of bad luck to fall on the first day, right?" The green-haired inventor looked up to his savior, and he had to admit, even with May and Melissa's looks, this girl was a looker, with the adorable blush she was sprouting. Katsuki couldn't help himself and started to laugh. "Of course you'd trip, gearhead, especially over a girl," the blonde said derisively. The brunette rubbed her head, ignoring the shout. "My name's Uraraka Ochako, what's yours?" "Oh, I'm Midoriya Izuku, Mr. Chuckles is Bakugu Katsuki and she's Toga Himiko." He got out quickly before his friend tackled him, which quickly devolved into childish fighting that kicked up a ton of dust. Ignoring the boys, Himiko stared at the brunette, making her a little uncomfortable. Then the blood user beamed and held out her hand. "Nice to meet ya. Hope we can be friends, Ochako-chan." "Oh, yeah, same," said Ochako, taken aback and flustered, but not upset at the sudden proposition. Katsuki stood up, giving his friend a noogie as the scientist was trapped in his hold. "Hopefully it will be after we're classmates, Gravity Girl." "Gravity Girl?" The brunette tilted her head cutely. "Don't mind him, he gives everyone nicknames," sighed Izuku, standing up. "Anyway, thank you for your help and good luck to you as well." As they walked into the testing area for their exams. The two-part exam was a written exam and a practical exam. The written exam was a breeze for the trio that all three finished with an hour to spare. After the written exam, the nominees were herded into a large auditorium. It was packed with over 4,000 applicants with a large stage in front of them. "What's good, you hopefuls?" A loud and familiar voice boomed out across the hall. A man strutted out onto the stage, his blonde hair slicked up into a massive crest, wearing a leather outfit and a speaker around his neck. He grinned widely at them all over his yellow sunglasses as he said, "Present Mike is in the house. Everybody say hey." However, given that it was morning, plus they just had to sit through a difficult test, the energy levels were less than enthusiastic, making the loud hero snort. Such a refined silence. "All right then, now that you've finished the written exam, let me show you what's gonna go down." Behind him a screen descended, showing the outlines of 3 robotic figures. "The practical exam is all about destroying these robots behind me. You're all gonna be put in a simulated combat scenario," explained Present Mike, waving at the projection. "Your job, take out all the baddies. Each type gives up to 3 points based on their difficulty. Disable them however you can to earn as many points as you can within the time limit." "Okay. Please excuse me," a deep voice called out. Deku happened to be sitting 2 seats to the guy's left and noted the serious expression on his face. "There seems to be a glaring omission from the presentation. You mentioned 3 robots, but the packets we were given show 4. Should the top hero course in the country really be making such a glaring oversight?" Those who did bring their packets quickly turned to the page he was talking about, and then the shouting began. "Calm down folks, I was gonna get to that. Even so, thank you, Examinee 7111, for letting me segue right into that." Another robotic outline appeared on the screen, completing the set. "You see these guys right here? They're not worth any points. Sure, you can destroy one, but it won't get you any villain points. If you see it, feel free to avoid it. If you happen to destroy one, well, it's not really worth your time, but it sure would be worth talking about." This caused the rest of the crowd to mumble nervously. Deku looked at Katsuki, who grinned. "Don't sweat it, you think we won't get points? The 0-pointer will just be the cherry on top." Deku nodded and they all trickled out with the crowd. As they walked out of the auditorium, they were given sheets of paper with different letters on it from A to E, presumably the testing sites of the entrance exam. "They're separating us," Katsuki growled, showing that he had been assigned to Site B. "Makes sense. They want to judge us on our own merits, rather than working together with friends, I guess, Deku theorized, holding a piece of paper showing he was assigned to Site C. Oh man, I wanted to work with one of you, Himiko pouted, revealing that she was in Site E. Oh Izuku, Toga-san, Bakugu-san, there you are, Ochako shouted, walking over. I'm in Site C, what about you? Oh, she said, holding up a slip showing her assigned site. Oh, it looks like I'm with you, Izuku. Katsuki smirked. Don't worry about us. Deku, don't you dare choke. He told him as he and Himiko departed to their respective sites with a wave. Deku? I thought your name was Izuku? Yeah, well, Deku's a name he came up with, 'cause of how my name can be read, Deku said, rubbing his head. It sounds like Dikairu, meaning you can do it. Ochako beamed, her blush brighter. You know, you and Mei would get along, Deku said, blushing. She said the same thing. Before they could continue, the boy from before interrupted. You. He marched up to Deku. Do you understand what you're doing? You're distracting her in order to keep her from performing well for her exam. Hey. Ochako puffed up. He was wishing me luck and we were chatting about something else. But out, will you? Ah, I see. Well then, let me extend my apologies for jumping to conclusions, said the boy, snapping to attention and bowing sharply, but we should be getting ready for the exam, it could start any minute. Ochako stomped her foot as he power walked away. Ugh, what a buzzkill. She turned back to Deku. I guess he's right though, good luck. Izuku grinned nervously and turned to the door, before closing his eyes. Focusing inwards, he felt for his nanomachines. He could feel them tingling as they swarmed through his veins. Since he'd refrained from spending them over the last few days, his blood was feeling particularly rich with them. His beating heart spread them throughout his body, ready to rise to the surface and harden his skin. All right, start. Everyone looked up to see Present Mike perched on top of a pillar, waving his arms and shouting, his quirk rendering a megaphone moot. This is real life, folks. We don't get countdowns against a villain. Go, go, go! Deku surged forward, the servos of his exoskeleton whirring as he leapt into action. Before anyone could react, he sprang up, sailing over the crowd and bounding down the street. The rest of the crowd stood there speechless. Then they realized that if Deku was already out, he was going to steal all the points. There was a mad dash after this realization as they panicked. The green-haired inventor paid no mind as the first series of robots wheeled out onto the streets. He grinned and spun around, forming his nanobots into a large, whip-like tendril that extended from his wrist. With a swing, it lashed out, forming a razor-sharp edge that sheared through the one-pointers as if it were butter, not even stopping as he leaped up and kicked another one's head off with his exoskeleton's enhanced strength and armoring. That's 5 for me each. I think I need to improve my jump height. That was a little close, Deku mumbled to himself. He heard a loud clanking sound behind him. He turned to see 2 of the 2-pointers. He gellied some nanobots in his right hand and formed them a slingshot to fire at the rest of the robots. The projectiles, themselves more nanobots, splattered against their chest plates, before eating through the metal and slipping inside. The 2-pointers quickly fell apart as their connections were eaten through. That's 9.hm. Took more than I thought, Deku mumbled. His nanobots reacted to his by flowing out of him, slithering over to the metal and dragging it towards him. Interesting armor. I'll have to ask about it later. I need to score more points. Standing up, he ran off, looking for more villains. In an observation room far away, several of the UA teachers were observing their future charges with a critical eye. The ability to analyze a situation, a metallic voice grunted, watching Deku destroy another 2-pointer with a precise shot. The power to overcome any obstacle, seen and unseen, a smoky female voice purred as she watched Katsuki have fun wrecking the robots. Speed to rush into danger, a tired voice said as Tenya rushed around. Adaptability in spite of their disadvantage, an even voice praised as a 3-pointer froze in front of several test takers before falling over, showing Toga grinning as she waved to one of the test takers, who hesitantly waved back before she leaped away. I've been watching her, a large gray-haired man said. From what I understand, she's been asking about using her test taker's blood. If she passes, I want her. Right then, the voice replied. Still doesn't hurt to ask about her abilities. But now comes the most important part of any hero's life, All Might said, grinning, reaching under the desk and flipping a cover revealing a black button. Who will rise when their life and others are on the line? He finished pushing the button. Meanwhile, in Izuku's testing center, the green-haired genius was taking a break, sitting on top of several three-pointers examining the armor. I think I'm on point 50 or a couple more of these and I should be good. Wonder how their armor works. He said, casually flipped a piece of armor in his hand. He felt the ground shake and looked around. Another louder boom forced him to look up. Out from behind the building rolled a much larger robot, easily over 40 meters tall. It placed a massive hand on a nearby building, making the concrete crack and shudder, glass cracking, and tilted its head down to gaze at them with 6 red eyes. Many of the examinees around him followed his gaze and began to panic. Well, this is gonna be interesting, Izuku mumbled, his nanobots swarming around his arms and legs. Let's see what you got. In the control room, everyone watched in awe as Izuku without hesitation leapt towards the robot. All Might watched with glee. That's the mark of a hero there, no hesitation. What's his name? A tired voice asked. Midoriya Izuku, the even voice replied. He aced the written exam and he's already well within the score threshold for the hero course. But let us see what this young man can do with the lives of his fellow test takers on the line. Everyone immediately began running away from the mech, pelting down the streets to get to safety. Of course, faced with such a massive, seemingly insurmountable obstacle, this was by no means an incorrect course of action. Even the young man who had called out the school's mistake early was sprinting like a champ down the main road, passing by Izuku. The boy himself frowned up at the behemoth bot, meeting its gaze seemingly without fear. It's built more solidly than the others, he muttered to himself, clearly meant to take more punishment. It is an obstacle, I guess, but that doesn't mean that it's unbeatable. Present Mike said so earlier, so it must have weak spots somewhere. Then he scowled. Damn it, if I'd known we were allowed to bring quirk-enhancing gear I would have brought my scanning visor. Though would that have counted? Glancing down at the ruined metal around him, he grinned. But I guess it doesn't matter, I got all I need right here. He mentally commanded his nanobots to swarm over the ruined metal and to deconstruct. What do we have here? The SSL figure asked. Is he using the metal to create some sort of armor? On the spot. One of the teachers turned to the smaller figure with a raised eyebrow. Who is this kid? Midoriya Izuku, valedictorian of Yavin High. Winner of several science expos and holder or co-holder of many of the new gadgets we've taken into the field. The combat visor that is based off of the hero Ragdoll's quirk search is one such invention. His quirk is called Nano Machines. If he can control them in great quantities, there's almost an endless potential, the metallic voice commented. Izuku scanned the giant robot, using his speed to dodge an attempted stomp. Come on, these things are designed for a test. Where are the weaknesses? He grumbled as the green metal plates reshaped themselves around him. By the time they settled, the remains of the robots he destroyed had become completely transformed into a suit of segmented armor, the motors and servos repurposed to link up with the exoskeleton he'd brought. Weakness? No, wait, this robot's too big. I can't shut it down. So instead, before he could think, out of the corner of his eye, he saw someone under a pile of rocks. To his horror, it was the girl he met earlier, Uraraka, trying to get out from underneath the rubble. Oh crap! He yelled, rushing to her side. Uraraka-san, are you all right? The gravity girl looked up at him, her face pale and clammy. I'm fine. But I can't feel my ankle. Izuku quickly moved the rubble off her ankles. Hang on, I'm gonna get you out of here. A loud shaking caught their attention. They looked up and saw it was the zero-pointer closing in. Double crap. Izuku yelped, picking up his clearing speed. As he worked, the nanomachines swirled around the fingers of his new gauntlets, flattening out and fusing them into a more shovel-like shape before attacking the remaining rubble. Once she was uncovered, the armor shifted around his legs, deploying a pair of wheels. Hold on, he shouted, scooping her up in a bridal carry. making her instinctively wrap her arms around his neck. As she did so, he quickly skated their way through the rubble, towards the exit gate. Once they had passed the gate with the other test takers, he tripped on a loose rock and they started to fall. Izuku turned around to shield Uraraka from the ground. They slid on the ground, the Nanos cushioning the slide as he slowed down. The eccentric scientist winced as he felt his nanobots already going to work, healing up the scrapes on his back and legs that had come from his landing. Oh. He looked up and blushed. Ochako, whose eyes were still closed, was pushed up against his face. Uraraka, are you all right? The brunette slowly opened her eyes. Why, she stuttered. Then she squeaked as she realized their positions. Sorry. Time's up, happy people. Present Mike shouted. All test takers, make your way out and head on home. If you can't do that, then sit tight, our nurse should be along soon. As Present Mike said this, an old wizened woman in a pink floating chair hovered by. There we are, dearies, go ahead and eat up, no sense leaving all tuckered out now. Izuku's smile widened. It's the youthful hero, Recovery Girl. The old woman stopped by the pair. My, aren't you a cute couple? Here, have some gummies. Are either of you hurt? Taking a couple of the sweets, Izuku nudged his head towards Uraraka as he helped her stand. Yeah, I think her ankle is twisted. Oh dear, is that so? Come here, dearie, Recovery Girl said gently. Uraraka leaned down to allow the nurse better leverage to help her. The wizened healer reached up and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. A few moments later, she released and handed the Gravity Girl some more gummy bears. Your ankle should be good as new. I used your own energy to heal it, so eat up. I swear, this test gets more dangerous every year, she mumbled, strolling off. Once Recovery Girl left, the two students walked off to meet their friends. At their meet-up spot, Ochako noticed a very pretty blonde in a red blouse and plaid skirt. Deku-kun. The blonde cheered. Over here. Hey Melissa. Izuku waved and walked over. How did you do? The American asked, giving him a hug. Noticing a new person, she released the hug and held out her hand. Hello there, I'm Melissa Shield. Oh, the brunette was caught off guard by the greeting. I'm Uraraka Ochako, nice to meet you. I was in Izuku's group. Really? What was the testing? Like, did Izuku get to make anything? Melissa asked the newbie. Relax, Shield, Katsuki called out as he and Toga appeared. He probably just made sure that he got enough points to come in second to yours truly. You mean you to me, right? Izuku taunted back. Toga bounded up to Ochako. Oh, nice to see you again, Cheiko-chan. Si Cheiko? Ochako blinked. Oh hey Gravity Girl, you and Deku here do. All right. Yeah, she did great. Izuki claimed, patting her on the shoulder. But he helped save me from that giant robot, Ochako pointed out. Katsuki chid. Of course he would, he's a goddamn knight. Anyway Gravity Girl, we can walk you home if you got a place around here? Ochako looked down. That I just came for the test and my ticket isn't until tomorrow. I found a small motel downtown and I got an overnight bag. No way, Melissa refused, smiling. We have a spare bed in our lab. You can stay with us. Melissa, you're speaking English again, Izuku pointed out. What she's saying, Uraraka-san, is that our lab is nearby and you can spend the night there. I'm sure you wouldn't mind some home-cooked meals. Ochako stared at the 4 people she met today, willingly opening their doors to her. Thank you, she said, bowing. The group of 5 made their way to Izuku's lab. An hour later, they arrived and Ochako was amazed at the sheer size of it. Seeing the sign read, Midoriya Technical Lab, her jaw dropped. Wait, you're that Midoriya Izuku? The one with all the inventions? Yeah, we made a few gadgets, Izuku said, rubbing his head. Katsuki snorted. A few gadgets? These 3 knuckleheads could support the entire hero population in Japan. 3. Ochako asked. Hey you guys. Mei's voice called out. How are my fellow heroes in training? She saw Ochako and grinned. Oh, a new girl. Hatsune Mei. Mei, this is Uraraka Ochako, Izuku introduced. I hope you don't mind if she bunks here tonight. Of course. This lab's been so quiet. Mei grinned as she started to rapidly talk to an overwhelmed Ochako while Izuku and Toga looked at their equipment for damage. Several hours later, with the Gravity Girl's bag opened and placed on the side, Ochako was on a pull-out bed in Melissa's room, in a tank top and sweats. "So you actually built everything here?" "Yeah, Mei's dad bought the lab and we turned into our own personal playground," Melissa explained, sitting on her bed in a short green nightie. She watched with curiosity as Ochako put on a pair of gloves. "Why the mittens?" "Oh," she said, looking down at them. "My quirk activates if I touch someone with all 5 fingers. That includes myself." "That is so cute," gushed the blonde. "You're like a little teddy bear. Maybe we have something that you can use." Ochako looked down at her gloved hands. "It's only a patchwork solution. We didn't have a lot of money. You might think this is silly, but I want to be a hero for the money. My parents worked so hard in their construction business because they didn't have a lot of money while I grew up. Every time I asked to help then they told me not to. But I could see them working hard. So all I want is to give them a great retirement." Melissa cooed as she reached down to hug the Gravity Girl. "That's not selfish at all. Your parents provided a lot for you. They wanted you to be a kid and have this life. I know, but seeing all of this and knowing what you've done, I can't help feeling jealous." "You think this was overnight?" "All of this was trial and error, especially error," Melissa revealed. "Deku and Mei are always inventing and I'm always right there with them. Despite being quirkless." Quirkless?" Ochako asked. "Yep, and I'm gonna be in the support course with Mei. Life's just a bit more difficult, but with my friends, it's no big deal." Ochako smiled and then realized how close Melissa was considering the assets pushed against her back. Melissa-san? HM? "Oh, sorry." Melissa apologized, realizing it wasn't Toga or Mei she was hugging but only loosened her hold. "We've known each other for so long, we've gotten used to being close like this." "Are you and Deku?" "Not yet," Melissa responded. "But we're gonna talk soon. Why not use this opportunity to learn about him?" "But we just met?" "Well, you're gonna be going to the same school, right? More chances to get to know him. And, if you're interested, I can talk to Deku and your parents about getting a job here." "You would do that for someone you just met?" Ochako asked. "Yeah. I just hope you don't mind open affection from all of us," Melissa teased, rubbing her cheek against the girl's. "Let's start with getting you bunked here." Ochako sniffled and turned around to hug the blonde. This morning she was far from home, looking to make it into UA to help her parents. Now, because she made a friend with one of Japan's greatest geniuses, she was gonna make friends, have a steady non-hero job and a place to live that was miles ahead of what she could afford. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Melissa smiled and rubbed the Gravity Girl's hair as she cried it out. When Izuku stopped by to say goodnight, he saw the two still in their embrace. "Hey there, what's going on?" "Just learning about our new friend here. She's that well, her parents worked hard and she wants to help them out. Is there any way we can get her a job here?" The green-haired scientist hummed. "Her quirk can easily help us with moving the equipment, developing our ideas, and even help test them. Her parents would be hesitant to know her daughter is already working. Maybe when they find out who she's working for they won't feel as bad," Melissa assured him. Izuku nodded and walked over to kiss her forehead. "Good night." "Night," the girl quietly murmured back, leaving the two girls in a comfortable silence. 1 week later, confidently figuring they all made it into UA, they continued to work on improving their gadgets. The conversation with Ochako's parents went about as well as expected as they questioned why she got a job when she should have been focusing on hero studies. Izuku kindly stepped in and told them she would be working for her room and board. This made the parents happy that she found friends already and told her to be careful before saying their farewells. Now came the most anticipated day of their lives, whether or not they got their acceptance letter. Noticed that despite the confidence from the previous day, Izuku looked extremely nervous. "Deku, you shouldn't be nervous, you're gonna get in." "I know, but I could have gotten more points if I decided to be dumb and not rescue you," Izuku said, smiling. "Please," Katsuki snorted. "You kidding me? Your little night-saving princess is bound to get ya a few points. I'm more worried Toga might not get in due to her quirk." The pale blonde, who was in a simple t-shirt and gym shorts, shrugged. I can't help it, I did ask permission though, don't know how it will take. Before they could continue, Inko burst through the door of the lab as if it was Christmas morning. Izuku honey. Your letter arrived. So did Himiko's and Katsuki's. She paused when she noticed a new girl in the lab. Oh hello there, I'm Midoriya Inko, why didn't you tell me you had a new friend? Ochako stared at the bashful boy, looking between the two of them curiously. Is she your sister? No, but you're not the first to say that. That's my mom. Mom, this is Uraraka Ochako, she's gonna be our classmate. Oh, well then I hope to see you around. Now come on kids, open them up. Taking their respective letters, Himiko opened hers with enthusiasm. Falling out of the envelope was a small black projector. Turning it on, everyone saw that it was a tall gray-haired man in a red suit. Hello there Toga Himiko. In case you don't know me, I'm the blood hero Vlad King. I was instructed to tell you that you passed your exams with 45 villain and 20 hero points, good enough for 6th overall. Mei and Izuku hugged the blood quirk user who squealed in delight. Now I must tell you this. We had some concerns about using your quirk to copy the forms of other test takers. We were assured that you had asked for permission to use their forms. As it is, because we have similar quirks, I requested you be a part of my class. Starting next month you're gonna be a part of Class 1B. Stay out of trouble and see you then. As the projection faded, Izuku went into her hero analysis mode. Wow Vlad King. His blood control quirk is crazy good. Save the hero analysis for later. Deku, my turn. Katsuki ripped his letter open to reveal the projector. Out of the screen was a tired-looking hero. Hey Deku, isn't he that eraser guy from elementary school? You're right, guess he's a teacher now. Bokogu Katsuki, my name is Aizawa Shoyuda. I'm here to tell you that you got into UA. Not a bad score, 77 villain points, though you didn't score any hero points. Still it was good enough for 2nd place. Not my fault I couldn't find any civilians to save, Katsuki grumbled. As it is, your other test results were good enough. Be seeing you in a month. Izuku patted the explosion man's shoulder. Ochako, who had gotten the letter from her parents the day before, opened hers next. When she saw who it was, she squealed. Oh my gosh, it's 13. She's my favorite. Hello, Uraraka Ochako. If you're getting this, then let me be the first to congratulate you on making it to UA. 28 villain points and 45 rescue points. We watched you try to get your fellow examinees out of there before that rubble collapsed on you. Good job, and I hope to teach you soon. Ochako fell onto Himiko, who merely caught her as steam came out of the brunette's ears. 13 praised my test and I'm going to be a hero. Izuku smiled at the interaction. It was a little awkward working Ochako into their group dynamic. But thanks to Izuku, she had slowly worked her way in. He looked at his letter and opened it. Turning on the projector, his inner fanboy woke up as his idol, All Might, in a yellow 3-piece suit stood in his usual proud stance. Greetings, Midoriya Izuku. I am here as a projection. It's very nice to formally meet you. Now, you maybe wonder why I'm here. Well then, let me tell you. I, All Might, will be a teacher at UE University this year. Off-screen someone motioned to him to hurry up, making him look away. Hurry up? How many do I still have to do? Fine. Turning back to face Midoriya, he cleared his throat. Yes. Well, anyway, your scores. You personally scored 60 villain points, which would have been good enough for entry into the hero course as is. But we saw you save a young lass from the zero-pointer. Izuku rubbed his head as he glanced at Ochako, who only smiled at him behind her hands. So, as a result, you have been given an additional 60 rescue points. Why 60? Because you exemplify what our school is looking for in heroes in leaping in to save someone in mortal danger. This means you earned a grand total of 120. Midoriya, MBOY, welcome to UE University. I look forward to great things from you and all of your friends. The projection ended and Inko hugged her baby boy. Great job, honey. You're gonna do great. Izuku returned the embrace. This is it, making tech with my friends has been great. Now I can learn to use it to help people as a hero. Chapter 4. First day of school. 1 month after the entrance exams. Do you have your lunch? Inko asked her son. Yes, Mom. Your uniform? Yes, Deku groaned. Your tech? Deku had enough and took his mom's hands. Mom, I'll be fine. Kaken and Ochako will be in my class. Mei and Toga won't be far away either. Inko sniffled. My baby's first day at college. I don't want you to go. Deku rubbed his head. Mom, you're embarrassing me. Yo, Basin. We're gonna be late. Katsuki yelled. Bye, Mom, see you after class, said Deku, pulling his shoes on and racing out to meet Katsuki and Himiko. Mei and Melissa had gone on ahead and Ochako had said that they would meet in class. After a several-minute walk, they finally reached the school they aspired to. The main campus was a pair of 10-story glass buildings that held many of the classrooms that taught aspiring heroes through their various studies. As the three friends walked through the halls, they stopped in front of the door marked 1B. Here's my stop. See ya. At lunch, Deku-kun. Toga cheerily called out before opening the door, practically skipping inside. She's really into you, Deku, Katsuki pointed out the obvious. Don't I know it? He mumbled. There seems to be a civil war between the girls. Nah, they just don't know how to share. Moment they learn that you're gonna be swamped, and these guys will be jealous. Share? Please, you've been watching too much hentai, he waved off as they approached the door. The two took a moment, eyeing the checkpoint that would mark the start of their next chapter. Once they passed it, there would be no turning back. The moss-haired student exhaled, ready to take on the world? You bet. The explosive Quirk user responded as they pounded their knuckles. Katsuki slammed the door open, proclaiming, All right, extras. Make way for the next heroic duo. The class, which had been talking with each other, stopped in their tracks at the declaration, staring at them. Deku sighed and patted his friend's shoulder. Never change, Kaken. Deku! Ochako cheered. Hey! Finally, I've been telling them about you. Before Deku could speak, he was quickly blocked by a large, square-shouldered figure. Looking up, he realized it was the student that had called him out for speaking to Ochako on the day of the test. My sincerest apologies for my behavior. My name is Ida Tenya. I should have known there was more to the test. The green-haired inventor rubbed his hair. It's fine. I'm Midoriya Izuku, and this is Bakugo Katsuki. Midoriya? A soft female voice asked. Deku turned to see a beautiful black-haired girl, whose hair was pulled back into a spiky ponytail. Her mature figure strained the school uniform, which only added to her natural beauty. I didn't realize that the great scientist Midoriya Izuku was going to be part of our class. Pardon my manners, I'm Yaoyorozu Momo. As in the Yaoyorozu Group, the leading manufacturing group for hero equipment all around the world and one of Japan's richest companies with their hands in many sectors? Yes. My parents have been following your company Deku Enterprises for a very long time and I must say, your company has been brilliant. Deku blushed. Oh, it's not that bad and it's not just me. Ochako-chan and Kaken have been a big help. Momo regarded the two with a fond smile. I see. I hope we can get along and trade notes. Ochako frowned at the rich girl's words. I want to be jealous of her. She has all the money that I've been dreaming of. And a better figure. But she's so sweet, I can't even think about anything bad about her. The brunette instead smiled and shook Momo's hand. It's so nice to meet you. If you're here to socialize, a tired voice called out. Then pack up and leave. Everyone looked to see a figure in a large sleeping bag stand up. Took you 8 seconds to calm down. That's not rational at all. Who the heck is this guy? I'll be your homeroom teacher for this year, Aizawa Shoyuda, mumbled the man, unzipping his sleeping bag and standing up. He wore a simple, albeit rumpled black shirt and pants, with a set of wrappings draped loosely around his neck. His dark hair fell about his head in a scruffy tangle, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was distinctly unshaven. Reaching into his sleeping bag, he pulled out a dark blue outfit and told them, Get your gym uniforms and follow me outside. Ochako raised her hand. What about orientation, sir? We don't need anything like that, The man grunted, "Let's go." The class looked at each other in confusion, before doing as he said. 5 minutes later, the whole class was outside in blue jumpsuits. The tired man turned to them. "Consider this a way to show what you can do. We're a freestyle learning school, so the curriculum and whoever is teaching will change based on needs. Whatever your old schools recorded on your fitness tests, such as the 50-meter dash, ball throw, and even weightlifting, is pointless. Because for some bizarre reason, they haven't caught up with the times and forced you to not use your quirks." He stared at Katsuki and Izuku. "Bakugu Midoriya." He threw 2 balls at them. "What was your best score throw without your quirks?" "About 100 meters, Katsuki grumbled. "About 60, and that was because I couldn't use any of my tech," Izuku explained, getting a laugh out of Katsuki. The man nodded. "Well, here, you have no restrictions on either. Just don't leave the circle." Katsuki nodded and built up his sweat in his hands. Once he felt enough was built up, he reared back and shouted. The ball launched with an incredible explosion into the air before landing on the other side of the grounds. The tired man looked at a watch and held it up, showing that Bakugu had got over 850 meters. "Not bad." He turned to Izuku. "You're allowed to use your devices. You got any with you?" The scientist had the decency to blush. "Just an exoskeleton that's based on a few different heroes. Something you might like, Eraserhead." The hero merely blinked. "Is knowing my hero name supposed to mean anything? Your lack of sleep from the fact you're a nocturnal hero. In addition, right before you started, I was looking at you and for a moment my nanobots fell asleep." The man cracked a shadow of a smile. "While admirable that you are a fan, don't think it will earn you brownie points. Here, you will call me Aizawa-sensei. Now quit stalling and let's get this show on the road." Izuku nodded, while his nanobots helped set up his exoskeleton. It quickly unfolded from the neck on the outside of his uniform, attaching to his spine and folding down his arms until it covered his hands. "All right, here we go." He reared back, the exoskeleton charging up the momentum. "Plus, ultra," he shouted with vigor, hurling the ball into the sky. Once he calmed down, he rubbed his head. "Sorry, I put a little too much into it." Aizawa only shrugged, holding up his phone. "I told you to put everything into it. You didn't put too much, then you'd be holding back. This is to test your maximum output." The numbers finally stopped at 4 kilometers, surprising everyone. "Good job." He turned to the rest of the class, who looked excited. "That's basically what this test is going to be about. Using your quirks, I want to see you put your best effort into these. If you don't, there are plenty of people in general studies that would love to replace you." With that, the test began with the 50-meter dash. As there were 20 people, there would be 10 pairings. Deku watched as Katsuki lined up with a green-haired girl who had a frog-like appearance. At the whistle, Katsuki propelled himself forward, using 2 quick bursts from his hands and sailed across the finish line, with the frog girl not far behind. 4.13 seconds. 5.88 seconds. The camera bot positioned at the end called out as they sped past. The frog girl ribbited, straightening up to go join the rest. The next pairing was Momo, who pressed her hands against her legs and extruded a pair of roller skates directly from her flesh. Her partner was an invisible girl named Toru. Momo's quirk must be some sort of creation quirk that uses something in her body. If she knew what she's doing, she can create anything. But what are the drawbacks, I wonder? 4.52 seconds. 7.52 seconds. Watching the invisible girl slow down, Izuku walked up to her. "Hi there, I'm Midoriya Izuku. I actually have a question about your quirk." "Oh?" The faceless student turned around to ask him back. "What about?" "Sorry, I'm Hagakure Toru. Is your quirk considered a mutant or a transformation quirk?" Slight folds formed on Toru's short sleeves, giving the impression that she'd hugged her mostly invisible arms. "Mutant? My whole family's like this. I've never even seen my body, so my clothes are the only way people know I'm here. That could work in some scenarios, but I don't think you could hide while you're clothed." Toru rubbed her arms. "I know, and I'm embarrassed at the design of my hero outfit." Before Izuku could talk, Katsuki whistled. "Yo Deku, you're up." The scientist sighed. Sorry, let's pick this up later, I think I can improve on your design. He called back. He lined up at the line next to a blonde-haired man who appeared to have a large circular belt. Bonjour mon ami. My name is Aoyama Yuga. With my naval laser, this test shall be easy for moi. The blonde boy boasted. Deku smirked and got into a runner's stance. This time his exoskeleton extended to enclose his legs, while Aoyama turned around and pointed his belt away from the finish line. At the whistle, Deku took off like a rocket, kicking up dirt with every step as he sprinted. When he passed Aizawa, he slid to a stop, with Yuga not far behind. 3.5 seconds. 5.51 seconds. Izuku stood up, the force of his breath deeply sighing. That was something. Good race, Aoyama-san. If my naval laser didn't harm my tummy after a second, it might have been. Closer. Sticking that thought in the back of his mind, he watched Uraraka approach the start line, patting her clothes, presumably to make them weightless. Looking at her opponent, he saw that it was Tenya. One look at his legs and he knew Ochako wouldn't win this one, as the taller student had exhaust ports sticking out of his thighs. At the signal, Tenya sped off like a Porsche down the 50-meter track. As he crossed the line, he slowed down to a walk. I could only get up to third gear. 3.04 seconds. 7.15 seconds. After everyone went on the track, they approached a sandpit for the standing long jump. Katsuki once again showed why his quirk was powerful as he easily cleared the pit. Ochako, thanks to her gravity quirk, was easily able to clear the sandpit too by making herself float, but when she landed, she felt a little woozy. Deku called out to her. Ochako, are you alright? Yeah, I guess I went a little hard on my quirk. Izuku nodded as he watched his friend line up on the goal line. The boy genius once again charged up his legs and leaped forward. He easily cleared the sand trap, almost reaching where Katsuki had landed. Deku shook his head and glanced at Katsuki. Still need some work on that. After the long jump, they went indoors for the next 4 events. The first event was grip strength. Izuku did respectably, with his exoskeleton covering his hand and helping him achieve 320 kilograms, while Katsuki came in at about, but these paled in comparison to the giant Mizo Shoji, whose 6 broad arms almost crushed the testing machine at 540 kilograms. Next came the side jumps. This was the test that seemed to trip some of the bigger students, as they had more weight to move around and thus tired out quicker. Still, Ochako did surprisingly well in this as her quirk allowed her body to shuffle quite easily. After doing sit-ups and toe touches, they were moved back to the track for a distance run. The idea was that using their quirks, they would go the longest without collapsing. Thanks to Momo's quirk creating roller skates and Deku's suit, they were easily able to outlast most of the field, while Ochako had to come to a stop about 30 minutes in. After an hour, Aizawa called a stop, with Momo, Deku, Katsuki, and Tenya still running and giving them full marks. The final test was the ball-throwing exercise. As Katsuki and Deku already showed off, they were exempt from this test, so they waited with Aizawa-sensei. Ochako stepped up to the plate and picked up the ball. She took a step back and tossed it with an "ee," sending it soaring into the sky. She turned to Aizawa, who was silently watching the numbers climb higher and higher. After a few moments, he sighed, "Let's call that one infinity." Obviously, a zero-gravity quirk is gonna result in the ball not coming down soon. Ochako smiled and grinned as she got back in line. The only other notable person on this test was a very quiet girl with black hair. She took the ball and, to everyone's surprise, shrank it down. She then took the small ball and threw it. With the smaller size, she was able to send it further than she would normally. She quickly brought her hands together and the ball unshrank as it fell. 340 meters. What do you think her quirk is, Deku? Katsuki asked, staring at the girl. Probably some alteration quirk. Something like Ochako's, the young engineer told him. Why the sudden interest? Just something to keep in mind, he mumbled. After everyone had gone, the results were shown on a holographic screen. Midoriya Izuku, Yaoyorozu Momo, Bakugu Katsuki, Todoroki Shoto, Ida Tenya, Tokoyami Fumikage, Shoji Mizo, Ojiro Mashireo, Kirishima Ijiro, Ishido Mina,
Yurarko Choco,
Kota Koji, Sato Rikido,
Oyama Yuga, Dashutsu, Kodayu,
Kaminari Denki, Antasiro,
Jarikyoka,
Hagakure Tour. Aizawa turned to the class. This shows where you need to improve. Just because you are near the bottom does not mean you can't become a great hero. Think of this as motivation to go plus ultra in everything you do. Yes, sensei. Aizawa nodded. Your orientation forms and your class list will be on your desks in the classroom. You're all dismissed till tomorrow. At that, the class separated to go home. Izuku, Katsuki, and Ochako quickly headed back to the school to meet with Toga. As they approached, they could see the class also letting out. Spying the familiar pale blonde hair, they waved over to her. Toga-chan. Over here. The blood user looked over and grinned. Hey, Deku-kun, Katsu-chan, Ochako-chan. She cheered, rushing over. Did you like your first day? We didn't see you at orientation. Our teacher decided to throw us into a quirk test. Nothing we couldn't handle, Katsuki boasted. Before Himiko could ask, a snide voice called out to her. Himiko-san, why are you talking to those posers from Class A? Said voice belonged to a blonde-haired man with a cocky smirk. Katsuki took exception to being called a poser. What did you say? A chop to the head of the blonde jerke caused him to fall over. The giant hands that caused the blow were from a red-headed girl with kind green eyes, who was currently annoyed at the boy. Can it, Monoma? She turned to the boys and bowed. I'm sorry for him. I'm Itsuka Kendo. This is Monoma Nito. So, these are the two boys Toga-chan was gushing about. Izuku rubbed his head. Yeah, we're good friends. I'm glad you're getting along with your class, Toga-chan. The blood user beamed. Yeah, except Mr. Rivalry here. I have no idea what crawled up his butt. Anyway, ready to go? The two boys nodded and headed off to the support course. As they approached, a small explosion was heard through the door. The teacher SM groaned. Dean it, May, they chorused. The door opened, allowing smoke to filter out. A tall man wearing an excavator's claw-like helmet coughed. Hatsum, if this is going to be a habit, then we're gonna have words. May grinned despite her face being covered in soot. Sorry, teach. Soot. And saw her friends. Oh hey guys. Are we ready to go? The teacher turned in the direction she cheered and grumbled. You know her? I feel sorry for you. She's not that bad, but she can be a bit eccentric, Izuku conceded. May, where's Melissa? A cough from behind the teacher was heard and they turned to see their fellow scientist removing her goggles, leaving an outline in the soot. May, you really need to stop causing stuff to blow up. It's for science. May shouted and the two began to bicker. The teacher sighed. Those two are gonna be the death of me. Anyway, I'm Power Loader. If you guys need anything for your hero equipment, you can come to us. Though knowing Hatsum and Shield here, you've got that covered. Bye sensei, see ya tomorrow. May waved before joining her friends. As they walked out of the school, May began to speak wildly about her class. And then they let me tinker with so many gadgets. I couldn't wait to start. So much that you blew up a lab, Ochako teased, making the inventor pout and Melissa to giggle. Izuku chuckled and rubbed May's hair. You've gotten better, but not everyone can keep up with your energy. May blushed at the contact, which only got worse when Toga snuggled up to her. Any cool quirks I can borrow? As the two girls chatted animatedly, Ochako watched them with a fond smile. Then a frown marred her features. Izuku noticed this and spoke up. What's wrong, Uraraka? We've been over this. You can call me Ochako, the gravity puffed up. Calming down, she continued. But I feel like I've disrupted a whole thing just showing up. You didn't disrupt anything. Sure, it was just the four of us for a long time, but you and Himiko-chan have been a great addition. You just need to find your groove. It's been a hectic week, give it a little time. Ochako's smile brightened, and Izuku had to admit that was one of his favorite sights. Internally, he frowned. I need to figure out something for Ochako to focus on. Maybe help with her suit. His musings were cut off as they approached the lab. So, any new projects to work on? Melissa asked, looking at the three hero students. Yes, we have our next project. Deku shouted, a little too enthusiastically. One of our classmates has a mutant quirk, invisibility. We need to figure out how to make her visible on command without compromising her ability to fight. Another girl? Melissa pouted. How many girls are you going to collect? At least the 4 of us. Himiko chimed in, getting the others to blush. But there's always room for more, right, Deku-kun? The engineer sputtered as they entered the lab to begin their plans.
Next day.
Izuku was writing notes in math class, as the teacher droned on. While this was a university for heroes, it did not mean they couldn't be lax in their other studies, especially when most of the rest of the classes aren't involved in heroics. When he wasn't taking notes, he was busy scribbling down ideas for Toru's gadget.
He worked
out a basic idea of using UV rays to potentially show her skin, but long-term that could lead to cancer. So that was tossed out. Then he thought about using her hair, but that was pointless if she was already invisible. There has to be something there, but what can I do using my nano machines? The bell rang for the class to end, which finally snapped Izuku out of his. Before anyone could start preparing for the next class, they heard a very boisterous voice. I am here. Coming through the door like a normal person. Sliding the door open carefully, Japan's #1 hero stepped into the classroom, getting excited murmurs from the class as their idol stood in front of them impressively. Students, it is I, All Might, and I will be teaching you how to be heroes. He held up a remote and clicked it, revealing 20 lockers each with their own outfits. And the first step is looking the part. Behind me are all of your hero costumes that you submitted to the school. Go change and meet me at Training Ground Beta. The students eagerly rushed to their costumes and into the locker rooms. A few minutes later, All Might stood proudly as the students filtered in. Katsuki being the confident man, he was strolled out in his Melissa-designed uniform. His attire consisted of a black undershirt with 2 red straps crisscrossing over the shoulders. Around his neck were 2 metal bracers similar to a head restraint that would keep his neck from being snapped around due to his explosions. On his arms were 2 bracers shaped like grenades that would collect his sweat during a fight and allow him to set off explosions as he needed. His legs were encased in armored cargo pants and metal military boots, which were for similar reasons to his neck brace. To complete the look, he had a black and orange eye mask. Looking good, Bakugan boy. Did my niece help create this? Yeah, she does amazing work. You should come by sometime. Katsuki said casually. Perhaps. Here comes the rest of your classmates. Katsuki watched as the class trickled in. One of the first that stood out was Ochako's. She was in a skin-tight pink and black bodysuit. She had 2 large pink wristbands, a pair of knee-length boots and a neck brace. Topping off her look was a pink visor helmet. Looking good, moon face. Katsuki called out. What's with the bracelets? Oh, these? When I use my quirk too much, I get dizzy. They're on acupuncture points that might help this. Unfortunately, when I sent it in, I forgot to specify I didn't want it skin tight. Before he could comment, Katsuki caught sight of Izuku as he walked forward. His costume consisted of a black and green bodysuit that had a layer of body armor over it. On his face was a large matching helmet with 2 antennae sticking out of the back. This helmet was based around his scanner invention, while the 2 rabbit ears were based on one of All Might's old costumes. Katsuki took one look at Izuku's costume and laughed. You are such a fanboy. That, seriously, the Silver Age outfit? The scientist took off the helmet and pouted. You don't see me bashing your Sentai fandom. He took a look at Ochako and he had to hide his blush. Great suit, Ochako-chan. The gravity girl beamed despite her embarrassment. She looked and saw Momo approach, and she couldn't help but be envious of the mature girl's look. She had an open red vest that exposed her F-cup BRSTS and flat stomach. Around her waist was a yellow belt, which had a large book on it. On her feet were a pair of red knee-high boots. For a girl her age, to expose a lot of skin was very bold. Seeing the appraising looks, Momo blushed and crossed her arms over her stomach bashfully. Sorry, my quirk needs a lot of exposed skin to work properly. Definitely going to see if we can fix that, Izuku mumbled, blushing, which made Momo smile at the thought. Looking behind her, the scientist could see a pair of blue gloves and brown boots. Is that you, Toru? Yes. The invisible girl cheered. I told you my costume was a bit embarrassing. That's 2 different projects, Katsuki muttered. All right, students. Gather round. All Might called out. Taking one look at his class, he laughed boisterously. Now that you are all decked out, I can say without a doubt you are heroes from this point forward. But in order to understand how they work, we must run simulations. Are we doing something like we did during the entrance exam? Ida asked. He was dressed in a full armored suit with a metal faceplate, fitted with several exhaust ports. Not quite, Ida boy. Here we will be conducting a villain raid. Here's how this is going to work. We're going to be randomly pairing people up and having 2 teams at a time act like heroes and villains. The villains are guarding a bomb that if time runs out will blow up, while the heroes will try to stop them. The battle will end when one side is captured, the bomb is captured, or time runs out. So why the random assignments? Wouldn't it be prudent to pick our teams? So you asked. She was dressed in a black and green bodysuit that showed off a muscular figure complete with frog-like goggles. Not necessarily, Izuku piped up. Disasters and villain attacks happen all the time. You're going to be deploying with whoever is in the area and whoever can answer. Correct, All Might confirmed, holding up a box of slips. Now then, we will draw lots to determine the teams. Afterward, we will draw for who gets to be the heroes and villains. One by one the students picked their lots. Once all 20 were selected, All Might would reveal the list. Team A, Midoriya Izuku and Uraraka Ochako. Team B, Todoroki Shoto and Mizo Shoji. Team C, Yaoyorozu Momo and Ida Tenya. Team D, Bakugo Katsuki and Kodai Yui. Team E, Aoyama Yuga and Ishido Mina. Team F, Rikadu Sato and Koji Koda. Team G, Kaminari Denny and Kyokujire. Team H, Tokoyami Fumikage and Azui Tiu. Team I, Mashareo Ojiro and Hagakure Turu. Team J, Siro Hanta and Kirishima Ijiro. Now that the teams are all set, let's see our first matchup. All Might declared, reaching into the box. And our lucky contestants are Team D as the villains and Team A as the heroes. Villains, you have 5 minutes to prepare your defenses. Once they are up, the heroes shall enter. Those who aren't participating, please follow me to the control room. A couple of minutes later, Katsuki and Yui were setting up near the fake bomb. The explosive user regarded his partner. She was dressed in a red and white bodysuit with a red baseball cap that had a silver blade-like protrusion. In Katsuki's mind, she looked like one of the Sentai characters he and Mei liked. Hey, Kodai, right? Yes. The girl spoke softly. What's your quirk? Something like shrinking, right? Yui nodded. Yes. It's called size. I can shrink and grow any non-living thing I put all 5 fingers on. So, containers and stuff, right? Would it work on sweat? Yui pet her head, frowning, theoretically. If it's in a container, I could definitely do it. Katsuki grinned and held up a couple of empty containers. I've got an idea or two. I know my friend quite well. Here's what we're going to do. 5 minutes after Team D entered, All Might beckoned for Ochako and Izuku to enter the building. Katsuki knows me inside and out. We need to be careful of anything. It's Yui we should worry about, Ochako pointed out. I think her quirk is size manipulation. Yeah. Which probably means she can shrink and hide the bomb anywhere. Izuku realized. Before they could continue, the floor splintered as 2 firecracker-like explosions burst in front of them, forcing them to leap back and get into fighting stances. Well, Katsuki's voice came through the smoke as he quickly got into character. You're the heroes sent to stop us? I must commend your bravery. Uraraka, find the bomb, Izuku ordered. He turned to his opponent. Bakugo Katsuki, your days are numbered. He called out his nanobots at the ready. Well then, hero. Come and stop me. Katsuki smirked, his hands igniting. Meanwhile, Ochako climbed the stairs to the next floor. She took 1 step forward only for a small pop to make her yelp. You seem to be under the impression that getting to our bomb will be easy, Yui's quiet, yet sinister voice called out. Thanks to our combination of quirks, every step could set off an explosion that can end you. Ochako knew that it wouldn't come to that. Still, for someone who's only known Katsuki for a day, she's got some great synergy. So how do we cross? In the control room, All Might grinned. All four are really into their roles. Miss Kodai is making Miss Uraraka think about her steps carefully, while Bakugu and Midoriya's friendship will inspire creativity to fight each other. So, who do you think is gonna win? Asked Kirishima, who was dressed in an armored vest with armored leggings and a Rocky mask. It's hard to say, Momo admitted. Kodai and Bakugu have surprising synergy with their quirks, at least for this exercise. The bomb can easily be anywhere. Correct, Miss Yaoyorozu. Now let us see how this unfolds. With the girls, Ochako slowly made her closer. She didn't know where Yui and Katsuki would have put the traps, but to be on the safe side she turned the gravity off her feet, in theory making her step lightly. Clever girl, Yui said. But that just leaves you wide open for these. She picked up a smaller piece of rubble and flung it. She then put her hands together and the rubble expanded into a much larger chunk, making the gravity girl yelp as she got out of the way. Yui continued the barrage, throwing more containers and then resizing them. They went off like flashbangs, temporarily blinding Ochako. Her quirk is pretty good, Ochako thought with a strained smile. But she's got the same problem I have. In order for my quirk to work correctly, I need to put all 5 fingers on anything. The fact that she can't just whip out all of her toys at once means her quirk is limited in what it can resize quickly with her hands. So, with a little luck, I think I can capture her. She grabbed a long column, activated her quirk on it, along with several smaller pieces of rubble, before hoisting up the pillar like an improvised bat. To her credit, Yui only responded by flinging more firecrackers at Ochako. The gravity girl countered by swinging the large column as if she was hitting a home run, smashing them away. At the wind from her swing swept up the weightless rubble, sending it flying in a chaotic hail. The flying debris struck her arms and forced her to step backward. This movement was enough for Ochako to take a chance and rush her opponent, leaping across the floor. Just as she reached her to capture the villains, the floor exploded underneath them, and they began to fall into the battle below where the boys were watching in shock. Rewind 5 minutes. Katsuki grinned as he pounded his fist. Been a while since we sparred, Dek. Let's give our class a show. He ignited his hand and flung it forward. The explosive force rushed forwards as Izuku's quirk activated to block the initial blast. This momentary block allowed Katsuki to launch himself above the inventor and fire another blast at his head. The engineer quickly flung his nanobots up over his head, forming a hasty barrier to absorb the impact. The force of the explosion forced Izuku back, but he was otherwise unaffected as he grabbed the walls. He created a large ball of nanobots in his arm and then pitched it forward, the microscopic machines spreading out as it did. Bakugu, knowing what to expect already, quickly leaped back and fired off multiple quick bursts. He had long ago learned that controlled bursts could do just as much damage and with more flexibility than a larger blast. But with the swarm endlessly replacing themselves, it became a futile effort, so with one more blast, he instead propelled himself backward and sprinted around the next corner. Get back here! Izuku shouted, rushing after him. Once he rounded the corner, a bright flash temporarily blinded him. What then? Where was he hiding that? Like it? You were right, Kodai had some sort of size quirk. She shrunk down some of my flash bombs and you walked right into it. Katsuki taunted as he kept running. Izuku growled. Dimon, Katsuki's been putting work in. He quickly reached the edge of the hallway where Katsuki had turned again, and this time he stopped in front of the corner the explosive user raced around. He spied Katsuki on the other end of the hall, wary of any traps. What's the matter, Deku? His friend taunted. Too scared to meet me head-on? Nah, just thinking about what mom's making me for dinner. You're not taking this seriously? Katsuki growled. What, so you're scared to fight me head-on? Izuku shot back, his nanobots flowing out of his left hand to form a hard shell. Oh, you are so dead. The blonde snarled, kicking off the ground and propelling himself forward with his hands blasting out a tremendous force of Izuku, knowing Katsuki's patterns, stepped out and braced himself for the assault. Katsuki reared his right hand back and powered up his fist. Take this. Izuku anticipated the explosion and bent backward before launching his fist at his friend's gauntlets. The sudden change in direction forced the explosion upwards into the air. The blast ripped open the ceiling that, unknown to the boys, both the bomb and the girls were above them. The ceiling began to collapse. The girls began to fall onto them as the rest of the building began to shake. Sheet! Katsuki shouted, breaking character. "Du! On it!" The engineer shouted, summoning his nanobots to swarm around him. He leaped up and grabbed Ochako while Katsuki grabbed Yui as the nanobots covered them in a protective coating. They were covered just in time as the floor beneath began to collapse as well. All Might and the rest of the class watched in horror as one of their training buildings began to collapse with them inside. The symbol of peace got on the microphone. "Young Bakugo, young Midoriya. Miss Kodai, Miss Uraraka. Come in," he shouted. Static cut through the microphone, worrying the class further. All Might whipped around, facing Tenya. "Get Recovery Girl in here." Tenya saluted and raced off as All Might tried again. "Children, are you all right?" As the seconds ticked by with no response, the hero was getting ready to call more teachers when Izuku's voice cut through. "Might? All Might, are you there?" "Yes, my boy. Are you four okay?" he asked as the rest of the class let out a sigh of relief. The rubble shifted around, revealing a silver sphere. It slowly began to melt away, revealing that Ochako was wrapped around Izuku while Yui laid on top of Bakugo. "I used my nanobots to create a ball to surround us from the debris, and I still landed on my back." "Katsuki, you alright?" the explosive user groaned as he lifted his head up. "Yeah, I think so. I think because you caught us. Technically it's your win." "I agree, young Bakugo." All Might cut in. "But good work making sure everyone is okay. Heroes at the end of the day save people regardless of their status. Come on back and we will escort you to the recovery room. I will inform Aizawa about your status." As his voice cut out, Izuku stood up, Ochako still in his arms. "You alright?" The gravity user blushed at the way Izuku was holding. As he shifted around and adjusted his hold on her, he inadvertently carried her in a bridal carry, and it was quite embarrassing to be carried like a damsel. Yet she made no move to get down. "Yes, thanks to you. That's twice you know." "Yeah, I guess so," Izuku realized, blushing as Ochako allowed herself to snuggle closer to hide her blush. Meanwhile, Yui helped Katsuki up. He grunted in pain as Yui grabbed him and held up by the shoulder. "The minute landed on my back." "Are you okay?" Yui asked, her normally neutral face turning into a frown. "Yeah, I've been banged up more testing stuff at our lab," Katsuki grumbled as they walked back. "Still, this is probably the first uncontrolled demolition I've done." Yui hummed as they hobbled to the nurse's office. "Thank you." Katsuki smirked, only to wince as a jolt of pain shot through him. Yui giggled as the tough guy act disappeared, much to his annoyance. Minutes later, they were in the nurse's office as Recovery Girl was in the process of checking their damage sustained through the simulated exercise. "I swear, these hero exercises are getting more and more brutal every year," she muttered after healing Katsuki, shuddering from the treatment. "You're lucky it's just bumps and bruises. I've seen buildings collapse and people losing arms and legs." As she walked over to Izuku, Aizawa walked in and sighed. "First day, and you're already in the nurse's office. Good grief." He regarded Katsuki first. "You were doing great until you overcompensated for your blasts. But great reactions to saving your respective partners." Turning to Yui, he complimented, "Clever work with your quirk, shrinking the bomb and your partner's weapons. Villains will use tricks like that to win." To Ochako, he continued, "You were smart to use the environment to your advantage. If it wasn't for the knucklehead here, I think you would have caught Kodai here." Finally, he turned to Izuku. "Those smarts of yours are definitely not for show. Great rescue with your nanobots. Anyway, you're dismissed to get better. I'm gonna watch the rest of the class." Izuku sighed as the nurse finished her work. "Alright, dearies, take some of these gummies and go rest up. Please don't make this a habit." The nurse waved her walking stick at them before floating out. The genius groaned. Mom and Melissa are gonna kill us. Those two? Please, my mom will turn us into hamburgers, Katsuki retorted. Who was it that blew us up? Who deflected it? Face-bombed as she sat up. You two are too much. She turned to Yui, who was watching them with a curious eye. You doing okay? Yeah. What did Midoriya do? Yui asked. His quirk is nanobots, so he was able to surround us and protect us. That was probably the most I've seen. Though I've only known him for a week. Yui watched the boys argue, focusing on Katsuki. I guess I'll learn more going forward. Come by our lab sometime, you'll like it. As they were given the all-clear to leave, they checked out, and after letting Aizawa know, they headed home. Their first official day was over. Chapter 5. Daily Life of High Schoolers. Early evening, 3 days after the start of school. Izuku stared intently at the gadget in front of him. It was a set of piston-powered frames, meant to fit over his legs, that if activated, would allow him to exert more force when he pushed off the ground, theoretically increasing the height or length of his jumps. He hadn't been able to work on this with the excitement of starting school, but now that he had gotten the first days out of the way, he was excited to work on gadgets that would help him in his training course. Looking up, he amended, "Well, help both of us." Across the table, Melissa was working on the exoskeleton. With the amount of weight they were working on, they would normally have to use some of the lift they used on their bigger gadgets, but with Ochako, the issue resolved itself. All right, flip it, Melissa asked, rolling away from the device. Ochako nodded, and with a deft application of her quirk, the skeleton was lifted up, and the two girls turned the skeleton so that it was facing up. Once set down, Ochako staggered over to a sink, trying to avoid vomiting. Man, your quirk has some crazy drawbacks, Melissa sympathized. How much weight is your maximum? Before I met you, 0.3 tons, Ochako gagged and sniffed. No, don't be like that, the blonde assured her, rubbing her back. We just need to make you more resilient. You said your suit is designed to hit your pressure points, right? Yeah, acupuncture points on my wrists and neck. It supposedly helps my nausea. Maybe we can figure out the cause. Cause of what? Toga asked, slightly startling the brunette. Cheiko-chan, are you okay? I am now, Ochako ummed. A cool compress was placed on her head. Cracking open an eye, she smiled and blushed as Izuku wiped her head. Thanks. I think I know our next project, even before Toru's. Making sure you're comfortable lifting larger objects. Because your quirk is so versatile. She says the suit has special acupuncture needs that hit certain spots, Melissa said, pulling up a pad and doing a search. Here, she put the pad on the table and showed the group an acupuncture chart. Her wristbands must have a needle just under the tendons that connect the wrist to the arm. They're constantly stimulating it, so maybe we can find a way to increase its effects. Could be, Izuku hummed. In the meantime, the best way is to train her quirk like a muscle. Ochako smiled wryly. Thank you for helping. So what's this about Hagakure? She said, changing the topics. Oh yeah, it's just a project we wanted to work on, Deku replied, walking up to an empty chalkboard. I made a promise that I would try to make her visible. He began to draw on the board. So, Toru as well as her whole family has the same issue. He drew what he thought Toru's family looked like. Her mutant quirk invisibility makes it so that her whole body can't be seen like a ghost. He drew a friendly-looking ghost which got the girls to giggle. Now, unlike a ghost, she can eat and drink, which means the issue isn't something we can discern normally. There is a solid mass where we think she is, we've all felt it. He muttered, putting dashes around the bodies. Turning towards the group, he continued. So, what does that tell us? Ochako? Toga? The two non-scientists looked at each other and then racked their brains. That's something about reflection, right? Toga answered, unsure. Yeah, things absorb and reflect certain colors that our eyes pick up, Ochako elaborated. Exactly. He drew a mirror in front of the family. Somehow, their DNA, thanks to the properties of mutations, can't reflect the light. Instead, they bend it around their bodies. So, how do we make it so they can reflect the light? Toga wondered, tilting her head. Apparently she can bend light to create attacks, Deku answered, creating a diagram of a beam of light at a bad guy. So, what we need to do is create a way she can turn that off at will. Or barring that, make it so she can flip between bending and reflecting light. Suggestions? Ochako raised her hand. Is it possible to create mirrors with your nanobots? That can work as a temporary solution. As much as well, we can imagine her walking around naked. He blushed at the mental image, which made the girls giggle. I want a permanent solution. Melissa nodded. I'll get to work on some ideas. Ochako, would you mind helping me? Before the brunette could answer, a flying camera came down and an excited Katsuki appeared on the screen. Get your butt down here. Someone's shown up. The greenette looked at the others in confusion, then headed down to the lobby of their lab. Moments later, they stepped out of their elevator to see Katsuki, Mei, and to everyone's shock, Japan's #1 hero, All Might. All Might? What are you doing here? Izuku stuttered. Ochako was similarly rooted to her spot at seeing one of the most famous heroes in the world in their lab. Melissa gasped in happiness and rushed him. Uncle Might. Hello Melissa. How are you doing? I'm doing great. What about you? Well, I'm now a teacher at UA and thought about checking in on my niece as I was in the neighborhood. He gazed at the lab. Your father told me you were working at a lab that wasn't Island, but this is something else. He spotted Izuku and grinned. Hello again. Midoriya Shounem. I assume this is your lab? How are you after your little fight? I'm doing all right, All Might. Thank you for visiting. Would you like to look around? Sure. The hero laughed, only for him to start coughing. At first, they figured he was only clearing his throat, but his shoulders shook, and suddenly they heard something wet. When he stopped and looked up, the kids saw that he had spit up some blood, to their horror. You Uncle Might? Melissa asked in terror. What happened? Sheet, I didn't want them to find out. The #1 hero thought frantically. He sighed. I trust you all can keep a secret, right? Before their eyes, steam burst out from the man, cutting off their vision of him. When it cleared, instead of the muscle-bound glorious hero, a gaunt, thin, sickly blonde man stood before them. It took a few seconds for their minds to catch up to what they were seeing, but they all reached the same thought. What? They screamed, their eyes bulging out. So, how about that tour? The reed-thin man asked sheepishly. Moments later, Mei pulled out a wheelchair. With significant effort, the entire lab pushed the #1 hero into Mei's personal lab. Quickly, the pingket turned on an X-ray machine and began to scan the skeletal man. All Might. What happened? Izuku asked, horrified that his favorite hero had been reduced to such a harrowing appearance. Long story short, I got into a fight about 5 years ago and it left me with this. All Might lifted up his shirt to reveal a large wound, a red, inflamed hole, with several healed gashes radiating outward from it. That was Toxic Chainsaw, right? Katsuki asked. How could someone like him do that to you? Nah, it wasn't him. This fight was never made public, the hero explained. Your father knows, Melissa, and so do the teachers and some of the higher-ups in the Public Safety Commission. If the public found out, it would be a nightmare. I'll say. Mei growled, spinning around with All Might's X-ray and slapped the screen. How are you still alive? Everyone looked at where she was pointing and gasped. One of his lungs was missing entirely, and there was a big hole where his stomach should have been. Instead, his esophagus was attached directly to his intestines. Oh my God, Uncle Might! Melissa cried, hugging the emaciated hero. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't want you to worry, and I don't want anyone else to know I'm weak either. But I feel my time as a hero is running out. Is it because of your quirk? Ochako wondered. No, but I guess this is as good a time as any to reveal my quirk, All Might sighed. My quirk is called One for All. A quirk that can be passed down from wielder to wielder, he declared solemnly. A quirk that can be inherited? This blows every theory about your quirk out of the water. Izuku mumbled excitedly, made everyone sweat drop. No one's ever even considered the idea that a quirk could be passed from person to person in all the history of quirks. But what do you gain by doing so? Do the previous users keep it? But then, why haven't we heard of heroes like All Might until All Might debuted? Is this common? Asked the hero, concerned as he watched the green-haired boy babble on and on to himself. Unfortunately, Katsuki sighed, slapping the greenette in the head. You're mumbling again. Sorry. Deku winced. It's a very powerful quirk, of course, that in the wrong hands could lead to disaster. However, with my injuries and the various surgeries, I can only maintain it for about 0.3 hours a day, less depending on how I push it. You can say this is my true form. Who knows besides us, Mr. Might? Toga asked, tilting her head. Other than those I mentioned, no one else. All Might confirmed. And I would appreciate it if it didn't get out. You can count on us. I just wish we could do something for your organs, Uncle Might. Thank you, my dear, All Might assured her as he stood up. I should be going, but thank you for keeping my secret. Deku and Melissa helped escort the number 1 hero upstairs. Uncle Might, Melissa began with small tears. Stay safe. We're going to figure this out. The beleaguered man smiled, a genuine one this time. Thanks. I'll see you tomorrow, Midoriya. Melissa, I hope you consider Yui too. I will. By Uncle Might. All Might cringed. Out here, call me Yagi. Yagi Tashinori. Right, sorry, Uncle Toshi. Melissa gasped but waved him off. When he was out of sight, the blonde collapsed into Izuku's arms. Before the greenette could ask, he heard sniffling. What's wrong, Melly? Uncle Might. How is he still alive? She cried, tears streaming down her. Deku sighed and slowly walked their way back upstairs, projects abandoned for the day. I have no idea. But whatever he's doing will probably end his life, if not by fighting but the strain on his body. Then what do we do? She wondered, her face a mess. We need to fix his organs, then worry about his quirk, but I have no idea how to make artificial organs. Then we need to start that, the blonde sniffled. Make it a priority. Melly, as much as we wanted, we don't know the first thing about creating artificial organs. That's a whole different science field than we're used to. Then for me, please. Help me save Uncle Might. Deku finally reached his room and they sat on his bed, letting the blonde cry into his chest. He slowly rubbed her back as he had his nanobots remove her shoes. It was this cuddling that the others found them after they had gone missing. Must have been hard seeing family look like that, Katsuki said, rubbing his head. I'll tell Auntie you're crashing here tonight, Deku. The inventor waved to the explosion user as he left the room. Mei slowly approached the bed. Melly, it's gonna be all right. The pinkette explained, sitting behind her and hugging her back. Melissa nodded into Deku's chest as her 2 closest friends hugged her. Toga and Ochako looked on, wanting to be part of that little pile. They look comfy, Toga whispered. Best give them some privacy, the brunette whispered, fighting the urge to join them and leaving the room. Melly-chan really loves All Might, huh? Toga asked. I suppose you're right. Calling him Uncle might mean she's known him a long time, probably through her dad, Professor Shield, Ochako concurred. I hope we can help him. If anyone can do it, it's Deku-kun, Cheiko-chan. Toga beamed. We'll help too. The gravity user nodded. But how is the question? We're not as smart as them. Then we need to figure out stuff on our own. Maybe we can see things they can't. Then her smile turned wicked. We need to help your crush, right? Ochako's face turned pink. It's the right thing to do. Toga giggled as they headed back down to their rooms for the night. Next morning, Izuku yawned as he walked to school. Mei handed him a thermos of tea. I didn't know we'd keep you up, sorry. No, Melly needed me, and I didn't want to leave her hurting. You've never said no to either of them, Deku. Katsuki laughed. Kaken. Izuku whined. It's true though, Mei agreed. So, what do you think we can get done today? Katsuki stared ahead and stopped. For starters, getting past that. Everyone else stopped and looked in front of them. There was a large crowd that had gathered in front of the campus entrance. Mei used her quirk to get a good look at them. Looks like reporters. What do you think they want? Ochako asked. I think it's All Might, Izuku theorized. They probably heard he's here and they want to know the full story. Well, he stopped and thought. A full story most likely. Fucking great. How do we get by them? Katsuki snarled. Unfortunately, one of the reporters had good ears and heard them. Spying them, he shouted, "Hey there, UA students." The other reporters turned and began to rush them. Guys, what do we do?" Toga asked. "Deku, use the jump boots." Mei called out as she pulled out 3 pairs of spring boots they had developed. She threw one at Katsuki, who quickly slapped it onto his feet. "Hop on, Toga." The explosive user called out, the pale blonde easily hopping onto his back. Izuku used his nano machines to put on his boots, before scooping up Ochako, who squealed and instinctively wrapped his arms around his neck. "Hold on." As the reporters came in earshot, they sprang upwards, arching over the stunned reporters. They put enough power into their leaps to land in front of the gates, where Aizawa was waiting. "Get in," he grunted as they rolled past. The teacher glared at the gathered reporters. "Leave the grounds already." His eyes glowing red as his quirk activated. "But we demand to talk to All Might." One of the reporters shouted, "And who are you anyway? You're so scruffy." "This is an institution of learning and you're disrupting our classes," he said simply, giving a shooing motion. "Go away, you're making my eyes dry out." Before any other questions could be asked, UA's gate shut, their security measures activated to deter anyone from hopping the walls. Aizawa sighed and turned back to the 5. "You all right?" At the positive nods, he nudged his head. "Well then, get to your classes, I'll be along in a moment. Oh, and Midoriya, Uraraka, you can be lovebirds after class." The two blushed tomato red, to which Mei and Toga both laughed as they headed inside. As they entered 1A, Toru bounced up. "Hey guys. You saw those reporters, right?" "Yeah, it was nuts." "Oh, you'll be happy to know we started to work on the project I promised." "Really?" the invisible girl asked. Ochako nodded. "Yeah, we figured something was making you not reflect light properly. If we can figure how to do that, you might be able to turn visible." "Oh, can I come see?" Izuku scratched his cheek. Not sure that we can definitely use your input." Before they could continue, Aizawa stepped in with everyone quickly getting to their seats. "For seconds that you're learning. Today, we have something special going on." "A surprise quiz?" Chako gulped. "Another battle simulation?" Izuku wondered. "You'll need to pick a class rep and vice rep. This will mean extra exposure for the selected representatives." He deadpanned. "It's a normal school thing," cheered the students. Aizawa rolled his bloodshot eyes. "I don't care who you pick, just be quick about it." With that, he rolled himself into his sleeping bag. The class quickly tried to jockey for the position with arguments over who the best candidate was. "I want to be president," Mina shouted. "Vote for me," Katsuki demanded. "Leave the rest out of this." As the clamor grew louder and louder, Ida's voice suddenly cut through it all, silencing them. "The only way this can be properly settled is with a vote," he barked. "But we only just met each other," pointed out the frog girl, Ajuitiyu, "so it'd be the same as voting for a stranger. Everyone would vote for themselves, ribbit." Izuku spoke up next. "Then let's make it a rule that we can't vote for ourselves at least. Whoever gets the most is the representative." The class quickly wrote down their nominees on slips of paper and passed them to Ida. After tallying it up and writing them on the board, it showed Izuku with 8 tallies and Momo with 6, showing a clear winner. "Guess that settles it," said Tenya, hiding his disappointment with only 1 vote. "Midoriya, Yaezu, lead us well." The green-haired engineer rubbed his head, giving a shaky smile, and bowed. "Thank you for trusting me with this responsibility." Momo did the same. "Me as well. Midoriya, let's do our best. If we're gonna work together, you can call me Izuku. Then you can call me Momo." Ochako watched the two interact and felt her heart clench. "Maybe that I need to make a move, that I need to talk to Mei and Melissa. For now, I'm fine being his friend." Classes resumed normally, and before long it was lunchtime and Class 1A headed to the lunchroom. As they sat down to eat head chef Lunch Rush's food, Ochako hummed in happiness. "Oh man, I can never get tired of this food. Yeah, that's the one thing I suck at, home cooking." Thankfully, Mom's a great cook and Toga has been learning. The blood user grinned as she drank a glass of tomato juice. I had help. Izuku then had a realization and turned to the tall man sitting across from him eating rice. Ida, your family is the Ida hero family, right? Ida finished his bite and grinned. As expected, you already knew that. That's right. My entire family is in the heroics business. I'm also not the first person to go to school. My big brother, the turbo hero Ingenium, went here too. He's one of my greatest inspirations. I hope I can live up to his expectations. Really? That's awesome. Oh, that reminds me, how fast can you go at your top speed? I've been clocked at over 50 kilometers per hour in my third gear. My brother can easily reach that speed in 2 seconds, Ida boasted, sipping at his orange juice. But I've never had a chance to go max speed. Sounds like we need to have all our classes over, Katsuki pointed out. That's right, Ida uttered in realization, putting down his drink. You said you had a lab, correct? Yeah, with Hatsum Mei, Kaken and Ochako-chan, Izuku replied. We focus on gadgets for both heroism and everyday. Before he could continue, an alarm suddenly blared. Attention! Attention! This is a level 3 security breach. All students please report to your classrooms. Izuku looked around as the room began to panic. What's going on? An upperclassman heard him and responded. Someone got past the school defenses, they're in the building. The crowd tried to get through the smaller doors, creating a logjam. Katsuki glared at the throngs and scoffed. What are they doing? The only people that could set this off is those DMN reporters. Katsuki's right. Izuku realized. Ochako, can you float me up to that exit sign? The gravity user nodded and placed her hand on his shoulder. Ochako quickly flung him up and with little effort, landed him on the exit sign. Izuku placed his fingers in his mouth and let out a shrill whistle. Hey! The crowd stopped and looked up. Are we or are we not future heroes? At this, the throng of students looked at each other and realized they were acting non-heroically. It's just a bunch of reporters. Let's all calm down and get to our classes, all right? The students chuckled at how stupid they were acting, and everyone began to file out in orderly fashion. Well, I didn't expect a show for lunch. Katsuki grinned as his friend floated down. Hopefully nothing else will happen today, Momo wondered. And you just jinxed us, princess, Katsuki mumbled. Princess? Momo wondered. You're the heiress of one of Japan's biggest conglomerates and our vice rep, it seemed appropriate. Momo blushed slightly, which Ochako and Izuku found adorable as they returned to their classes. A week later, after the break-in was thoroughly investigated, they finally allowed the hero students to do what they had been planning to do the day into which it was broken. When the students returned from lunch, Aizawa stood in front of the class. All right, as part of your hero work training, we need to work on the actual heroics, such as saving people and the like. Today's hero course training is all about rescue work. This got the class excited. With cheers of actual heroing, he continued, grab your gear and hop on the bus. We're going off campus. The students enthusiastically grabbed their hero suits and followed their teacher out of the school and into the parking lot where a bus was waiting for them. Inside, the students settled themselves onto a pair of parallel benches, as opposed to the usual bus seats, though there were still a few rows towards the back. Izuku grinned to himself. Using my nanobots to actually save people directly. It's all I've ever dreamed about. What do they normally do? Asked Mina, stretching out in their seat. She wore a skin-tight purple and turquoise tie-dye patterned bodysuit that clung to her thickly toned thighs, with a feather fur vest that stopped at her bust and a white mask. My nanobots are able to help construct my inventions and test their durability. I haven't had a time where I could use it for heroic work. Your own lab? That's awesome. Mina squealed. What kind of stuff do you make? Probably robots and stuff, Jairu said, twirling one of her long earlobes. She wore a black rocker jacket over a red shirt and mesh pants. So, you think you could make something to help us? I assume something for your earphones? Izuku asked, to which the aloof girl nodded. Maybe, when we get a chance, you should come over. That's awesome, Kirishima cheered, dressed in a metallic vest. You think we could see if Bakugo here could defeat my hardening quirk? Could? You want to test it now, shitty hair? As the redhead only laughed, pointing out that Bakugo's hair wasn't all that different from his own, Tsuyu sat next to Ochako in her green bodysuit. How did you get to be a part of their lab, Ochako-chan? Well, the brunette said blushing, Deku-kun saved me during the entrance exam, and he offered me a chance to work for room and board. That sounds kind of cool, Ribbit. That is something to be taken in like that. Momo giggled. I hope you work hard there, he's already caught a lot of attention in the science world. Ochako looked to black-haired girl. Yeah, I hope so too. She snapped her fingers. Oh yeah, you never explained your quirk. You created those skates in Aizawa-sensei's tests, but I didn't see any crafting table. Oh no, Momo said, holding her arm to her shoulder. In an instant a Matryoshka doll appeared. My quirk is creation. I can use my lipids or fat cells to create any non-living thing, organic materials included. Are there restrictions? Izuku asked, leaning forward. With a gleam in his eye. 2, I suppose, she replied, not noticing as she pulled out a large book. I have to know the exact composition of what I am creating, hence my Yayurictionary, which has everything I could possibly create in it. The other is that it's limited by the amount of fat I have in my body. So, I have to unfortunately eat a lot at a time. Almost the exact opposite of my quirk. I can't make organics or power sources, he replied thoughtfully. Can you make batteries? Oh yes. That's not too difficult. And they carry a charge? Yes, they can be charged if I know what's in them. What could I do to create them? He wondered. You would need access to certain materials that aren't easy to get, Momo answered. Before more could be said, Aizawa spoke up. Look sharp. We've arrived. The bus rolled to a stop in front of a large, domed structure. As they filed out, another bus came to rest beside theirs. They didn't know who was on this bus until a familiar voice called out. Izuku, Kaken, Cheiko, T. Toga-chan. Izuku asked aloud in surprise as the blood user rushed over. What are you doing here? As she stopped in front of him, Izuku took in the final product that was their design for her hero costume. She wore a dark leotard that clung to her burgeoning curves. Attached to her wrists were a pair of large medical needles hooked to tanks on her back. On her face was a half-skull mask, with vents to spray the contents of said needles directly into her mouth. It was tricky to figure out an efficient way to make her quirk work with her costume, but the hours in the design labs was worth it. The pale blonde lowered her mask and gave one of her signature grins. Thanks, Izuku, she giggled, clasping her hands behind her back and bouncing on the ball of her feet, beaming brightly at him. Toga, what are you doing? A snide male voice called out. Izuku looked at who called and realized that it was the guy who mocked them the first day, Monoma. The blonde student was wearing a formal black three-piece suit, with a set of watches on his waist. Easy, Monoma, we need to work with them, remember? Kendo spoke up reproachfully. She wore a turquoise cheapao dress with a built-in corset, combat boots and a green domino mask. Around her waist was a brown utility belt that had a satchel bag on the back of it. She waved to Class A, hey guys, guess we're teaming up today. Alright, everyone inside. Aizawa called out, motioning them to the building. Inside was a massive complex. Ruined buildings, a large pool with a ship in it, mountain cliffs and other biomes. This is awesome, Kirishima shouted. It looks like a theme park. Not quite. A radio-static-filled voice called out. Ochako gasped as a figure dressed in a large space suit walked up to them. Oh my gosh. It's 13. I'm a huge fan, she gushed. The hero waved at the group. Greetings, hero students, and welcome to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or we as we like to call it, the USJ. Heroics aren't always about beating villains or putting out fires. Much of the time, it means saving lives in disasters. In this place, we have every conceivable disaster simulated. Floods, fires, earthquakes, you name it, we have a training area for it. As part of this training, you're all going to take part in a series of exercises using your quirks to save people. Before they could move, the air rippled at the front of the large fountain in the center of the facility. As the students watched, a cloud of black mist burst into existence, and a horde of people began to meander out of it, all of them bearing sinister appearances. "Is this part of the training?" asked an uncertain Kendo. "Stay back," barked Aizawa uncharacteristically, making the students flinch at his tone. He loosened the cloth around his neck and pulled his goggles up over his eyes. "This is no longer training. Those are villains." The classes watched the larger group amass and all had the same thought. What do we do with actual villains? Normal. Communication. Super form. Super move. Chapter 6, USE. Class 1A and B watched as dozens of figures began to emerge from the cloud of black fog. Most of the villains looked like thugs pulled off the streets, a mishmash of men and women, most in a state of blatant mutation, but there were three that stood out. One was a gray-haired young man in a dark shirt and pants, with what appeared to be several severed hands latched onto his body. The second appeared to be a wavering column of black mist, with a pair of glowing yellow eyes. The third was a giant hulking figure with a bird-like face and exposed brain. Kirishima spoke up, peering into the distance. "Are they here for our training, sensei?" "No," Aizawa growled, loosening his wrappings and pulling up his goggles. "This is no longer a drill, these are real villains. 13, get the kids out of here and contact you." "Sensei, we can help," Izuku told the underground hero, his nanobots buzzing with anticipation. "No," the teacher grunted. "You'll only get in the way. If you want to help, Midoriya, then huddle up and stand back while we handle this." Izuku nodded and raced back towards his schoolmates. Down at the portal, the hand-covered villain scratched his neck in irritation. "Kurogiri, where's All Might? He was supposed to be here, right? That's what the schedule said." The now-named Kurogiri looked around, the mist swirling and billowing in place. "It appears that we came at a bad time, Shigaraki. But we do have the students. And apparently it wasn't just Class A, but also Class B." Tamura gave a small chuckle. "That will do quite nicely." Aizawa, seeing the villains approaching the students, leaped into the fray and stopped in front of the first group of villains. One of them snarled and tried to fling something from his arm. To his shock, nothing came out. The underground hero's hair was floating above his head, his eyes glowing red behind his goggles. "If you know everything about me, then you should know how my quirk works." He kicked the three closest to him and then launched an uppercut at another. Turning around and spotting a man with an alligator jaw, he sent his capture weapon at him and wrapped it around his snout. "That was smart to attack me with mutant quirks, but I know that too," he told them as he pulled the man in and kicked him the jaw. Looking at the rest of his foes, he sighed. "My eyes are gonna kill me later." Up on the stairs, 13 was escorting the group of students towards the exit, when a large shadowy portal appeared, followed by Kurogiri's sly yellow eyes opening above it. Now students, I'm afraid I'll need you to stay right there." "What the hell do you want?" Katsuki demanded. "Simple, to lure All Might here and kill him while he's trying to save all of you. Though it seems like he's been delayed." "Not if we can help it. Red guy, let's go." He motioned to Kirishima as he blasted forward. "Right behind you, bro." The hardening quirk user shouted. "Guys, hold up." Izuku panicked. "We don't know what he can do." Before the two got close, Kurogiri moved his arms forwards and a much larger wave of shadows surrounded the class. "No!" 13 shouted as the students panicked and disappeared. "Where did you send them?" "They will be taken care of by our associates. But you really should be worried about yourself, Space Hero 13. You won't harm my students," she declared, getting ready to fight. Ruin zone. Katsuki flew out and skidded along the ground. Demenit almost had them. He looked around and saw he was in some sort of city area. "Hey, anyone here?" "I'm right here," a calm voice came from behind the explosive user. It was a rotund boy with blue hair. He wore a black, high-collared suit with a trim of white pale lines around its collar and hem, and a similar pattern over his torso and shoulders, along with plain black pants and white knee-high boots. A blue scouter-looking device was situated over his left eye, which connected with a radar on the back of one of his gloved hands. "I'm here too, Bakugu," Ojiro called out with what appeared to be a floating speech bubble. "Okay, Tailman's here and I have Mega Man and a walking speech bubble. What can you two do and what are your names?" he asked the Class B members. The blue-haired boy pointed at his wrist. "My name is Nirangenki Shoda. My quirk is Double Impact. I can take any blow or impact caused by me and my allies increase their power exponentially. This radar can help me keep track of them. I'm Manga Fukidashi. My quirk is comic. You know those onomatopoeias in comic books? I can make them come to life. So we got a guy who can power up our blows and a guy who can make them real, along with a martial artist. I can work with this," Katsuki hummed. He heard movement and saw a group of villains approaching. "All right, Mega Man, we just need to plant a blow, right? Yes. If you guys can tank, we can get through this." "All right," Manga shouted. "Doguin!" Out of the space where Manga's head would be, the word screamed out, blasting forth a large wave of force. "Now ban!" next came, which flew through the air and smashed into a large granite villain and knocked him back. "Our turn, Tailman." Katsuki grinned, launching himself forward, with Ojiro leaping across the debris. The mutant quirk user began to fight with strong kicks, powerful swings of his tail and even a few combo moves with Manga's abilities as they were Shouda. Katsuki meanwhile flew through the debris, slamming each villain he came across with a concentrated burst of fire. The sweat he had stored in his containers ignited at will as he continued to blow through the weaker villains. Shouda watched his radar light up and grin. Now the coup de grace. With a snap of his fingers, each blow triggered again. With a series of loud POWs, each villain, particularly the ones who had tried to get back up, was slammed back into the ground. "Hell yeah," Katsuki grinned. "That was awesome. Deku would love to see how yours works." The blue-haired boy rubbed his head. "Thanks, it's not that much." Katsuki snorted. "Right. Come on, we need to regroup with everyone." "Right?" the other three shouted. In the mountain zone, Toga landed on the sloped surface and slid down until she reached a stable cliff. Man Universal had better rides and what, no pictures? Looking further up the slope, she spied a blonde girl with two large horns on her head, sliding down the slope completely off balance as she tried to stop. "Pony!" Toga cried, hoping to reach her. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a large string of tape launch past her, wrap around the horse girl and pull her up onto another cliff. Watching the tape reel the girl in, Toga observed it was connected to a student wearing an orange and black suit, a tape dispenser for a helmet and some sort of device that let him shoot out his quirk. Behind him was a tall, muscular man with two extra pairs of arms, with skin webbed between them. Toga quickly made her way over to the group. The tape man, seeing her running, launched another strand of tape at her and pulled her over. "Toga, I'm so glad to see you," her fellow blonde said in English. "Same here," she replied in Japanese. Turning to the boys, she grinned. "I'm Toga Himiko, and this is Tsunotori Pony. She's from America, so her Japanese isn't the strongest." "A pleasure to meet you," Pony said in English. "Sorry, I'm still trying to learn." "No worries, I'm Hantasiro. And this is Mizo Shoji from Class A. Izuka mentioned you. Blood user, right?" Before Toga could respond, one of Shoji's arms formed a mouth. "Save the introductions for later. We need to get off this mountain and reunite. And it looks like we're gonna have to go through all of them," he said, pointing down. The four saw a group of villains trying to climb up to meet them. Pony got down on all fours. "Toga, these ropes are just like it. Saddle. I can use my horns to attack long range." "Hanta-san, how strong is your tape?" Shoji asked his classmate. "If you're asking if I can fling you around, maybe not the best idea, but I can definitely wrap these guys up," the black-haired young man replied, jerking his thumb at the villains. "I'll lead, you guys follow," Shoji called out as he started down the slope, Pony and Toga following right after. Siro fired off a line of tape at one of the men leaping at them, binding him up, before with a heave, whipping him into another group and knocking them down like bowling pins. He fired another long length of tape at those knocked down, wrapping them up and sending them back down the hill. With more people coming towards the giant man, he spread his arms out and, forming fists at the ends of his extra ones, began to spin around like a twister. The various criminals found themselves caught in Shoji's assault. As they collided with his arms. As he slowed down, he picked up a piece of metal sticking out from the landslide and swung at a villain with spinners coming out of his shoulders. It jammed the blade, making the man gasp out in pain. Before he could retaliate, a large horn drilled into his stomach and shoved him into a large debris field. Shoji looked over his shoulder and saw Pony leaning back as the horn settled on her head. With Toga grinning on her back, Pony dashed through the zone, the pale blonde using a pair of knives sliced into two opponents. As they cried out in pain, Pony stomped on them before bouncing forward to kick two others. "We are doing well, Toga," Pony exclaimed. The blood user nodded. "Hang on. I want to do something." The three watched as she took a syringe and jabbed it into the man underneath her feet. Filling it with blood, she slotted it on her waist and turned to her teammates. "My quirk needs blood to work, and this was a good opportunity. Sorry if I weird you out. I know how it feels, Toga-san. My face and quirk don't do me any favors," Shuji replied. "Are you able to control your urges?" "I can, just not perfectly." Just then a large block of ice appeared from another zone. "What the hell was that?" "That has to be Todoroki-san," Siro muttered. "He has an ice quirk." "Todoroki. Wait, like Endeavor?" Toga asked, confused. Thanks to Izuku's fanboy tendencies, she knew who the current top heroes were. "Who's Endeavor?" Pony asked. "He's the current #2 hero here in Japan behind All Might. And apparently his son is in our class. But for some reason he's using ice," Siro informed her. Shoji was about to add to this, but then one of his caught something on the stairs. 13-sensei is in trouble, we need to help them." The group of four sped off towards the stairs where 13 was fighting Kurojiri. "You're putting up more of a fight than I realized," Kurojiri acknowledged. "You're not getting out students." 13 growled, turning up her quirk's power. "Our target isn't your students but merely bait, the warp." Quirk user revealed. "Much like you're in right now." Before the teacher could react, Kurogirl activated a much larger portal. "What?" 13 screamed as her quirk was esigi into the vortex. The warp iggy in the gravity well that 13 had made, tearing at her uniform. Ida, who had raced back up the stairs to help their teacher, watched in terror as their teacher's suit was torn apart. Before long, the teacher collapsed face down. 13-sensei. Kurojiri turned to see the students. "What do you propose you do now? Your teacher has fallen, and your only way to get help is by me." "San," 13 groaned. "You need to get out of here, you're the only one fast enough to get help." "But I can't just abandon you all, especially when you're hurt, sensei." "This is not abandonment, you're making sure we get out of here alive." 13 gasped as Toga's group approached. "But how is the question?" Ida muttered as he stared down at Kurogirl, who looked on with a confident gaze. "Downpour zone." Yui landed in the raining section of the USJ, skidding through the placed puddles. She looked around trying to find her classmates in the darkened sector. Flickering the equipment on her waist, she was grateful that she had talked to Izuku and Mei about getting gear to work with her quirk. "Yui!" A familiar voice called out. The size quirk user turned to see Kendo, Jiru and white-haired girl in a matching furred kimono and face mask. "Kendo-san, Drew-san, Reiko-san. You're all right." "Yeah," Kendo grumbled. "This DMN weather is bad, Lou. We need to get out of here and find our classmates." "Easier said than done, I can hear several of the villains coming this way." Yui looked at Reiko. "What can you do?" "It's similar to Ochako-san, correct?" Toga had been eagerly telling them what quirks her classmates had, and Izuku was enjoying breaking down both Class A and B's quirks. "I can move stuff, yes," Reiko said monotonously. "I have a size limit of a normal human size, like a poltergeist." "That's its name." Yui nodded. "Then I have an idea. These items here are shrunken items I can throw and resize at will. If I give you these and then have you throw them, Kendo-san, you can follow up while they're distracted." Watching the villains approach, Reiko took one of the metal containers and, with a flex of her quirk, flung it forward. The metal bar raced toward the first group of villains, before Yui clapped her hands together. Instantly the bar grew several sizes, before colliding with the first wave. The impact stunned the group behind them, who were shocked by Kendo rushing in behind the debris and slamming her enlarged fists into the group. The combined attacks knocked out about 3/4 of the group. Jairu, seeing their way to the central plaza blocked by the remaining goons, moved her earlobes down to her boots, connecting with a set of special boom boxes in her boots. One of the villains took a deep breath and let out a ghostly wail, the water in the zone kicking up in ripples. Jairu, though visibly shaking, kept her focus and crossed her arms. "Don't think your whines can scare me. Counterbalance." A massive wave of sound blasted out of her speakers, echoing across the way, the building's acoustics amplifying its power. It drowned out the wails, silencing the user before the wave collided with the rest of the group, blowing them away. "Way's clear. Come on, we gotta find the rest of our class." Jairu shouted to the girls, who uncovered their ears and followed the punk rocker. Shipwreck zone. Izuku was not in the best spot for his quirk. While his nanobots didn't stop working in water, their effectiveness was reduced due to guaranteeing that anything he made would almost certainly be waterlogged. As he eyed the water-based villains, he turned to his companions, Tsu and Momo. "Can you guys do anything? My stuff's not exactly water-friendly." "Ribbit, I'm pretty good at swimming, but carrying both of you will slow me down." "You're pretty heavy, Midoriya-chan." "I don't know what I can create," Momo told him, backing against the eponymous ship. Izuku watched her float back and then got an idea. "Can you create a rubber raft big enough for the three of us?" Momo closed her eyes and concentrated. Her chest began to shine as a yellow raft began to slowly push out of her skin. She was grateful for the water, as she had to remove her vest to allow for enough room for it to pop out, and seeing the men grin at her made her uncomfortable. Once the raft was formed, it landed gentle in the water and inflated into a large enough raft to hold all three of them. Izuku climbed in and helped Momo on board while Tsaya hopped on. "Great, at least we're out of the water." "Midoriya-san, can your nanobots do anything?" "I can create an engine, but with the water, I don't know how long it will last, plus it needs something to power it." "We just need to get to shore," Momo replied, creating a metal staff. Izuku nodded and crawled to the edge of the boats as the villains swam closer. His quirk flowed through his arms and onto the edge of the boat, quickly forming into a small boat engine, propellers and all. Izuku quickly took hold of the throttle and revved it up. The villains, seeing this, desperately tried to reach them, but Izuku, thinking ahead, formed more of his nanobots in front of the boat. They coalesced together into a pair of thick metal slabs, angled into a wedge, and barreled through the group, sending them flying out of the water. A few of the villains attempted to grab onto the boat and reach for the kids, but Saya's kicks and Momo's staff easily knocked them away as they raced around the shipwreck zone. "Great job, girls. Hang on, we're almost back at the plaza. We might be able to help Aizawa-sensei." Moments later, they landed near the plaza and observed a number of the villains sprawled out unconscious. They watched as Aizawa fought the giant bird-like creature, battered and bloodied. "Izuku-san," called out as her group met up. "Kodai, where is everyone? Are you all right?" "We're fine, but Aizawa-sensei's in trouble," Kendo realized. As she said this, the giant bird grabbed their teacher and slammed him into the ground. They all flinched, eyes widening as the ground beneath his skull cracked and cratered. The gray-haired man saw the students and began to laugh as the monster dragged the underground hero by his hair. "Oh, the little brats are here to watch Nomu crush their teacher." "Nomu, do it?" The beast roared and began to squeeze harder, making the man grunt in pain. "Kids, get out here. We're not leaving." Izuku glared at the man and sent his nanobots at the man. The swarm split off, half to surround the villain, half to cut off the Nomo from hurting Aizawa further. Shigaraki growled as a gray cloud surrounded him. "How annoying," he grumbled as he raised his hand. Placing it in the swarm, he was hoping for the cloud to dissipate, only to realize to his shock he couldn't do a thing. "What the? Are you using a cheat code? Why can't I dust these?" "Your quirk must need a way for you to touch with all 5 fingers. Nanobots are too small to be physically touched." And when you say dust, you mean you can disintegrate anything, right? The man growled and scratched his neck extremely fast. Oh, you must be one of those smarmy kid detective characters. Numu, stop with the hero and kill the kids. I hate those smart know-it-alls. Huh? Leave them alone. Aizawa growled, only to be stomped into the floor as the now-named Numu suddenly shot across the ground towards the shoreline. Whatever that thing is, we need to stop it. Izuku ordered as everyone got into fighting stances. And whatever you do, don't let the hand guy touch you. He pulled up a large wall of nanobots in effort to slow this creature down, solidifying them into a dense wall in front of the group. Go ahead and try. This Numu was made specifically to kill All Might. Izuku saw the girls wavering out of the corner of his eyes. We just need to hold on. Don't give up. The small bout of confidence hid the fear in his heart. Help needs to get here soon. As Izuku stared down the Numu, up near the entrance, Tenya glared at Kurogyri as the man blocked their path out. I need to get to the entrance. Fast. Only one chance. He took a runner's stance, which made the shadowy Quirk user look on curiously. You do realize I can just teleport you away, even if you're faster. Then I hope you're ready for some teamwork, Siro shouted, shooting tape out of his elbows and wrapping around a surprised Tenya. Reeling him in, he motioned for Shuji to grab them. With ease, the giant lifted both up and then flung them like a cannonball over Kurogyri, towards the entrance. No! The man shouted, his smoky head billowing forth to summon another portal and catch both. Siro, seeing the portal, grinned and twisted around. This-san. Go, he shouted, flinging him towards the door just as the portal finished forming behind with the extra momentum, Ida landed with a roll and kicked himself into third gear, racing out of the door and onto Yue. Hell yeah! Hanta cheered, landing next to Shoji. The pros are on their way, you better surrender while you can. As he said this, Shoji duplicated his arms, while Pony bent down and positioned herself to use her horns. Kurogyri glared at them, before opening another portal and leaping in before they could pin him down. Pony sighed and smiled at the boys before noticing something. Where's Toga? I didn't notice her after I helped Ida and Siro, Shoji noted. Did she get warped? Siro wondered. A loud bang was heard and their attention was drawn to the central plaza where the bird-like creature had knocked Izuku back. We need to go now. Down at the central plaza, Kurogyri warped in and called out to his companion. Shigaraki, a student got through. Our mission has failed, the heroes are on their way. Shigaraki scratched his neck furiously. Are you kidding me? We lost already? This game's totally rigged. He snarled. A few moments later, he took a deep breath and sighed. Fine, we'll leave then. RNG just isn't on our side today, I guess. The students froze. Was he really going to leave just like that? But, you know, it would be nice to leave behind a few dead kids for him to find. Numu. Even as he ordered, the young man suddenly blurred, and then he was right in front of Momo. He reached out to touch the exposed skin, only for her to quickly extrude a shield to knock him away. Her eyes widened in horror as his fingers brushed her shield, and it immediately began to rust away, falling to dust. As Shigaraki advanced on the backpedaling Momo, Yui launched a large beam at him and slammed it into his midsection, sending him sliding back towards Kurogyri. How annoying! You really want your deaths to be messy, huh? He sighed, cracking his neck and charged at the girls again, a wicked gleam in his eye, behind the hand covering his face. Meanwhile, Izuku was too busy with the giant beast to help them as he tried in vain to push him back. You're not getting near them, he told him, punching the Numu's head several times. Even with his strongest punch, however, the beast barely even budged and punched back, causing the young boy to fly back, his nanobots working to cushion his fall. You idiot, I told you already that thing's built to take all might strength, you're just beating your head against a wall, Shigaraki boasted while casually dusting a metal bar Reiko through. Go grind for a few years or something. As he laughed, out of his shadow, a tall figure appeared with a knife ready to strike. Kurogyri, watching Shigaraki closely, saw the knife. Shigaraki! Watch out! Before the madman could say anything, The blade of a dagger plunged into his shoulder. He roared in pain, spinning and lashing out with his palm, only for his assailant to backflip away. Who did this? Spun around and came face to face with one of his paid mercenaries. How dare you do this to me? I paid you and everything. He then noticed that his face was beginning to peel away. The tall man began to giggle as his form slowly began to melt away, revealing Toga giggling like mad. You really shouldn't trust people you just met, you could get stabbed in the back. Shigaraki snarled and tried to grab her, only for the blood user to acrobatically leap away, towards Izuku. Numu, change in plans. Kill that girl. He ordered. Izuku heard that order and threw another punch. Your fights with me. He pounded his fists together. Come on. The Numu ignored the challenge and raced after Toga, whose confident visage melted into horror. Time slowed down as Izuku threw himself forward as hard as he could, the pistons in his exoskeleton working overtime to launch him. He shoved Toga out of the way and took the punch meant for her, the exoskeleton buckling from the blow and causing a crater to form underneath. How noble, you're more worried about them than yourself. That's good to know, Shigaraki said, reaching down to grab Momo. At the last moment, however, his arm was suddenly wrapped up by a familiar gray scarf and yanked. Still alive? Impressive, Eraserhead. But it won't matter in the end. Boom! Just as he said this, a large explosion occurred next to his position. When the smoke cleared, the students smiled in happiness as a familiar blonde-haired muscle-bound hero stood up from his landing. All Might! They cried out. The man strode purposefully into the entrance area, radiating power as he approached the top of the stairs. In an instant, the atmosphere in the main lobby changed. Now it was the villains who were trembling in fear. I had a feeling that I was needed. You all did well, students, he declared seriously. However, his usual bright grin was absent, twisted into a furious snarl. But it's all right now. For I have come. Before anyone could blink, he was at the bottom of the stairs, each and every goon toppling to the ground under a single imperceptible blow, and Aizawa was being held in his arms. In the next instant, he was back at the top, laying the injured teacher next to. Young Ida intercepted me. I am sorry I wasn't here before. But now that I am, please get to safety. All Might. Izuku called out as he climbed out of the crater, his exoskeleton completely ruined and sparking. This thing, I think he's got a shock absorption quirk. I've been trying to punch him with my nanobots, but he's not even being phased. All Might regarded the creature as it stood up. Thanks, my boy, get everyone else to a safe spot. I got this. Izuku nodded and helped Momo and Saya stand before they raced up the stairs. When they got to the stairs, Izuku turned back around. Izuku! Toga called out from the edge of the stairs. All Might's still hurt, I need to help him. He told her. These villains are too much, we need to get out of here. No, you take care of Eraserhead, I got to see this through. He said, his nanobot swarm surrounding him and rushing back out. Meanwhile, All Might stared down Shigaraki and crossed his arms. Now villain, let me show you why I am the symbol of peace. Carolina Smash. He raced forward, his arms tensing for the impact. At the last moment, as All Might uncrossed his arms, the Numu stepped in front of him and took the attack, the shockwave of the blow kicking up dust behind them. In case that brat didn't tell you, Numu's quirk is shock absorption. It was made to kill you, All Might. Shigaraki reminded him. In that case, I'll just fight till he's defeated. All Might shouted as he wrapped his mighty arms around the beast and began to flip him over in a German suplex. The impact sent a shockwave throughout the plaza, getting cheers out of the watchers. Izuku though knew something was off. How long has All Might been in that form? He needs to finish this quick. When the smoke cleared, he gasped. Kurogyri, while they weren't paying attention, had summoned a large portal underneath the impact zone. Half of the Numu's body had gone through and appeared facing All Might again. With a hiss, the beast launched a punch that struck right where his wound was, making him grunt in pain, his teeth clenching to prevent everyone from seeing his reaction. All Might! Izuku cried, his nanomachines forming out of his shoulders and ready to attack Nomu. Don't even think about it, Kurogirl countered, his arm raised to form another portal, when a large explosion ripped through the air. When the shadowy person looked for the source, he found Katsuki's manic grin and his arm primed to launch another attack. Another explosion sent the portal user flying back. Katsuki, not letting up, landed on him and pinned him on the metal collar. "Kaken!" Izuku cried out. "You think I'm missing this party?" The blonde grinned. "One of your lowlives spilled the beans. When I saw you and All Might fighting, I figured I'd have to come bail your butt out again." As he said this, a wave of ice suddenly washed over the Numu and froze the arm gripping All Might on his wound, letting the man finally pry its grasp open and backflip away. "Midoriya, are you alright?" asked Todoroki. "I'm fine," Izuku told him as Katsuki continued to pin Kurogirl to the ground. "Despite all that smoke and mirrors for your quirk, you still need a physical body. And your neck brace is vulnerable to being grabbed just like this," Katsuki told him as he ignited his palms. "Now, you're gonna sit here while we take care of your friend. Or I can just blast ya." "Kurogiri, how could you let a newbie handle you like that?" Shigaraki sighed. "I must say, you kids are good if you manage to jump him. But I need that guy. Numu." Izuku watched as the beast slowly began to straighten up, twitching and jerking against the ice that encased its right side. Finally, with a crunch, its arm and leg both shattered into pieces, but the creature managed to right itself, kneeling on its remaining limbs. But then, before their eyes, the remaining ice suddenly shattered, and a rippling mass of muscle surged out, reforming into a new pair of limbs, before scarred black skin covered over it all. But wasn't it shock absorption dash? Before he could summon his nanobots, however, the thing shot forward like a bullet, barreling towards Katsuki and throwing out a punch. Its blow connected with a boom, kicking up dust. When it cleared, All Might had taken the blow, allowing Katsuki to run back to Izuku. Shigaraki laughed. "Oh, so noble. But you're too blind to see the rot in society. Your arrogance is merely a symptom." "What are you talking about, you BS-TRD? Don't you get it? Heroes are the reason this world is suffering," Shigaraki explained as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Heroes save lives, but do they know the consequences of getting involved? Hell, outside of you All Might, most treat this like a 9 to 5. We, the League of Villains, will make sure that society remembers the rot underneath. No matter what heroes do, violence will follow in their wake. And once you're dead, All Might, we will remind people that complacency will get them killed." "There may be suffering in this world, Shigaraki," All Might retorted, clenching his fists. "But your actions today gives you no leg to stand on. One way or another, the League ends here." Internally, he frowned. "Damn it, this fight's taken more out of me than I thought. I think I have a minute left, 2 tops. Begin, you say run." Shigaraki sighed. "Let's clear this level and go home." He grumbled and charged at the students. "Heads up, guys," Izuku called out, nanobots swarming around his arms. "We're not out of this yet. Bring it, Ghost Freak." Katsuki growled. All Might clenched his teeth. "Even with my time limit, I must endure and stop these villains." He felt his power flow through his body, feeling every one of his predecessors' power combing for him. The symbol of peace. The energy he gave off stopped the madman's charge in his tracks as he snapped towards the #1 hero. All Might leaped forward in an attempt to attack the man. Numa, seeing his master attacked, charged in and met All Might's mighty blow with a punch of his own. The impact kicked up a huge shockwave, causing water to kick up in the lake and the air to distort from the blow. Shigaraki, having been kicked up by the explosion, growled. "Don't you know? Numa's quirk is shock absorption." All Might grinned. That's right." And with that he kept right on punching away, churning up such a storm that everyone else in the vicinity was buffeted away. If your quirk isn't shock nullification but shock absorption, then that means that there is a threshold that you can't ignore. In that case, I will force you to surrender from beyond that threshold. The Numu roared as he continued to punch forward, but the sheer speed of All Might's punches began to break through his guard, striking him in the chest. In desperation he punched All Might's wound, which made him grunt but never stopped throwing punches. Kurogyri, having been blown back towards Shigaraki, glared impotently into the wind, his misty countenance billowing. "I can't get close, the power is too much," he shouted over the roar of the tumult, making his companion growl. The blows had knocked Izuku and Katsuki down. Izuku watched him fight and was worried. All Might has to be out of time, how is he still fighting at this level? As the blows continued to rain, All Might's arms began to blur, his punches becoming too fast for the Numu to counter and began to take more and more blows. Izuku stared at the fight, analyzing everything about what was going on and came to a startling conclusion. Those aren't normal blows All Might is used to throwing. Each blow is calculated. Every single one is being thrown at more than 100%. Even with his injury, it's insane that he's able to keep it up. All Might launched an uppercut that sent the Numu barreling through the woods, tumbling and skipping over the ground like a stone. "It doesn't matter the trial," he shouted, kicking the Numu back into the air. "No matter the fight, a hero will always prevail." He grabbed its arm and spun around several times before flinging it back down, causing a massive crater to form underneath the beast's landing spot. Numu staggered to his feet as All Might landed in a crouch. "Perhaps it's time for a lesson." He clenched his fists, his power coursing through his arm, steam billowing down his arm. "Hey villain, have you ever heard these words?" He planted his legs and moved his arm forward. "Go beyond. Plus, Ultra Ea." The punch slammed deep into the Numu's chest, collapsing its body around his fist. Then with a force comparable to a battleship gun, the Numu was launched past the speed of sound, towards the roof of the USE. The ceiling stood no chance, steel buckling and warping as the Numu smashed through the glass and continued to fly through the air, dispersing clouds as it vanished into the sky. Steam wafted gently off of All Might as he stood triumphantly. The students cheered as they saw their idol stand there victoriously. "I really have gotten weaker. It took 250 punches to win that one. At my full strength, 5 would have done the job." He glared at Shigaraki and Kurogyri next. "Now, it's time to deal with you. You and your league are finished." "No, no, no, no." Shigaraki snarled. "What did you do to my Numu?" "Kurogyri, we can't win without him." "Not necessarily," Kurogyri pointed out. "All Might has been wounded severely. He's clearly winded and just bluffing. We may yet have a chance to kill him." Shigaraki glared at the #1 hero. Yes, you're right," he declared as the two began to creep closer to the hero. "Crap, they're gonna attack All Might." Katsuki realized, igniting his pumps. That realization made Izuku's heart pound. In this state, these villains might actually succeed. A world without All Might. Without even thinking, he was already dashing forward, his exoskeleton, by this point totally trashed, straining to propel him faster. "I'm not ready for a future like that." His whole body buzzed, blood pumping, nanomachines whirring. Time seemed to slow down except for the villains. "I need to get there." A green light began to shine from underneath his skin. "I need to be faster." His irises glimmered, circuits radiating out from his pupils. "I need to be better than this." His power surged, and for a moment his mind nearly blanked out with pain as his arms and legs throbbed, feeling almost like they had become dislocated. His flesh seemed to blur and fray, skin and muscles transforming themselves into more nanomachines than he'd ever produced at once, before reforming into compact mechanical limbs. Not exoskeletal enhancements, but full-on cybernetic limbs. Pistons in his legs fired, and with a bang he kicked off the ground, launching himself towards the villains, drawing back his metal fist. "Get away," he began, his eyes flashing with a terrible light, "from All Might." However, even as his mechanical arm locked into place, winding up pressure for a mighty punch, Shigaraki casually reached out to the side, right through Kurogyri. A portal allowed him to reach through, right towards Izuku. Everyone else could barely even start to react, even as that deadly hand reached for his face. However, his glowing eyes flicked towards it, and his body moved, retargeting. With another bang, his arm fired, swinging out almost fearlessly with a brutal short uppercut that smashed mercilessly into Shigaraki's wrist. The man-child screamed in agony, his arm broken in several places. What the hell are you? The young man wailed. Kurogyri! Get us out of here! No. Gaherg! The human warp gate quickly billowed around him, and they disappeared into the ether, just as the heroes from UA burst through the door. But that was secondary to what All Might, Katsuki and those around Izuku were concerned with as Izuku's arms returned to normal. Before he passed out, Ochako and Toga's screams echoing through the facility. Normal. Communication. Super form. Super move. Chapter 7. Fallout and Build Up. The fallout from the attack on USJ was enormous, in both the press and the faculty. Considering that it was an attack on the 2 hero courses at the prestigious UE University, it was expected, with multiple questions pointed at both Aizawa, for his handling of the class, and the school for a serious breach in security. With a minority calling for the sports festival to be cancelled, Nedzu was able to calm people's fears by explaining how, with one exception, all of the students were uninjured. But that didn't matter to the girl sitting beside the one person that was hurt. Hatsume was sitting at Izuku's bedside watching his slow breathing. When she was informed of Izuku's injuries, she and Melissa dropped what they were working on and immediately rushed to Recovery Girl's office. Once there, their hearts broke at seeing their friend in bandages and unconscious. Izuku, what happened? Mei wondered. And why are your arms covered up? Your nanomachines are supposed to heal you, right? I figured I would find you here, Mei, Katsuki said from the door. Behind him were Ochako, Toga and Momo. Calling me by my real name, this is a serious thing. Mei giggled hollowly. It's our friend lying there. But if you tell him about it, I'll kill you. We were watching that whole thing from the stairs, explained Ochako quietly, ignoring Katsuki's half-hearted threat. We saw All Might cooling down and Izuku reacting super fast. Last thing we heard was that villain scream. Yeah. His whole arm turned into a robot's arms and crunched the guy. Did you know he could do that, Mei? Toga asked curiously. Mei's crosshair eyes widened. He what? How, that huh? She ran her fingers through her hair, looking from the blonde to Izuku and back. That shouldn't be possible. His quirk is making machines, not turning into them. Then she lowered her arms. Unless? Do you have a theory? Momo asked. Of his quirk evolving, yes, but that's not important. How the hell did Izuku go from being an emitter to some type of Generator Rex ripoff? Before she could continue, Izuku began to tell them awake. Ugh, what hit me? Wait, USJ? All Might. He sat up quickly only for his head to pound. Ow wow. Zukiyu. Mei screamed, glomping him. You're awake. Ow, Mei, still hurt here. Izuku groaned, which only got worse as Toga hugged him too. Ochako watched with a smile that was hiding some jealousy at how close they were being. It's nice to see you awake. Thank you for saving me. And me, Momo chimed in. How could I repay you after getting beat up by that thing, whatever they called it? Numu. Hans guy called it Numu. And apparently that one was meant to kill All Might. Katsuki provided. Yet somehow Izuku was able to stand up to that one. Bet that guy's gonna need some of those hands because you sent him crying like a beach after you crushed his arm. Crushed his... Wait, what happened? Last I remembered was trying to save All Might from that guy. The whole room looked at each other and then at Izuku. Mei cleared her throat. Apparently, I don't really get how, but your quirk physically changed you. You transformed. Transform? Wait, my quirk is an emitter, not a transform quirk. How in the world does that happen? Izuku began to mutter, which got everyone to sweat drop. I always thought that my nanomachines were produced in my bloodstream, but could it be that I was actually transforming my blood cells directly into new nanomachines? Have I been looking at my quirk this whole time? This could open up a totally new way of using my quirk and make me that much more of a hero. Mei bopped him on the head. Easy there, Green, you just woke up. As you should, Recovery Girl confirmed, shuffling into the infirmary. I did as much healing as I could and your nanobots did the rest. You should be fine now to leave. Indeed, Midoriya M. Boy. All Might boomed as he entered the room with a middle-aged brown-haired man in a fedora and long trench coat, looking like a detective from a serial. You gave us a scare, young man, but I am glad to see that you are unharmed. Katsuki glanced at Momo. Can you keep a secret? Yes. The creation Quirk user answered. You can drop the act, All Might, everyone else here knows. Instantly, All Might deflated into his got lanky form. I'm still unsure about revealing myself to so many people, but if you believe she is trustworthy, I'll extend the same courtesy, he grunted. But how? Momo sputtered, aghast. You know what happened to you? Long story short, he got this fighting a really nasty bad guy and it's limiting his time as a hero. Toga explained. Obviously this is a really big secret, Momo. All Might nodded. In this form you can just call me Yagi-sensei. Then he looked at Izuku. I came by to thank you for your help yesterday. I would do it again, Izuku replied confidently. I have something else to talk to you about, but I think that can wait. Your mom dropped off some new clothes for you. Why not head on to class? That is, if Recovery Girl will allow you. Before we do that, All Might, I would like to ask Midoriya-san some questions, the man said, removing his hat. Who are you, sir? This is my friend, Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. He's known me long enough that I trust him with my life. Thank you, All Might. Midoriya-san, All Might told me what happened at USJ from his perspective, but I would like to hear it from you. My quirk, lie detector, will allow us to get the correct information. A great tool in your line of work, Momo told him. What do you mean by correct information? Izuku asked. It means you might have inadvertently blocked something out during the fight with that creature. Izuku nodded. I'll do my best, sir. First question, what were you in USJ for? It was supposed to be for a rescue course. When the teachers asked you to leave, what did you do? Not by choice, we wanted to help Aizawa. True, but by the time we tried to leave, this warp quirk user appeared and scattered us. All Might said you were prepared to fight these villains. Why? My friends were in danger, there was no one coming until Ida got help. How did you save All Might? Izuku opened his mouth to answer, then stopped. I thought the last thing I remember was seeing All Might about to be attacked, then the next thing I knew I was here. Naomasa frowned. His quirk revealed a partial true. You're not telling the full story. Hey, can you take it easy? He just woke up. Melissa demanded. No, it's all right, Izuku patted her arm. I wanted to do something, anything to stop All Might. And then if what they told me is true, my arms turned into actual robot arms. Naomasa nodded. I see. Well then, I have what I need for the investigation. You can leave if Recovery Girl will allow you. Yes, you can leave. Please don't make it a habit of visiting me. Oh, and go home, you dearies had a rough time, the school's closed tomorrow, have a safe weekend. Recovery Girl waved him off as he walked into the bathroom to change into his uniform. Once he was redressed, his friends escorted him out. Moments later, the vent above them opened and Nedzu dropped down. Principal Nedzu, how long have you been up there? Long enough. I wanted to make sure my students were okay. More importantly, All Might, that thing you want to talk to Midoriya-san about, you want him to be the next one for all user, don't you? Yagi nodded. Yes. He never thought for a second about not protecting his class. Even at the cost of his own life, potentially. What about his quirk transforming his arms? It seems like something that giving Midoriya one for all will only make it worse, Naomasa asked. I think he will find a way to adapt to it. I also believe those nanobots were reacting to his desire to protect. It's possible it will accept it, if Midoriya keeps that heroic resolve. For days later, following the attack on the USJ, Nedzu immediately shut down the school for the rest of the school week to review their security measures and to give the hero students some time to process their near-disastrous adventure. Monday morning, the students at UA University walked towards the imposing gates of the school, knowing that their worldview in the last week was turned upside down. This held especially true for classes 1A and B. Izuku in particular was in a more contemplative mood after what he had gone through. Flanking him was Himiko and Mei, who were squeezing his arm to make sure he was still here. While he was appreciative of the gesture, he was starting to become a little uncomfortable as they walked into the school. "Girls, I'll be fine, you can let go." "You sure?" Toga asked, squeezing his left arm, her modest BRTS squishing against it. "Yes," Izuku groaned at the soft feeling. "Besides, you have your own classes." Ochako beamed and slid between Mei. "That's right, don't worry girls, I'll look after him, make sure he doesn't end up at Recovery Girl's office again." The smug look made Mei stomp her feet. "Jealousy looks great on you, Chaco," Toga teased, making the girl blush. "See you guys later." And with that, she skipped down to Class 1B, where Kendo was waving her in. What was that all about? Momo wondered. "No idea," Izuku replied cluelessly as they walked into Class 1A. The moment the door opened, the entire class turned to them. The green-haired inventor waved his hand. "I'm not hey guys." "Midoriya!" The class shouted as they rushed over to him. Katsuki quickly stood in front of them. "Oi, back off already. Don't crowd him, he just got out of the nurse's office. We don't want him back there cause you all tried to suffocate him." Tenya was the first to recover. "Midoriya, please allow me to apologize for abandoning everyone. Ida, you were the reason everyone survived. Your speed got the teachers there in time." The engine user chopped his arms. "But that is not how a hero should act." Aizawa suddenly spoke up, startling the class. "On the contrary, sometimes the best thing for a hero to do is to run, so that they can guide more heroes or other authorities to the site of the incident. If you find yourself alone in a situation where you think you might not be enough, then running is definitely the right call. I recommend dispensing with the idea that it's never an option." Tsuyu spoke the thought on everyone's minds. "Aizawa-sensei, are you sure you should be up and about? Besides Midoriya, you were the worst injured." "I'm not so bad off that I can't walk," grunted the man, shrugging with his one good shoulder. "But I don't think I'm gonna be heroing anytime soon." "I'm just glad you're okay, sensei," Izuku replied. "As it is, your rescuing lessons will be postponed for a couple of days. But more importantly, in 2 weeks, the sports festival is coming." This got the class excited as they broke out into excited murmurings. The sports festival was the largest annual event UA held. All the classes would be auditioning for hero agencies, internships, and even sponsors. This would be their first chance to get their name out there and the first step up the ladder for heroics. "This is awesome, everyone's gonna be watching us kick some butt." Kirishima. "All the glitz and glory. It's practically the Olympics for Quirk users." Mina gushed. Should we be even having it?" Yui asked as everyone turned to her. "I mean, we just survived a villain attack." This brought everyone's mood down a bit as they realized they got lucky most of Class 1A and B got off lightly. "A valid concern, Kodai-san," Aizawa told her. "President Nedzu is personally vouching for the safety of the event and is asking many of the top heroes to attend. So that just gives you more incentive to go plus ultra." This brought up the mood again as they all planned their training. Aizawa got them calm enough to start class. 2 hours later, the class broke for lunch and they all began to shuffle out, only for them to run into a crowd of students. "Yo, what's up with everyone crowding the class?" Kirishima asked. "My guess, it's the rest of year 1, Izuku pondered. "Please move out of the way," Tenya demanded. "You're creating a fire hazard." "No can do Class A," a very familiar snide voice called out. Class A turned to see Monoma swaggering forward. "They are all here to see how dumb you really are. We were the only class to not be hurt." "Oh yeah? Whose fault is that dipshit? We were fighting together, especially Mega Man and Manga Guy. Or were you—" "Oh yeah, shooting your mouth off like a FING. Coward." Katsuki snarled. "What did you say, you rabid Pomeranian? What did you call me?" At this, Kirishima, Siro, and Mina had to hold Katsuki back from just straight up leaping on the other blonde. Meanwhile, Kendo had come up behind Monoma and slugged him to the floor to prevent a fight from breaking out. Izuku stepped between them, arms stretched between them. "Listen, I know tensions are high from yesterday's attack. We need to understand that we face down these villains without fear and we shouldn't let a petty rivalry spoil that." He glanced at the onlookers. This is by no means how our classes act. If you think otherwise, I would love for you to swap places with us so you could see how close we were to having more people in Recovery Girl's office. This got everyone's attention and most of them took a step back. I'll accept one. What you should be worried about is losing your spot in the hero course. A monotone voice cut through the crowd. The voice belonged to a purple-haired student with hollowed, tired eyes. What are you talking about, Jenny Dash? Katsuki was cut off as his whole body went slack. That's better, now why don't you go back to class? The student ordered. To everyone's shock, Katsuki, the normally rebellious student, obeyed the order without question and marched his way back to Class 1A. See what I mean? If you're not careful, you can easily be dropped. And if we general studies students do well, we might just find our way into the heroes course. What did you do to Kaken? Izuku demanded. Something that will make you hero students tremble, the student told him. Just be careful of us Gen Ed students. We didn't get into the course because you hero students managed to beat us all out with your flashy quirks. The purple-haired student walked away, as did the rest of the classes. Izuku sighed in relief, only to hear Katsuki's cursing. God damn, how did I wind up back here? Kaken, are you all right? Izuku asked him as he stormed out. I blanked out for a bit. Whatever that guy's quirk is, it's bound to be dangerous. Right, come on. He sighed, pulling the explosive user into the lunchroom. The rest of the day was spent training or preparing to train their quirks in the coming weeks. As class let out, May and Melissa met up with the hero students. So, is everyone excited for the sports festival? May asked excitedly. What's got you so worked up, May? Melissa asked. It's only a competition. Well, sure, for you since you're in the support course. Melly, this is the chance we've been waiting for, to get our company name out there. Sure, me and Izuku as individuals have a lot of inventions. But that was before we became heroes. The sports festivals is where we can get new clients, new sponsors, and more money than we ever could have dreamed of. You don't want to be in your dad's shadow forever, right? Melissa hummed. I guess you're right, but how will I get through it? Melly, we are two gadgeteer geniuses. We have double the chances of getting jobs and sponsors. May cheered. Ochako laughed dully at their enthusiasm, but guiltily looked away. I wish my goals were as nice as yours. Huh. The others looked at her confusedly. The gravity user pushed her fingers together. Well, my parents aren't the most well-off even with some of the jobs they get. They work so hard for me and every time I wanted to help they told me to be a kid. I just want to be able to let them retire comfortably. She trailed off. At that, Melissa glomped the gravity quirk user, making her blush prettily. Ah, Ochako, you're such a sweetheart. Your parents would be so proud of you. Ochako, you still plan on being a hero to help people, right? Izuku asked. Yeah, of course. Ochako declared. Then it's all right, he told her, smiling. As long as you're willing to do the job, it doesn't matter what your motives are. That's the spirit, an unknown male voice called out, startling the group. They looked around for the source of the voice when it spoke again. Over here. They turned towards the wall. Did Katsuki's explosions hurt our ears, or did the wall just talk? Can it, Goggles, my explosions aren't that bad. Katsuki growled. Random thought, Jairu could use something to help with her ears, Izuku muttered. So, you're the gadget kid from 1A, the mysterious voice said. A face popped out of the wall. It was a blonde-haired man with blue oval eyes. And now we have a guy coming out of the walls. I think we've been in the lab too long, Melissa groaned, rubbing her eyes. Haha, you guys are awesome, he said, disappearing and reappearing out of the ground. What? Who the heck are you? Izuku asked. The boy laughed. Sometimes I wonder that myself. But anyway, I just thought I'd look in at the class that fought those dastardly villains. Good luck at the sports festival. The boy sank back into the ground and out of sight. Okay, that was weird, Ochako muttered, glancing at the others. I'm not the only one who thought it was weird, right? You're telling me, Katsuki grumbled. Come on, we need to plan for when I win the sports festival. You mean me, right? Izuku asked offhand. You wanna go? Katsuki smirked. Gonna have to catch me. Izuku grinned as he leaped away, the explosive user cursing and flying after him. The girls looked at each other and laughed as they headed to their lab. Next day, about 11 a.m. It's been 3 days since the attack on USJ and we have the assessment of all the damages. Besides the roof that All Might destroyed, Aizawa glared at the smiling man, who chuckled sheepishly. There was some damage to the various zones, but nothing that some contractors can't fix. 13 is recovering well, and she may be out of the hospital soon. What we don't know is how the League of Villains knew we were there. The trip was planned so only a few teachers knew what we were doing, Nedzu began, crossing his paws. This leads me to believe one of two things. One, this League of Villains just happened to be in the area. Whatever that clown did last week also let them get a hold of the schedule for USJ, Aizawa deduced. His quirk probably ruined the barrier, which let him sneak into the campus while the parasite reporters were distracting us. Nedzu crossed his paws. That would have been a good chance to sneak in. Perhaps that alarm that spooked the students was the distraction they needed to get in and out. Their fear was irrational, Aizawa humphed. Detective Neo Mesa. The principal turned to the only non-teacher. Did you find anything about the creature that tried to harm my students? Yes. After the battle at the USJ, we were called to a park on the other side of the city. When we captured the creature called Numu, it was docile, almost catatonic. What do you mean docile? This thing nearly killed Aizawa and Midoriya. Vlad King spoke up. It's almost like an automaton. Without its master, it's a puppet without strings. I couldn't get a thing out of it. And where there's one, there's bound to be more potentially, Aizawa concluded, which got everyone to look at each other grimly. Snipe raised his hand. What do we do now? Cancel the sports festival? No, but we will be increasing security, Nedzu assured them. Having the top 10 heroes there might dissuade people from attacking the festival itself. A few more heroes wouldn't hurt, of course. I'll do my best, All Might said. But I don't know if I can keep up my muscle form for that long. With everyone involved, you probably won't be needed publicly until the awards ceremony, Nedzu told him. Now, we should move on because some of us have students to get back to. After classes had ended several hours later, All Might waited in his thin form on the path out of UA, waiting outside for the throngs of students to disperse. Soon enough he spotted a familiar head of fluffy green hair walking with his friends. Midoriya, my boy. Yagi-sensei? Izuku asked. What's going on? Nothing, my boy, I just thought you and I could have a talk. He glanced at his friends. You can still walk with us, but we need a little privacy. Melissa nodded as they all rushed ahead. Izuku looked at the taller man. So, Yagi-sensei, what did you want to talk about? Well, first off, I want to thank you for saving my butt at USJ. Oh, that? Izuku asked sheepishly. It's what heroes do, right? I couldn't let them hurt my friends. Or you for that matter. That thing was designed to fight you. That's just it, All Might told him. I was supposed to be there to protect you kids, not the other way around. My DMN time limit. Here Yagi coughed up blood. All Might, are you sure you don't me and May to fix you up? Izuku asked. He had offered before even coming up with schematics for replacement organs, with Melissa frantically trying to convince her godfather to do the same. All Might had turned them down, saying he felt he could still be a hero. No. It's fine, Midoriya. Besides, my time is starting to run short. What do you mean? I mean, my time as the #1 hero is ending. That Numa shouldn't have hurt me as bad as it did, and the amount of time it took for me to finish it was too much. On top of this, I feel like I'm losing time in my bulked up form. He looked at the sky. Been at this for over 40 years, saving people and putting smiles on people's faces. But now, I feel like I'm only doing this to give the world hope. But, who will be the #1 hero after you? Endeavor, for all that he tries, is not the hero that inspires confidence. All Might smirked. Tell me, Midoriya, when the USJ attack happened, what did you do? Izuku looked up to the sky. I don't know, my adrenaline was pumping that entire day. Those villains were threatening my friends, Aizawa and you. Then when that hands guy tried to dust you, I just thought of saving you. And your body reacted, All Might chuckled. Midoriya, Do you know what makes a hero a hero? At the student's head shaking, he smiled. It's the fact that when it comes down to it, they don't know why they rush in. Their ultimate goal is to save people, not be flashy heroes for the press. Do you know why I smile? It's to assure people you're here, right? Izuku asked. Partially true, but there's more to it. You see, I go into these situations with fear in my heart. Izuku snapped his head up. You're scared? Of course, I'm only a superpowered human after all. I'm scared of failure, scared of people dying on me, and I'm scared that whatever happens, I will lose a fight and perish someday. Over the years, after my injury each day, I wonder, is today the day? He fell silent for a moment, his eyes dark and contemplative. But then, he glanced back at Izuku and gave a small smile. But still I smile, in order to assure people that until that day, it will be okay, that help is here and on the way. Izuku watched the weakened man with awe. He was being entrusted with something that All Might held dear, and he couldn't feel less than honored he was being told this. Wow. In a way, you remind me of me when I was younger, the hero smiled. Izuku returned it as they walked in silence. As they approached the lab, All Might stopped him. Midoriya, boy, I wasn't entirely honest when I told you and your friends about what I was doing here. You see, despite my injuries, I still go out and try to be a symbol of peace. But it's become painfully obvious that I can't do this forever. So, I've been forced to look for a successor. A successor. To1 for all? Izuku asked. What do you mean by a successor, Uncle Might? Melissa asked, startling the two. During the conversation, their friends had come out and had caught the end of the conversation. Melissa? What are you doing here? Yagi asked, surprised. All Might. Whatever you have to say, you can say it in front of us, Izuku told him. What's going on? Katsuki demanded. All Might buffed up to his hero. Izuku, Midoriya, your courage and your heart have led me to this offer. You, my green-haired student, are my choice for inheriting my quirk one for all. This got everyone's attention. Wait, you said this quirk can be passed down. How many other users have there been, Uncle Might? Counting me and Izuku here, there have been 9. There is more to this quirk, but for now, Midoriya, do you accept my power? Izuku looked at his idol and then at his friends. First he looked at Katsuki, who smirked. Go for it, Brainiac. Next was Mei. Think of the things you can do with your quirks, it will be awesome. Then it was Ochako. You're already a hero in my book, Izuku, this won't change a thing. You can do it, Aizu. Toga cheered. Don't worry about us. Melissa walked up to him and took his hands. If All Might chose you, then he sees the same thing we do. But it's your choice. Izuku nodded. All Might, I accept. Haha. The number 1 hero bellowed. Very well, Midoriya, my boy. In order for you to inherit my power, he reached up and plucked a hair from his head. Eat this. This made everyone faceplant, almost causing an earthquake. The strongest quirk in the world could be passed through a hair follicle. They couldn't believe the sheer absurdity of it. One for Al has to be willingly given, and the DNA of the previous host must be in it. This can mean blood, sweet, or even nails. Mei scanned the hair with her zoom quirk. There's nothing to suggest anything special about this. Why does it have to be hair? Trust me, this is the cleanest way we can do this. Better than blood and sweat or even nails. Midoriya, bottoms up. Gagging, Izuku took the hair and with a face that could curdle milk, he essayed it up. Gah, I never want to do that again. I had the same reaction. Now then, it will take a couple of hours for it to metabolize. We should find a place to actually test your powers out. How about Dagoba Beach? Melissa offered. We haven't finished cleaning it for Mei's gadgets. We would be cleaned out if you let me take more than 1 trip a week. May'mt. You would be there all week. Melissa countered. Science must not be silenced. Mei screamed. The two glared at each other, then began to throw equipment at each other. Izuku watched as 2 of his friends started to catfight. Girls? You don't have to do this. Save it, Izuku. When 2 girls want something, they will fight for it. Katsuki rubbed his head, grumbling. All Might could only watch in horrified amusement as his niece and friends started catfighting. Toga giggled at the fighting, while Ochako just sighed at the usual chaos. Several hours of tinkering, light training and damage control later, All Might had deemed that enough time had passed for OFA to settle, and they set out for Dagoba Beach. The former dumping ground was very different from 3 years earlier, when you couldn't even see the sand. Thanks to Izuku and Mei's runs, it had steadily been cleaned up so that people could actually walk around it without risk of tetanus. Izuku stared out at the water, his heart pounding nervously. All Might, what do you want me to do? You need to feel one for all as your own. To be able to call it on your own. When you feel that deep inside yourself. When you have that feeling, grab it tight, clench your butt cheeks and yell smash. Ochako leaned over to Mei. I don't think All Might is the best teacher, she murmured quietly. Could be worse, we could have present Mike here. Quiet, will ya, I want to see this. Katsuki growled. Izuku nodded and took a deep breath. Already he felt his nanobots begin to swarm around his body. They began to crawl to his arm, merging and forming a shell around it. Before long, his arm had been replaced by a dark green arm cannon that stretched from his hand to his elbow arm. Green electrical energy built up in his arm as it danced around his body. Uncle Might, is this normal? Melissa asked as the energy started to affect the area around him. I don't know. I considered the nanobots maybe rejecting the quirk, but perhaps they are enjoying it. Izuku held onto his arm as more energy gathered. Come on Izuku, hold it a bit more. As he struggled to hold it, his bicep dissolved momentarily, reforming into a series of woven cords. Considering that this was the first time that Izuku had ever held a gun, so to speak, he had to take as many precautions as possible. Midoriya. Let the energy go. Just a bit more, Izuku cried as the energy ball in front of his arm began to get bigger and bigger. Moments later, he couldn't hold back and aimed skyward. A massive blast of compressed air erupted from his air, digging him 4 feet into the sand below. At the same time, a shockwave radiated outwards from the barrel, knocking down his friends and nearly doing the same to All Might. The trash piles still around him were blown down like bowling pins with an almighty metal screeching. The wave echoed through the town, though fortunately it lost force as it traveled. The burst of energy cracked the sky at near supersonic speeds. The blast burst reached into the clouds and exploded into powerful green energy particles, creating a borealis effect. Izuku panted as he held his arm, which had transformed back into its normal state. The skin was bright red, as if it had been burnt. While he didn't have any broken bones that he could feel, it still felt horribly bruised, the muscles torn and aching. He turned to All Might and smiled painfully. Plus, Ultra. All Might watched him collapse with a panicked expression, feeling he screwed up. Melissa, seeing him collapse, rushed over to him, Toga and Ochako following suit. Recovery Girl is gonna kill me, so is Detective Tsukachi. You're telling me my mom and Auntie Inko are gonna ground me till I graduate if we get in trouble with the law. Katsuki groaned. The two looked at each other and then the explosive user smirked. You and I are gonna get along fine, Yagi-sensei. I reluctantly agree, Bokugu Emboy. Chapter 8. Training a New Future. 3 days after All Might passed down his quirk, Yui Gym Epsilon. Small explosions rocked the training ground late in the day, after classes let out. A sound of something charging echoed through the structure as more explosions rocked the gym. Izuku fired several small shots from his shape-shifted cannon at the drones flying around him. 3 drones exploded in a blaze of green energy while the others fired back with. Cursing to himself, he summoned more nanobots out of his arm and sent tendrils at the maneuverable. Off to the side, All Might watched with glee in his buff form, along with Recovery Girl and Aizawa. He's already got a basic grasp of one for all. His mental fortitude is amazing. It would be better, you buffoon, if you didn't tell him to clench your butt cheeks and yell smash while nearly blowing up the beach. Recovery Girl grumbled, lightly smacking the giant man in the knees. All Might had the decency to blush. When Izuku had fired off that humongous blast, it had really kicked off a hornet's nest with the civilian population when they saw the boreal effect from the cannon shot. When the police showed up, Detective Tsukachi took one look at All Might and then at Izuku, whose arm was still red from the blast he'd fired, and shook his head. He easily accepted it as a Quirk training exercise, and the media bought it. Inko's reaction was more expressive.
Flashback.
Inko heard the doorbell and put down the book she was reading. Wonder who could that be? Coming, she called out as she shuffled towards the door. Opening it, she saw an unconscious Izuku on Katsuki's shoulders, an emaciated man who she assumed was a teacher in a dress suit, a man in a trench coat with a hat in hand, and elderly woman in a hover chair. Midoriya-san? I'm Detective Tsukachi Naomasa, can we have a word? Seeing that her son was potentially in trouble with the police, she did the only thing that a parent would do in this situation. She fainted in a dead heap. Yeah, that's about what I expected, Katsuki deadpanned. Come on, I'll put Izuku in his room. The adults followed him in, with the detective and number 1 hero helping Inko to a couch, while Recovery Girl looked her over. Toshinori soon followed Katsuki to Izuku's room. As he entered, he saw a room of two extremes. On one side was clearly a shrine dedicated to him, with posters depicting his various uniforms from his debut to his more recent ones, along with action figures. The other side was dedicated to his science pursuits, with several trophies, posters of several scientific tables including the periodic table and the solar system, and photos of his family and friends. The man approached the stand and picked up a picture. It was a picture of Izuku, Mei, and Melissa at a science expo, beaming brightly behind one of their inventions. The number 1 hero smiled at seeing his niece and made a note to see David and his wife. The dorks can't get enough of each other, Katsuki laughed from behind him. They've been inseparable since they were 13. It's a wonder they haven't talked about stepping it up. I can tell both ladies were immensely worried about Izuku. The amount of power he unleashed was immense. Yeah, the explosions we cause don't cause auroras like that, Katsuki agreed, rubbing his head. Looking up at the posters, he smiled. We always looked up to ya, to think you're running out of time as a hero. The transfer might have sped that up. I already feel one for all fading. To put the future on his shoulders like this. We'll figure it out, said the boy brusquely, shrugging. We always do. Come on, Inko-chan should be waking up with the doc helping. As the teacher and student walked in, Inko was sitting at the table nursing her head. Katsuki, who are these people, and why was Izuku unconscious? Katsuki pointed towards Yagi, who waved. Yagi-sensei is a teacher at UE, and he was training us with our quirks and well. Toshinori stood up. My name is Yagi Toshinori. I work with All Might as his secretary as well as part-time with the school. That was the cover that All Might had explained to everyone to hide his identity. All Might was trying to teach him something outside of class, and there was a bit of an accident. Fortunately, Izuku will be fine. Wait, Izuku's being trained by All Might? Inko asked, her body wobbling again. Well, Dade-s a hero studies teacher, yeah, Oba-chan, but apparently he sees something in Izuku. Who knows? Katsuki shrugged. Anyway, Izuku should be fine, and hopefully you too, Andy. The old hag wants to have dinner again. Once Recovery Girl gave a clean bill of health, every non-Midoriya bid the young mother a good night. Flashback, and he needs to step it up if he wants to properly use One for All in the sports festival, Aizawa muttered, his voice muffled slightly from the bandages he was in. You think he could use it without hurting himself? Recovery Girl asked. Perhaps, but he has more than enough in his repertoire. His skill with his quirk is astounding. I am also concerned about what happened at the USJ. His quirk went out of control and changed. That is something you don't just sweep under the rug, no matter how good Nedzu is. The HSPC will probably want him. Aizawa grunted. All Might scoffed, the normally jovial man frowning. I wish them the best of luck. If they want to get to him, I will use whatever time I have left to stop him. You almost sound like the boy's father, Recovery Girl smiled. The big hero stopped scowling and blushed. Well, up in the stands, Melissa and Ochako watched with interest, while Mei tinkered with a pair of boots. Izuku's really doing well with One for All. Those nanomachines are taking to One for All's power well. How much power did he say was in this? Ochako asked. I think Uncle Might said he was the 8th, So Izuku was 9? So, 9 different holders. Who knows how much they poured into it? Mei groaned and dropped her screwdriver. Damn it, I thought we had everything about Izuku's quirk figured out and then boom he does all of this and then gets a quirk that can be transferred. Give me a freaking break. Melissa scooted over and grabbed the scientist in a one-armed hug. That's just one more project for all of us. Once this sports festival is over, we can work on it while we figure out Toru's quirk. Do you have an idea? Ochako asked curiously. I think we've narrowed it down to the fact that her body bends light around it. If we can figure out the part of her DNA that creates that effect, we can create a switch that can turn it off. Her parents can shed some, no pun intended, light on this, Melissa explained. Ochako hummed and watched Izuku train against the drones. As she watched, she thought back to how much he had already helped her, whether through her job at his lab or her quirk. It was adorable how much he loved to break down everyone's quirk. Melissa saw the gaze and smiled, nudging the girl. Like what you see, Cheiko-chan? The brunette's face began to turn as red as Kirishima's hair. What? I wasn't staring at his muscles. Oh crap, I wasn't staring at his body. Melissa giggled. It's a great sight, isn't it? You think you want to date him? BB, but he's got you too. Melly and I talked about it recently, Mei shrugged. I think we can include you in this and we need to talk to Toga. I'm perfectly fine sharing. Steam began to spill out of her ears as her voice failed her, so she did the only thing she could have. She covered her face with her hands in an attempt to hide her face. This unfortunately meant her quirk activated and she began slowly drifting towards the ceiling. Melissa looked up with a smile. I think you broke her. I think she's in, Mei replied. Sometimes I'm glad you kept me grounded. I could be more obsessed with these, she pointed at her boots. And not you or Izuku. Ochako was trying to mold herself to the ceiling to hide herself from embarrassment. As she shook her head, she didn't notice someone floating up to her. Nanny, what are you doing here? Is your face red? Is that your quirk? A very energetic voice asked rapidly. Ochako peeked through her hands to see a blue-haired girl wearing the school's girl's uniform really close to her. No, I just got really embarrassed and activated my quirk. Nikki, your quirk is like mine. Come on, it's much more fun down on the ground. Before the brunette could stop her, she was pulled gently along towards the floor where she landed next to Izuku. Ochako-chan? What were you doing up there? Practicing my quirk? Ochako told him, hoping that he'd buy the weak excuse. Oh, that's cool. Anyway, why don't you say hello to our seniors? They're in their 3rd years here. 3rd years? Tako asked. Aizawa took this opportunity to step in. These 3 students are among the best UA has at the moment, the so-called Big 3. The girl who brought Uraraka down, Heido Nijire. Hello. The bubbly girl waved. I'm Nijire-chan, the spiral hero. As Izuku turned to the other 2, he recognized the face. Wait, you're the one who was phasing through the walls the other day. Ah, you remember me? The blonde boy exclaimed, laughing jovially. I'm Togata Mirio. I'm called Lemillion in the field. A pleasure to formally meet you, Midoriya-san. Aizawa raised an eyebrow but said nothing. And finally, where's Amajiki? The 2 juniors turned to see a dark-haired boy leaning against the bleachers with an aura of depression surrounding him. Why am I here? Mirio, we shouldn't be here. Come on, Tamaki, say hello. Nijire cheered. With great reluctance, the boy walked over. Fine, Amajiki-deki, it's nice to meet you or whatever. Izuku's eyes lit up and pulled out his notebook from out of nowhere. Wow, you guys are amazing. Can I ask you what your quirks are? Mirio smirked and then suddenly disappeared, his clothes collapsing to the floor. What the? Ochako shouted. He disappeared? Right behind you, Kohai. The blonde called out, his body reappearing without his clothes. Ochako spun around and then screamed at his NDE state. It's called permeation. I can make my body intangible. Unfortunately, my clothes can't exactly follow, he said, crossing his arms. And because matter can't exist in the same space, you are propelled faster when you deactivate it, correct? Izuku theorized. My, you are a smart one, Mirio praised. Yes, that's exactly right. But man, it took me years to get it down pat. Goes to show even a weak quirk can be taken to the extreme. He posed like a certain anime show. Power! That's great and all, but can you please get dressed? Ochako pleaded, her face turning bright red again. Sorry. Mirio laughed and rushed over to his discarded clothes. My turn, my turn. Nijire waved as she got into Izuku's face. Melissa and May, who were watching from the bleachers, frowned slightly at how forward this older girl was with Izuku. Out of her hands, she fired 2 large spiraling waves at a couple of the drones. My Quirk's wave motion, I can make these super cool waves from anywhere, even my legs. To show this, she leaped up into the air and floated. The green-haired scientist eagerly began to write down a new page. How are you getting the energy? How fast do they go? How do you do this with your legs? Nijire giggled. They can be slow, and unfortunately if I use it too much, happy Nijire goes nappy time. Ochako smiled and watched Izuku work his magic as he asked the big 3 about their quirks. She glanced over at May and Melissa, who just nodded with matching grins. Yeah, I think we can make this work. But who else wants to be with Izuku? At that moment at her manor, Momo cutely sneezed. My goodness, what happened? Meanwhile, in ground beta, Kendo Itsuka sneezed, and her enlarged fist struck Minoma, who was trying to mouth off about classic, knocking him out. At her home, an invisible sneeze was heard from Toru's home as she showered from the day. As the day ended, the 3 girls from Gym Epsilon met with Himiko, who was doing her own training with Vlad King. Hey girls! Himiko called out as they met up. Bet this will be the last time we can spend time together with each other before the festival. Yeah, don't want you looking at what me and Melly come up with, May grinned. What about you, Cheiko-chan? Anything good? Himiko asked, hugging the gravity girl close. Maybe. She was too busy checking out Izuku. May teased, which earned her a slap that caused her to float. Hey, no fair. Be nice, Ochako. Put her down, Melissa sighed. Having to put up with everyone's antics could get tiring. As the brunette put the inventor down, she spoke up. So, I speak for everyone here, we're all interested in a certain green-haired inventor cinnamon roll. The girls stopped walking and looked at the American. Himiko grinned. You really are forward, aren't you? Am I wrong? Melissa pressed. Nope. Himiko replied simply, her arms stretched behind her head. So, what now, we make Izuku choose? Who would let you take him? Ochako said with a forced smile. You 2 know him the longest. I don't want to be a homewrecker. What? May laughed. You think we're gonna fight over this? Please. What May is suggesting is we try to all fate Izuku. Yeah, that sounded better in my head, Melissa trailed off. Toga hummed as they found a bench to sit down. Sharing Izuku sounds fun. Ochako's face turned red again. It's a wonder she hadn't keeled over from the blood loss. Me, dating Izuku, she mumbled. This time, Melissa and May grabbed her so she wouldn't float away. Relax, it's just Izuku. Unless you're already thinking of us in bed. Melissa teased. Ochako calmed down. I just don't know him that well yet. If I want to date him, I need to at least do something for him. Tell you what, why don't you take Izuku on a date, say it's to thank him for everything he's done. You'll get an idea. Same with you, Himiko. I'll wait till after the festival. Toga grinned. Meantime, we'll save your spot in our nuclear family, May told her, patting her on the shoulder. That I hope it's not too strange, Ochako muttered. But, thank you. Melissa and May grinned and looked at each other, sending a mental thought. She's so gonna be in this. Next day, early morning. Izuku yawned as he made his way into the school. The hero courses were given the next week or so off from classes to prepare for the sports festival, but unfortunately as class representative, he still had to attend meetings. And unfortunately to accommodate said training, the council meetings had to be early in the morning. So, with some trepidation after another long night of work, he trudged his way through UA's gate. Opening his eyes, he saw Momo walking up to him, fiddling with her hair to put it in. Her ponytail. Oh, Morning Momo. Good morning, Izuku. Sorry, my hair is being really unruly today, Momo answered, frowning. Izuku held out his hand. A wave of nanomachines flew over and landed on the band before gently wrapping it around her hair and allowing her to finish tying it up. Thank you, Momo said as they walked through the school. How are you feeling after what happened at the USJ? Izuku sighed. I'm okay, but some part of me wishes this DMN event were postponed. A combination of that attack and me nearly dying kind of puts some things on the back burner. Did it have to do with how your quirk went up berserk? Izuku stopped and looked at Momo. He wondered where she saw that until he remembered she was the one that nearly got dusted by that maniac Shigaraki. I don't know what happened. I thought I had everything figured out with my quirk after 14 years. But turning into a cyborg, that was not something any of us expected. What were you feeling at the time? Momo wondered. Anger. Someone wanting to hurt my friends. I was scared that I was going to lose someone close to me. Fury at All Might being seriously hurt. Confused about how my body reacted. You consider me a friend? Momo asked, her eyes sparkling. Of course, you're my classmate. Friendship is almost mandatory. The rich girl sniffled. Thank you. Izuku, your quirk, reacted to your emotions. Are your nanobots alive? That I never gave that much thought. I always controlled it with my, but if they're reacting without any conscious input, well, given how I transformed my body, he rubbed his chin, lapsing into thought, it could be that they're literally part of my body, and might fall under some part of unconscious functions, like my heartbeat or breathing. You fear your quirk might go out of control? Izuku shook his head. I have no reason to believe that, but something like this could easily get me labeled a villain. Indeed, Momo cleared her throat. I talked with my parents about a potential business opportunity. Oh, Izuku asked. What kind? The kind that might get your company on the map. Because I am the heiress to the Yayarosa group, they suggested I start my investment portfolio. And I talked to them about potentially sponsoring you. After the sports festival, we can meet with them. You, Hatsum-san and Shield-san. I like that, Momo. As he said this, they reached the room where the class reps for Year 1 were meeting. They saw a familiar ginger girl waving at them. Hey guys, what's up? Hey, Kendo-san, Izuku called out. Do you have an idea what this meeting's about? Probably the sports festival, how to be on our best behavior, all of that stuff. Ugh, I wish I could be training so that I could actually win this. I mean, after what we went through? I would think Class B would take it seriously after we nearly died, but Monoma is being a BSTRD about this. If he saw what I did to save Aizawa-sensei, he'd be singing a different tune, Izuku grumbled. Midoriya-san, are you okay after your nurse's stay? Nairenjiki asked. Yeah, thanks for asking. I heard you and Katsuki kicked but with Ojiro and Manga-san. The blue-haired boy rubbed his hair. It was a team effort. It seemed like our quirks were made for combining together. Would you be willing to talk about it? Izuku asked, a notebook out of nowhere in his hands. Oh, sure, after the meeting, Nairenjiki replied. I'm glad you're so interested. Izuku's eyes sparkled at that and began to quickly draw the shorter man. Kendo glanced at Momo. Is this normal? She asked, tilting her head at Izuku. Oh, it's harmless. He loves breaking down everything, even quirks. I think Nairenjiki's quirk would fascinate him. Kendo watched him work, his face scrunched up as he asked her vice rep several questions. She giggled at how involved he was in this. Say, Midoriya, you up for breaking down my quirk afterwards? Sure, Kendo-san. Izuki replied. Let's head on in, Momo ushered them, swallowing the nagging feeling that crept into her. The four representatives moved into the conference room to discuss the next month of school for the students. Outside of school at the Midoriya labs, Katsuki pointed his gauntlets at a brick wall that Maze robots had acted. Contact! He clenched his fist and directed the blast at the incoming robots. The blast collided with the robots, the impact scattering their pieces into the walls in front of him. Once the adrenaline wore off, he felt pain shoot up his left arm, forcing him to the floor. Yui, who had been watching with earmuffs, quickly lowered them and rushed towards him. Katsuki-san, are you alright? I thought I was past this, he said as he held his arm. There's an ice pack in the freezer, can you go grab it? Yui nodded and ran towards the mentioned freezer. When she came back, she used her power to expand the ice pack to cover his entire arm. I figured you needed more ice. Thanks, the explosive teen muttered. I normally don't go this far, but it's the DMN Sports Festival. Yui looked around the room and saw multiple drones, walls, and even pads with explosive marks all over. I can tell. Katsuki reached up and pulled out his earplugs. Izuku and Mei identified this problem early, and especially when I got to PBR2Y. All of these explosions put a strain on my body. The doctors actually warned me if I didn't train properly I could easily hurt my back and neck from all the excessive force. The neck brace on my costume helps with the whiplash. I had a prototype inspired by the Hans device in race cars. Hans? Yui asked, blinking. Head and neck system, Katsuki told her. Putting his good arm on his neck, he continued. When you're in a car crash, your head goes forward because while the car stops, you don't. In a passenger car, you have airbags to hopefully stop you from eating glass, the steering wheel, or the dash. In race cars, you don't have that. The Hans device was the solution as it went around your helmet and neck. Connected to the seat and using your body's weight to secure it, it keeps your head from whipping about in a crash. In particular, slamming your face into the steering wheel. We eventually produced a better, lighter device, but if I want to go bigger, I might need to look into that. Yui hummed as she stood up. I believe it is my turn to train, Katsuki-san. Alright, let me see what you got, Ultra Girl. Yui looked away to hide her blush as Katsuki walked over to the console. Alright, what's the biggest you can do right now? Yui hummed as he had some of the sturdier robots clean up. When she glanced over, she watched as he took a seat, out of breath. Are you alright? Side effect of my quirk, Katsuki breathed out. You know how nitroglycerin is explosive? Well, it's a pretty good blood pressure medicine. I remember I fell unconscious one day when I was 12 after a training session and I collapsed. I have high blood pressure due to the fact that my quirk acts like a blood thinner. I can still function as a hero, I just need to control my outbursts. Thank God for Blondie and goggles. Yui hummed as she reached into a toolbox and pulled out several nuts and bolts. I can grow and shrink them at will as long as I touch them with all 5 hands. Even after I let go, they are still under my control to shrink and grow as I please. They only reset when I put my fingertips together. So basically you can take anything you want on the field and use it as a weapon. That's great for close range, but what if someone plays keep away? Perhaps a launcher of some kind? Hang on, goggles might have something, Katsuki called out, going through some of Mei's inventions off to the side. She's always making stuff, it's a habit of hers. You seem to hold Hatsum-san in high regard, Yui observed as she approached the explosive user. Me, Deku and her have been friends since we were 5. She and him are always making stuff. I just got caught up in everything. It's been a wild ride. Do you have a reason you Kali Midoriya that? I mean, Deku isn't the friendliest name. It's an old joke between us, he's clearly not useless. As for the nicknames, if you got at least a decent name from, it means you haven't set me off, like Gravity Girl. And Ultra Girl? Yui asked. Katsuki grinned as he pulled out a large metal arm. Why do you think? No way you designed that costume without knowing about Toku. Yui turned away to hide her blush. Thank you, she said, taking it in her hand. Can we enlist Midoriya-san or Hatsum-san to readjust it? Readjust what? Izuku asked as he came into the lab with Mei right behind him. I told Ultra Girl here that she gets some launcher and stuff that she could shrink down and shoot. That would do wonders, he agreed, nodding. She can only throw so far with her arms after all. He then smirked. Ultra Girl, huh? That's a surprisingly complimentary nickname for you, Kaken. Shut up. Katsuki growled. If my arm weren't hurt, you'd be running. Also, goggles, don't make her equipment blow up. Izuku blew him a raspberry. Meanwhile, Mei quickly used her quirk to measure the quiet girl's arm. Then she was at her bench, using the measurements to create a form-fitting device. Then, picking up some debris, she rushed back over. Try it. Yui strapped on the launcher, which went up halfway to her shoulder with a section to put her ammo in. Fiddling with the debris, she felt her quirk latch onto it before she shrunk it down and put it into the launcher. Pulling back, she aimed at the wall and released the tension, the shard zipping through the air like a bullet. As it flew, she placed her fingertips together, which caused the debris to return to normal. The debris flew fast across the room before striking the wall, embedding itself into the wall, causing the room to shake. So if you need your fingers to use your quirk, maybe the launcher can be under the arm, May muttered, tilting the stunned girl's arm. Melissa, who had been upstairs, cursed and stormed downstairs. Demon Itina. She called out in English. It wasn't me, I swear. The pink-haired girl cried out in the same language. Melissa blinked and noticed Yui looking at her destruction with wide eyes. Oh great, we have someone who can grow stuff and create bigger bombs. Sorry? Yui apologized, perplexed. No, it's fine, we just need to repair the walls. No big deal, there goes this month's budget, Melissa grumbled. We have plenty left over. May pouted. If you keep blowing stuff up we won't, the blonde snapped. Would you two get a room? Katsuki groaned. His joke got the two to pause, and after their conversation earlier, made them both blush bright red at the implications. Yui looked at Katsuki. Is this normal? Yeah, more or less. The quiet girl looked at the two and smiled. I think I'll enjoy the insanity. Your funeral, groused Melissa. 3 days later. Izuku groaned as he stared at the screen in front of him. Off to the side was a DNA scanner holding a piece of hair that was being illuminated by concentrated light. The hair belonged to Hagakure Turu. They had tried several different methods such as X-rays, fire, and even lasers to make it appear, before they finally managed to make it appear via intense light on the strand. Now he was looking at the DNA strand, while drawing up plans to help turn this light on her. He was looking for why her quirk caused her to be invisible. As looked over the strand, his nanobots were quickly trying to build what he had in his head, but his lack of concentration made it hard to form anything coherent. This was the state Ochako found him as she walked down into his lab. Izuku? How long have you been here? Today? Been here since I finished training. I've been at this for days or so. Ochako looked at the DNA strand. You know, in sci-fi movies they could change a lot. Through manipulation, can't believe it's all there. Izuku hummed. Yep. Though I haven't figured out what's causing her family's issue, I can tell you what her eye and hair color is. He clicked a particular gene and then brought up another sample. On the left is yours and on the right is Toru's. You know what melanin is, right? It's something about pigments, right? Yep. Naturally, all human eyes start off brown. The amount of melanin determines the amount of color they have. Blue eyes, however, are caused by a mutation in that gene that shuts that off. And compared to yours, Toru has that mutation. It's not albinism though, it's a recessive trait. And her hair. I think the same issue, the hair just doesn't have that gene that makes hair the various colors, probably because of her quirk. So maybe white or silver. I think it would suit her. Ochako hummed. So, what about your DNA, after you got one for all? Izuku pointed behind her and she noticed a pile of wreckage. Overpowered the scanner when I tried yesterday, Melissa wasn't happy. Is she the only that doesn't cause explosions? Apparently, Izuku laughed. Ochako watched him laugh and leaned back watching his nanobots work on a small project off to the side. Hey, let's go on a date. This caught him off guard as he slipped off the chair onto the floor. Oh, what did you say? I said, let's go on a date, just the two of us? Ochako squeaked. The scientist rubbed his head. Sure, could use some time out of the lab. Let's get cleaned up and head out. Ochako nodded rapidly and rushed upstairs. Slamming the door open to Melissa's room, Ochako staggered over to the blonde who had turned around at the door slamming open. Melissa gave the brunette a brief look and nodded. You need help for that date you promised. A rapid nod got the American out of her seat and over to her closet. A moment later, she pulled out a white blouse and pink skirt. This ought to do the trick, Come on, let me help. The brunette grabbed the clothes and quickly put them on. Looking in the mirror, she was amazed at how the outfit looked on her. Melissa came up behind her and brushed her hair. First dates, it's all about the casualness. You'll do fine. Thank you, Ochako smiled as she looked at herself. Are you sure I should be doing this? I mean, I've only known him a couple of months at best. Melissa smiled and in a surprise move, pecked the girl's cheek. You'll do fine. Hopefully, after the sports festival we can all sit down and talk about Izuku dating all of us. Good luck. Ochako nodded and went to the lab entrance to wait for Izuku. A few minutes later, she watched him try to tame his undeniably fluffy hair, dressed in a green polo and jeans. In it, I can never flatten this, Izuku mumbled. Looking at the brunette, he noticed the nervousness on her face. Hey Ochako-chan, already? The gravity girl nodded, her words failing her as she took in the cleaned-up appearance of Izuku. The two walked out hand in hand into the city, enjoying some respite from the day's classes. They finally made their way to a small cafe, where they sat down and ordered their drinks. As Ochako took a sip of her green tea, she looked up at Izuku. So, what made you be this science wizard that everyone wants to buy their gear from? Izuku hummed. Well, when I was little, I was obsessed with heroes. I remember watching All Might's debut and acting like him to save my mom. I always wanted to help people, you know? When my quirk manifested, thanks to Dr. Hatsum, and then when May saw it, they realized my potential to do more than fight with it. And I just devoured every book I could. My quirk always had an outlet, and what happened at the USJ scares me. You're worried you might go Terminator or something? A little, but I feel like it was acting to protect you all, especially you and Yayorozu. Ochako looked away with a happy blush. What about? She looked around and whispered. One for all. Oh, I've been trying to control it. I'm glad my quirk decided that I shouldn't have to break my arms every time I try to use it. But the energy is massive. I don't know how much I'll be able to control before the sports festival. At this, the waiter brought over their food, katsudon for Izuku and a ham sandwich for Ochako. You can have more, Izuku pointed out. There's some great options here. No, I need to save money even with your job. Ochako, you can tell me why. It can't be that bad. It's not just that. You know how I'm in it for the money, right? At his nod, she continued. It's because I want to give my parents a dream retirement. When I was a little girl and I got my quirk, I realized that I could help my parents with their jobs. But they were always telling me to be a kid, not helping them while they worked themselves to the bone. I just want them to live happily in retirement. So, the sports festival is a way to get your name out there? Well, yes, of course. I just want a way to get into the business to help. Maybe if I make the third round it might give me some good connections. When the waiter came by to ask for dessert, Izuku quickly ordered a mochi cake for Ochako. Izuku stopped her protests and told her it was his treat. It was worth it for the green-haired inventor to see her munch on the cake and look like she was in heaven. After they split the bill, the two began their long walk back to the labs, hand in hand. Ochako looked thoughtful as they walked along, causing Izuku to look at her and frown. What's wrong, Ochako? I feel like I'm stealing you from May and Melissa, and Toga too. I'm sorry, but my original plans came from when we talked about sharing you. Izuku let out a deep sigh. Oh, thank God we're on the same page. Huh? The brunette asked dumbly. I couldn't choose between them at all. The fact they want to think about sharing is a load off, quite frankly. I wanted to wait till after the sports festival to talk about it. But us, including you, Ochako-chan. The brunette's smile could light up the whole city. I'm still gonna kick your butt. Oh, you are on, Izuku countered, poking her cheek. Before too long they were at the lab. Thanks for tonight. I needed that after all the stress right now. No problem, Izuku-kun. I guess we just had to take a step back. Anyway, thank you for dinner, have sweet dreams. Ochako leaned up and kissed his cheek before racing to her room. Izuku watched her run off, before he smiled and strutted towards his room, hoping to have good dreams. All throughout UA's student body, they made final preparations for one of the biggest events of the year. Their performance at this event could dictate their future, so they all vowed to go plus ultra on their training and their performance. Yuo, finally time to get on with this checks script. Hell yes, it's tournament time. Shako, Katsuki, about if indeed time. Izuku, what about? You'll be fine. Checks script again. The fight segment isn't this chapter. Will someone do the disclaimer please? May. United Osprey 1991 does not own My Hero Academia or My Babies. He only owns the plot. Normal. Text and announcers. Flashback. And communication. Super form. Super move. Chapter 9. The fights begin. The beginning of the sports festival. 9 days after the previous chapter ended, fireworks burst through the air as one of Japan's biggest parties of the year began. The Yui Sports Festival was considered the premier university hero festivals in Asia, if not the world. For 3 days, the 3 class years would face off against their year mates for a chance at glory. More importantly, with how big the festival was, the number of people and more importantly the number of heroes would be enormous. So for the first years, this was their first big chance to make an impression on the hero world. Something All Might had instilled in Izuku. Flashback 2 days ago. As Izuku was heading to lunch with his friends, he heard a loud cough. Midoriya, boy. The group turned to see All Might in his buff form and tawny suit. He held up a lunchbox. "Wanna have lunch together?" he asked sheepishly. Melissa giggled. "Uncle Might, you're so silly." "Izuku, you go ahead. I think we know what this is about," the blonde said, walking away with a small sway. Izuku stiffly walked to the giant teacher, the man's eternal grin betraying nothing as they walked to an empty lounge. Sitting down, Izuku began to sweat. "Melissa's a good friend, All Might." The man laughed even as he shrunk down. "Please, Melissa's a big girl. She could do a lot worse than you. Now let's eat up." The two ate their meals, a bento that Toga had made for Izuku and a protein shake for All Might. "You know, I'm amazed at how well you've adapted to One for All," Yagi commented. "I don't think it was all me," Izuku replied. "My friends and my quirk kind of helped. My control is getting better, though I'm glad I spent the time training with everyone." "Time?" Yagi sighed. "Midoriya, I want to be real with you. I was already on a time limit before I passed One for All down to you. But now that I no longer have it, I feel those remaining embers dying. I'll be lucky to go a full hour in my muscle form." "I'm sorry," Izuku murmured. The older man merely shrugged. "It's not your fault, I would do what I did anyway. But with One for All in your hands, it may be time to start thinking of what comes after hero work." "What do you mean?" "I mean that I'm close to retiring, my boy. I have already prepared to start scaling back my hero duties in preparation. But I want you to be prepared for when I eventually do so." Izuku looked down at his food. "A world without you, All Might? It almost seems unreal. You've been a hero, gosh, 40 plus years. You've inspired so many people to be heroes. Like you." The older man chuckled. "You're a pretty good inspiration too, you know." "Huh?" Izuku asked dumbly. "You know how many kids got interested in science because of you, Melissa, and young Hatsum? There's gonna be a science revolution in the next few years. Something that's been sorely lacking in the world. I'm sure Nedzu will have the statistics for you. But that isn't what I wanted to talk about. It's about the sports festival." "Oh yes, Katsuki's been excited for it. Heck, the whole class is." "What about it?" Izuku beamed. Yagi chuckled. "Of course. But to you, Izuku, I want you to do something." He held out his fist. "I want you to dominate. I want you to show what plus ultra is. I want you to show the world that you are more than a scientist with a big-brained quirk. I want you to tell the world that I am here." Despite his emaciated form, the charisma the number 1 hero radiated still got to the greenette and he returned the fist bump. "I am here." And flashback. "All Might has so much confidence in me, I can't let him down." "Oi, Dad, you still in there?" Katsuki asked, patting him on the shoulder. "Sorry, still got some nerves here," Izuku replied. "Don't be, as far as I care, it will be you and me in the finals of this," the explosive blonde grinned. "You mean me and Izuku, right?" Himiko quipped with a smile. Want to say that again, Buns? Katsuki growled. I'm saying that it'll be you in bronze and me at the top, the blood user giggled. Izuku rolled his eyes. Toga and Katsuki had been extremely competitive in training, especially since the sports festival was announced. But they kept it clean, except a few misplaced explosions and knives here or there. Alright everyone. Places please. We're about 10 minutes from our debut. Man, Ida-kun is wound up. Himiko giggled. For real? Ida, cool your jets, Mina pouted. Just because this is a competition does not mean we can't look our best. Ida responded, chopping his hands. Izuku could only chuckle, but then he felt something cold. Turning around, he saw Todoroki glaring at him. Todoroki-sen. Katsuki heard him and turned to. Regard the son of Endeavor. What do you want, half and half? The red and white-haired boy kept his focus on Izuku, barely sparing a glance at Katsuki. You've got skills and power on par with me, he decided flatly, but I will prove that I am the best. Consider this a declaration of war. A war? You better bring your A-game then, Daddy ain't here to protect ya. Todoroki's eyes narrowed dangerously, but before they could come to blows, Izuku grabbed Katsuki's arms and stared down Todoroki. Okay, let's not escalate, we are still classmates. Save it for later. Kaken, relax. He told his friend, who was still bristling like an angry cat. The bicolored boy scoffed and turned around. Back with the support students, Melissa was staring at something her mother gave her. It was a green bracelet, almost like a Sentai morpher that when activated would give her hero suit. Unknown to most of her friends, she did have some hero training when she wasn't working with her friends, which only amplified with the sports festival. Flashback a week before. Melissa jumped through a large hole as it was closing, rolling to a stop before holding up a pistol and firing. She blasted 2 targets into pieces and sprinted down the hall, leaping over 2 lasers and sliding to a stop in a circular room. Simulation over. Time. 2 minutes 45 seconds. The blonde sighed and slipped off her jacket, her generous bust contained in a dark blue sports bra. That was a personal best on this level. You're getting better, a mature woman said, walking into the training area, dressed in a sports bra and track shorts. She was a tall woman, roughly half a foot taller than Melissa, with equally blonde hair and a bust most women would kill for. The rest of her body appeared to be sculpted like marble, with a toned belly and arms and legs that were firm and strong. This was the space hunter hero, Metroid, also known as Samus Aaronshield. Her quirk, Chozo, gave her superhuman jumping and endurance. Combined with her husband David's technology and her adopted family's training and augmentations, she'd become one of America's premier heroes. But in her mind, the most important title was being the mother of the girl in front of her. When we started this training 8 years ago, you were barely passing level 1 in 10 minutes. Now you're at level 9. And that's without a quirk, Melissa panted, making the adult smile. When Melissa was born and was found to be quirkless, they ran some further blood tests. What they found was surprising. Melissa did have a quirk factor, but the genetics from Samus's blood and boosts suppressed it. In exchange, Melissa inherited her traits, resulting in more developed muscles, intelligence, and to her mother's amusement her assets. Quirks are merely tools in an arsenal. Most only ever use their quirk without properly training them or their bodies. The only thing my quirk gave me was an enhanced jumping ability. I had to work hard to even be accepted into Xavier Academy, and work just as hard to pass, Samus told her, but I also learned you need to work with others. Until I met your father and All Might, I was just a working machine. You already have that with your friends. Melissa blushed slightly. I think we're starting to be more than friends. Oh, is Izuku finally seeing you as a beautiful woman? Or maybe May finally has a new obsession, she teased. Maybe both, I don't know. My goodness, my baby girl is such a charmer, Samus chuckled. She turned serious. Joking aside, with the sports festival arriving, I think it's time to bust out that project. Project? Wait, you mean? It might be a little sooner than expected, but I think it's time to bring it out, David said walking in. Your mother and I were hoping to wait a little bit longer, but this will be a good test. He motioned her to follow him to the other side of the lab where two large green cylinders stood. In one was a large metallic suit that was red and green with a red helmet. Its right forearm bore a large, metallic blue-green cannon. In the other was a forest green bodysuit with large matching combat boots. The Zero Mark II and the shield power suits. I can't believe they're ready, Melissa said in awe. 2 years of development and watching Mama fight in it. Try it on, sweetie, Samus grinned. Right? Papa? Oh, shoot, sorry honey. David realized before walking out of the room. Melissa hummed as she stripped the rest of her clothes off, revealing toned legs, firm, round butt, and flat stomach. Her mother likewise looked away politely. How do you go into fights when your suit is your only cover? It took me a while, but now I just roll with the punches. At least I didn't cause a new law to be passed, like midnight. Melissa giggled as she slid the forest green suit up her body. With the press of a hidden button at the back of her neck, the suit tightened, promptly sealing itself against her shapely body. She gasped at the pressure but quickly got used to it. One look at the mirror her mother brought over made her realize 3 things. 1, she really did look like a younger version of her mother. 2, the suit worked wonderfully as she flexed her body around. 3, she felt really exposed in this, reflexively covering herself. That was my first reaction too, Samus laughed. Don't worry, soon you'll get used to it. And then you'll stop worrying about bulky clothes. Babe, don't encourage her. I barely recovered from the first time you started doing that, David groaned, walking up to them. My goodness, you look amazing, honey. If you weren't pining for Izuku, you'd be beating people off with a stick. Well, you might just be anyway until you make it official. Papa! She cried in embarrassment, making her parents laugh. After a few pictures, father and daughter walked up to the power suit. One day, you'll show the world what your science can do. Until then, he held up a watch. This can help. Mimic a couple of features, specifically the scan visor and cannon blasts. And let's not forget the boots. Melissa looked at the workbench to find a pair of metallic heeled boots. Me, Izuku and Mei, we will be heroes, together. And flashback. Thank God Nedzu and Power Loader approved these, Melissa thought, remembering the hoops she'd had to go through to get even just her boots and watch approved. Meli-chan. Mei spoke up. What you got there? Just something that Mama and Papa gave me, Melissa said. She looked down at her feet to see a version of Mei's boots only modified for her legs. Ready to rock the world? You bet. Think of all the sponsors our little startup will get. And Izuku will get some pro heroes to work with to spread our name, Mei gushed. Melissa took the eccentric scientist's hand. Easy, one event at a time. Mei smiled and in a low voice, told her and Izuku, I wouldn't be where we are without you too. Melissa turned to hide her blush, but before more was said, the loudspeakers sprang to life. Outside and in the commentator's booth. As fireworks went off around the stage, the crowd roared as the first day of the sports festival began in earnest. Up in the booth, Present Mike cleared his throat. Hello, hero fans of all ages. What is good in the neighborhood? This is your friendly neighborhood voice with the most pop, Present Mike. Live from UA Sports Festival Stadium. Hope you're ready for 3 days of epic events, put on by all our years. With me this year is one of our proud teachers, Aizawa Shoyuda. The injured teacher, with his arms still in a sling, sighed. I don't know why I'm here. Can't you find someone who's actually interested in commentating? Oh, don't be a sourpuss. Especially since we've got some hype students coming out. And here they are, the 2 hero classes for year first out. It's Class A. As the designated signal, all of Class A began to walk out. Some of them waved to the crowd, with Katsuki and Kirishima trying to get the crowd to get louder as they walked to the center. Next up, just because they have B in their title doesn't mean that they're second best. It's Class 1B. Kendo was leading this brigade with Tetsu being the hype man for them. Minoma grinned. That's it, soak it in, Class B will show them all how it's done. Next on the roster is our Gen Ed students, from Class C, D, and E. The cheering was more muted as the general education students walked out by class. Shinso looked around, bored, knowing that he wouldn't get the applause the hero course had. Behind them are the amazing support department, Class F, G, H, followed by the business department, I, J, and K. May and Melissa walked out with this crew, and while May was cheering wildly, Melissa was calmer. In the Hatsum labs, Inko was joined by the Shields, the Bakugas, and the Hatsums in watching the show from their projector. Our babies are so grown up. Inko cried, nearly flooding the room. Are you sure crying isn't your quirk, Inko? Saiba laughed. Oh, trust me, Inko's a worrywart. She should be, especially against my boy. Mitsuki grinned. This instantly stopped the waterworks, and the green-haired mother mechanically turned to her friend. My boy's gonna win, and you're gonna be comforting a crying Kaken 'cause a nerdy scientist beat him. What was that, Inko-chan? Mitsuki grinned, rolling up her sleeves. Misaru and David sighed as the two began to argue. Samus uncharacteristically giggled. I should really hang out with these two more often, David dear. Back at the arena, all of the students had gathered in the center of the arena, facing the booth where Present Mike cleared his throat. All right, everyone. It is time for the athlete's pledge. Give it up for our referee for today's events. The rated R heroine, Midnight. As he said this, the crowd began to whistle as a purple-haired woman in a bodysuit, DMNTRX corset that would have left her BRCS bare, and a red domino mask strutted up to the center of the stage. Hello, my lovely students. I hope you're ready to give it your all, she called out to them all with a flirty wink. Now before we begin, we shall have the student representatives say the athlete's pledge. Midoriya Izuku, come on up. Izuku smiled as he cut through the crowd, his own class cheering him on. Taking the microphone from the heroine, he gazed out at the crowd. I stand here before you all and I see heroes in training. He smirked as he caught sight of his friends. But what I also see is the future. The heroes we look up today, like All Might, will not be here forever. Here he thought about what his mentor taught him and he gripped the microphone. Today is the first day to show the world that we can take that torch from our heroes of today. We will show the world that no matter if we have a powerful quirk or no quirk at all, we can be the heroes that we are in our hearts. We will show the world we are here. The last words got the entire stadium to roar in applause. In a luxury box, All Might grinned widely and proudly. Midoriya, I knew I made the right choice with you. Izuku walked back to his class, to slaps on the back and high fives. Midnight laughed. What energy! What passion! That's what we want to see. Now then, let me explain our little event today. She held up 3 fingers. There will be 3 events today, with the last being a one-on-one fighting tournament. But to get to that, we need to trim the fat, so to speak. She pointed her whip at a wheel. So many events to choose from, but we will let good ol' RNG decide the fates. At her call, the wheel began to spin, rushing through the events. After a few seconds, it slowed down and then stopped on obstacle course. The classic obstacle race. But this isn't your ordinary race, Midnight announced. Course was shown on screen. Your objective is to race the 4-kilometer course around the stadium, using your quirks at your leisure to get through them all. Every class will race. But only the top 42 will advance to the next round. Students, better get ready. She teased. All the students walked up to the starting line, stretching their legs and arms out. Izuku found his way near the front, with Kirishima and Katsuki flanking him. Behind them, Ochako stood next to several Gen Ed students, with May and Melissa near the back. Toga stood next to her classmates, the blonde Monoma trying to get his classmates to sandbag their skills and prevent them from burning their energy, which led to a chop by Kendo. Students! Midnight called out. Get on your marks. A timer was shown on the screen and the crowd began to count down. 3, 2, 1, go! All at once the students rushed down the tunnel towards the obstacle course. Very soon, however, they encountered a big problem that most stadiums around the world run into as 160 students tried to squeeze down the hallway. And what a start we have here as they fight for position just to get out of the stadium. What do you think is gonna happen? Present Mike asked the injured Aizawa. The hero grunted. This will test their reactions to a potentially panicking crowd, and to get to the scene of a villain attack in a logical amount of time. The amount of people trying to get through the hall was enough to completely block the pathway out, as if it were a traffic jam in China. Izuku was feeling the squeeze. Damn it, everyone is panicking, I can't move. Wait, the panic, the tight spaces, this isn't just a hallway. I think this is part of the first event. Izuku's eyes darted around looking at the walls. Nudging the people close to him aside, he moved his hand out, aiming at the wall to his right. A grappling cannon formed out of his arm before he fired it at the wall. With a small kick, he landed on the wall out of the chaos. Once on the wall, he felt his quirk pool around his feet, as it formed a pair of green and black roller skates. Feeling himself slip, he turned his other arm behind him and curled his fingers to flick the air. All right, one for all, time to show my training, he thought. Dover scattershot. He flicked his fingers, releasing a blast of air like a small hurricane, compounded by the tunnel itself and its tight space. The force knocked down several people caught off guard by the sudden weather as Izuku blasted forward. This is going great, Izuku thought as he closed in on the exit. Any injury he might have been knitted back together. Suddenly, the air chilled as a wave of ice raced through the tunnel, interacting with the wind that was kicked up by Izuku. The engineer had to brace himself as the ice flew down the hall to the exit, coating the ground thickly. Watch Todoroki sprint by, freezing most of the competitors that were knocked down. Looking down at his skates, he willed his nanomachines to swap from rollerblades to ice skates, before leaping off the wall, landing on the ice and skating over the path Todoroki had inadvertently formed for him. Moments later, Izuku found his way out of the tunnel, along the end of the ice path. With a flourish, he leaped off, spun in the air, and landed on the ground, his skates switching back to inline rollerblades. What a move by both Todoroki and Midoriya. Their performances from the exams weren't for show. Todoroki's control with his quirk is good, though a bit excessive. He did indeed use it to get an advantage. However, Midoriya was able to use quirk and take advantage of the changing battlefield conditions. But that's not to say that the others are slacking either, or at least they'd better not. Ominous. In the tunnel, Katsuki growled and ignited his palms. Diamenu ICBS he shouted, cracking out of the ice. You think you can freeze me and get away? He planted his hands on the ground and ignited them again, fracturing the ice around him with his explosive blasts. As he flew out of the tunnel, he had to roll out of the way of a mechanical arm crashing down on him. He looked up and ched. These guys again? And our frontrunners have entered the first real phase. For anyone that took the entrance exam, well, we hope you remember our good friends, the 0-pointers. This is Robo Inferno. Indeed, 4 towering robots had entered the field, leading a pack of smaller robots. Todoroki, who had taken the recommended exam, gazed up boredly. So that's what the rest of the students had to face. He briefly dropped into a crouch, letting his right hand gather up his ice and flung it at the smaller robots, freezing and destroying them. Todoroki shivered slightly, ice briefly forming on his right shoulder. Behind him, Katsuki blasted 2 of the robots' heads clear off their body, before one of the 0-pointers tried to backhand him. However, with their slow speed, he was easily able to fly back and blast the arm off. Izuku, who was racing behind him, saw the arm fly off and grabbed it. His nanobots swarmed over the limb, stripping it down and condensing it, before attaching it to his shoulder as an extra one. Thanks, Kaken. That's creepy. When did you learn to do that? Now Katsuki, engineering is all about trying stuff out and seeing if it falls apart or not. Izuku grinned as he ran over to a downed robot and looked at the tread. Seriously? Katsuki shouted. We're in FING war zone and you're scavenging parts? You're worse than goggles. I resemble that remark. May called out. She and Melissa were brushing stray frost off their arms. You're not gonna keep me from these babies, and definitely not Izuku. She shouted, grabbing a piece of scrap and rushing towards the next segment, most of the hero course following suit. Meanwhile, Izuku had ripped off a broken tread and devoured it with his quirk, attaching the remnants to his skates. Ignoring the argument from his friend, and a weird one where Kirishima and someone from Class B was arguing. He quickly gathered what he needed and let his body consume it. His skates reformed, but this time with small boosters in the heels. As much as I want to hear you two argue over Sentai later. The engineer flew by his friends, the explosive blondes cursing, making Izuku smile. As he flew through the course, he noticed the ice ahead of him, Todoroki having been through here already. Seems like he's trying to blitz his way through. But that much ice can't be that good for him, whoa. Izuku's quickly turned to survival, skidding to a stop when he saw a yawning chasm looming before him. He braked as hard as he could, hastily forming a knife to plunge into the ground and arrest his momentum. As he pulled back, grimacing and righting himself, he gaped at the large group of pillars standing over a pit that dropped deep into total darkness. Presumably it led to nets or something to catch them, because there was no way Yui would just let students fall to their deaths. Looks like the leaders have reached the fall. One wrong step and you can kiss stage 2 goodbye. Present Mike called out gleefully. Izuku scanned the ravine and noticed several cables that connected to the pillars. Looking down at his skates, he smirked and skated backwards to get a good rolling start. As Katsuki approached, the engineer leaped onto the cables and began to grind along them. And look at Midoriya go. He's a regular skating pro. Katsuki smirked. Deku, he said, igniting his palms without a care of who was behind him. He leaped up and blasted his way across the chasm altogether, leaving Melissa and Mei to watch them take off. Mei grinned as she patted her gear. Two can play that game. She activated the jets on her suit and started to float across the gaps. Melissa, meanwhile, pulled out a small, cylindrical device. Snapping her arm back, she moved it forward at the first pillar. An electrical whip burst out of the device and latched itself to the pillar. With a leap she pulled herself forward, landing on the side of it. With grace and fluidity, she hopped off it and flew to the next one. Whoa! Look at Shieldson go. We got ourselves some great support class students this year. Present Mike cheered. Just because the hero course gets all the press, justified or not, support students can easily keep up with their gadgets. Aizawa pointed out. Izuku got a front row seat of both Mei and Melissa navigating their way through the fake canyon as he rode the rails. Man, those girls are good. He finished his grind to find Katsuki landing as well. Hi Kaken. Bye Kaken. Goddammit Deku, get back here. The blonde growled as they emerged onto an open field. A small explosion caught both of their attention. That wasn't me. They slowed up as they saw Todoroki having stopped at the edge of the field, a small crater in front of him. Half and half. What the hell? Katsuki growled as he stepped forward only to be blasted back by a small explosion. Motherfucker. Our frontrunners are closing in on the finish line, but they still have one more task. It's the minefield. The students navigate their way through, where every step can send you flying. Mines, Izuku grumbled as he took a step forward, only to set off a small mine that sent him stumbling back. Sheet, they're everywhere. A sound reminiscent of an engine echoed across the track as Ida, having raced his way through the canyon, was now catching up, with several of their classmates not far behind. What are you all waiting for? Ida shouted, right before he stepped on a hidden mine. He screamed as he was tossed across the minefield, flipping and flopping through the air like a rag doll, much to present Mick's amusement. As the rest of the competitors showed up and blasted back, Todoroki took his chance and formed an ice bridge over it. As he did, his body began to noticeably ice over, as if his body had cooled significantly. This became apparent when Katsuki blasted his way forward. He flew past the ice user. In a desperate attempt, Todoroki grabbed the explosive blonde, and they began to fight each other in the air. You think you can just try and slide by me? Think again. Katsuki growled, firing off mini bursts, enough to disorient his opponent. As they fought, Izuku had not moved as he examined the minefield. Can't fly, and I can't just run across. As more people passed him and got tripped up by the explosions, he put a hand to his chin, noting the way that the more unfortunate students were thrown about by the mines. While they're harmless, their explosions still pack enough force to lift a human off the ground. He rolled his shoulder and heard the armor plating he'd stolen clanking. At this point, this armor would just slow me down. Why don't I repurpose it? With a thought, the armor detached from him, rattling to the ground, followed by his treads. Kneeling down, he directed his nanomachines to emerge and swarm over the plates. He began to realign the metal, straightening out panels and putting them edge to edge before welding them together with more nanos, curving the outermost edges. A few moments later, Izuku had himself a giant shield, or a sled. As a finishing touch, he deconstructed his rocket skates and attached them to the backside. Getting on, he scanned the field and through the smoke, he saw Katsuki fighting with Todoroki. He figured with them distracted and not focused on the race, he saw a chance to pass and beat them. He kicked the rockets, turning them on and blasting forward over the mines as they exploded. Look at Midoriya go. It's gonna be a tight one as they reach the final stretch. Who's it gonna be? The green-haired engineer raced by the competitors, smoke and dust in his wake. Just 100 meters away, he finally caught up to Todoroki and Katsuki. The three were neck and neck as they flew their way across the finish line. A bright camera flash was the only indication they had crossed, followed by three horns signaling their crossing. A photo finish, folks. We're gonna have to go to the cameras. Izuku turned off the rockets as he entered the stadium and slowed to a stop. Katsuki slid next to him and let out a whoop. Hell yeah, I won. It's gonna be close, Kaken, Izuku told him as he cleaned himself up and helped his friend stand. As the rest of the examinees crossed the line, a large number appeared on the screen counting down how many spots were left. When it reached 42, Present Mic came on. That's it, folks. The first stage is over. We have our 42 competitors. Before we move on, we need to know the top 3. This is actually important to the second test. The screen shifted to a video of the finish line where all 3 frontrunners approached. In super slow mode and frame by frame, it showed that the 3 were neck and neck until the line. In the last frame, it showed by about 2 inches, Izuku's sled beat out Katsuki, who nosed ahead of Todoroki. And in a tight one, it's Midoriya, then Bakugo, then Todoroki. What a race. Now with your breather, Midnight. Let's get the show on the road with round 2. Midnight snapped her whip to get everyone's attention. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now that we have 42 people in this round. But this is where we get the cream of the crop. Roulette, let's go. The screen flipped to a large wheel and began to spin. After a few moments, it slowed down and landed on a picture of a knight on a horse. And the second stage of round 2 will be the cavalry battle. As we're going over the rules, our staff will hand out special headbands to everyone. The screen shifted to show All Might riding on the shoulders of several of the teachers, prompting a ripple of laughter. In no more than groups of 4, you're going to be fighting for these headbands. Your quirks and equipment can be used to steal them. If the designated rider falls off and hits the ground, that team is disqualified. Each headband is worth increasingly more points, starting at 5 and going up by 5 each, all the way up to Midoriya here. She pointed at the engineer. This headband is worth 10 million. Everyone turned to regard him, while Izuku looked calm on the outside. Inside he was going, oh crap. We will fight for 10 minutes, and the 4 teams with the most points at the end will advance. You have 10 minutes to find your team. Good luck. As the students split up, Monoma could not help but get a parting shot. Oh, what's this, 1A? Could it be that only 19 of you made it to this round? 19? Chaco asked. Who didn't make it? Izuku scanned the field and noticed a very glaring omission. Aoyama-san isn't here, he must have just come in over the cutoff. As he made his observations, Ochako stood by him. Ochako! I'm not leaving you. Screw the headband, I know we can win. Behind her, Melissa approached. I believe we can win, just because we have the 10 million band doesn't mean they can't get it. As the 3 talked, another person showed up. Izuku? The Dehum turned to see Momo walking up to them. I may not be as physically sturdy as you 3, but I can create what you need. Plus, as one of the tallest in the class, I might be able to balance you both out. Izuku nodded. Then gather around. I have an idea. 15 minutes later, Izuku was on the ground as Momo climbed onto his shoulders with the taller girl being balanced by Melissa on the left and Ochako behind him. Looking around, he was surprised to see Himiko as one of the riders with Katsuki, Yui and Mei hoisting her up. "Oi, Kaken! Thought you'd be on top." "Shut it, Buns is light enough to give us an edge here," Katsuki grinned. "All right, ladies and gentlemen. Count it down. 3, 2, 1. At the sound of the horn, immediately several teams began to gun for them. Izuku meanwhile watched as several teams began to swarm at him. As expected, Ochako going up. The brunette cheered as they began to float, dodging out of the way of several projectiles. As they flew up, Melissa used the boosters in her feet to push them away. "This is a good idea, Izuku, but what happens if we lose the 10 million band?" She glanced up to the 4 bands on the green-haired rider. "Don't worry, I have a plan." However, before she could explain said plan to them, a shadow fell over them. Momo looked up and gasped as Himiko came flying towards them, having apparently leaped from her team's back towards them. "Gimme that headband, Yamamo!" she squealed, grinning eagerly. Clang. Momo though was quicker, and summoned a metal staff out of her back and knocked her back slightly. The quick change in momentum knocked the blood user off, but her team was right there to grab her. "Hey! I thought the riders couldn't leave," Chuko cried out. "Riders can't touch the ground," Yui replied. "You want them, come get them." Momo growled, spinning her staff around a small shield. Toga landed back on Katsuki's shoulder and grinned, holding up her knives. "Let's do this, Princess Peach." For some reason, Momo felt insulted as she clashed with the blonde vampire. Pulling back her staff, she moved her hand out, a hook firing out of her wrist. Toga tried to bend away from the sharp point, but the hook was faster, snagging one of the bands and scraping against the blonde rider's temple. "Oh, no sharp instruments. Don't worry, I blunted it." Momo grinned as she pulled it back, only an object to fly by and grab it. "What the? Thanks for the freebie," a taunting voice called out. The 2 teams looked to see a green-haired girl with her hand reattaching itself. "Look at that. Tokage showing some trickery with her quirk, lizard tail splitter." Present Mike cheered. She was one of the recommended students like Yayarosa-san. This also shows that heroes need to keep their heads on a swivel. Momo frowned as she pulled her hook back. "Clever girl." Izuku, Melissa and Ochako all stifled laughter at her words, making her blink owlishly and look down at them in confusion. "What? Nothing. They're gonna for the millions and we need to keep it safe." Then, a wave of ice erupted from beneath them, forcing all 3 horses to leap back. "Great, more people?" Melissa grumbled, watching Todoroki underneath Setsuna holding out his hand. A second stream of ice formed, and a loud laughter rang out as Momo's team was forced back from the onslaught. "Ah, how do you like us now, Class 1A? I'm pretty sure you're looking pretty dumb right now." Melissa groaned. "I really wish he'd shut up." "Gladly." Katsuki snarled, preparing to launch another blast, only for it to be completely covered in an invisible barrier. "Like my quirk blasty?" Minoma taunted. "Minoma Nito. Quirk, copy. He can copy other people's quirks by merely touching them." "Cozy-eye," Yui muttered, looking at the last member of Setsuna's team. The brown hair boy was blowing out another large bubble of air, creating a large invisible wall. "Tsubaraba Cozy-eye. Quirk, solid air. He can blow a solid stream of air, allowing him to create barriers and platforms. The strength of the barriers depends on the amount of breath." The explosive blonde growled. "In it, air's gonna SCK up anything that I can ignite my sweat with." As he thought quickly how to counter this new development, Minoma took the chance to reach out and try to grab one of the headbands, brushing against Bakuga's hair. With a smirk, he quickly moved out his hands and ignited them, knocking Katsuki off balance for a moment. "What the UFA copycat?" "Blasty." "Calm down," Toga told him, readjusting her balance on his shoulders. F-. Meanwhile, Momo was now on the defensive, throwing up a shield to protect herself from Tokage's flying limbs. "How troubling. She can attack us from any angle like this. We need to move now. Try and get out of her range." Melissa and Ochako nodded, and as one they kicked off the ground, floating in midair with Izuku helping push them along. Izuku realized something as he pushed back. Togeki's quirk is good, but she's got one weakness. He thought as he looked at the grinning girl. Momo, take the shot. The class representative fired her hook at Togeki, who was currently engaged with Himiko and doing her best to knock the blood user off Katsuki's shoulders. She didn't realize that Momo was firing at her until she felt something pull off her head. What the? Momo grinned and pulled the hook back, taking one of the headbands with her. The sudden pull also ripped off her headbands, sending them flying. Oh crap! The split-up girl shouted. Guys, grab the bands quick. As Cozy Eye and Monoma tried to grab the headbands in the middle of fighting Toga, Team Momo made their escape. Woof, this intense, Melissa gasped. How much longer, Momo? Ochako asked. Under 10 minutes, we just need to hold on. As they calmed down, Izuku spotted a group coming at them. The purple hair on the student on top revealed Shinso Hitoshi as the rider. Shinso. 9 o'clock. Momo turned in that direction to see the tired-looking Gen Ed student on top of 3 riders. Kirishima, Ojiro, and their fellow class rep Nairenjiki. We might have some issues. But Kiri and Ojiro have simple quirks, Ochako wondered. It's not those two we have to worry about, at least not by themselves, Izuku revealed. Nairenjiki can boost impact force. And it can be anything. Hell, let's see some of that Class A skill. Oi, tail man, Shinso called out. Yes, Ojiro asked. Swipe them. The group of 3 charged forward, which allowed Ojiro to swing his tail at Ochako. The gravity girl winced from the force of the tail. Oh wow, man, Ojiro's strong. But that was just part 1. Nairenjiki smirked and pointed at the spot Ojiro targeted. Suddenly, Ochako nearly got knocked off her feet as an invisible force suddenly rammed into her chest, sending her stumbling back and almost making her drop Melissa. Cheiko, you alright? The blonde asked from her spot in the middle. I'm fine. The brunette replied, wincing. So much for the 1,000,000 points, Shinso taunted. Melissa growled. Come and get it then. However, even as she spoke, she suddenly fell still, her defiant expression going blank and slack. Shinso grinned as he felt his quirk respond. Stop! Melissa, for whatever reason, followed his orders, causing Momo to almost fall as their group was pulled in different directions. You should be worried about your headbands, Shinso grinned as he stood on Ojiro's shoulders. I'll be taking that 1,000,000 points. Before he could reach, a wave of metal formed between him and Momo, springing up into a wall formed by Izuku. Shinso ched and reset his position. Ochako maneuvered her leg and kicked the blonde in the shin. Melissa! Abruptly, the other girl jolted and blinked, looking around. Did something happen? We need to go. Izuku told her as they blasted away. 3 minutes left. They're gonna be gunning for every point. Indeed, while they were facing Shinso's team, the rest of the competitors were now fighting each other for the rest of the headbands. Evidently, Togeki remembered this and tried again to fling her hands at Momo's headbands only to be deflected away. 2-minute warning. Team Yaoyorozu still has the 10,000,000 points. Present Mike cheered, the crowd eating up the action. As the remaining teams fought for points, Togeki tried again with both of her hands. Momo was ready for Togeki's hand when suddenly she felt a tapping on her shoulder. Hi Momo! What the hell? The black-haired girl yelped as the blood quirk user landed on her back. How? She's basically in some sort of zen state, I can't explain it. If you look away, she can disappear in a flash and reappear like a ninja. Izuku explained. And that's why you're gonna lose Deku. Bakugo countered as he tried to reach up for Momo's headbands. This time Melissa was ready and elbowed them away while Momoa fought off Toga. Look at Team Toga and Yaoyorozu go. 30 seconds left, it's still anyone's fight. The scramble became desperate as the recommended student fought the ninja, sparks flying as Momo's staff clashed with the blonde's blades. Toga kept trying to grab the headbands while trying to protect her own. With all of their effort, the two reached out for their opponent's headbands. Time's up. Everyone stop. Present Mike shouted. Everyone turn in your headbands. Toga beamed as she hopped off her team's shoulders and came flouncing over to her friends. Good match, Momo? Momo gently climbed down and smiled. Likewise, though I wish it wasn't so rough. I could have been the horse instead. You did fine, Momo, Izuku praised, getting the girl to beam at the compliment. Hell, you kept that million-point headband. Katsuki growled. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride, Melissa giggled loftily. Can it, Specs? The American smirked before turning to Ochako and holding her shoulder. You know, you never let go of my butt or Izuku's. Ochako started to turn red and tried to float away, only to be held in place by the stronger girl. Moments later, all the headbands were turned in and the results were read out. We have our top 4 teams. The teams that will advance will be, in 4th place, Team Shinso. The purple-haired Gen Ed student sighed. Of course. 3rd place, Team Tokage. Minoma was crying up a storm. Dimen those Class A plebeians. 2nd place, Team Toga. 2nd place, still good, Yui commented. 1st place, and still holding on to their million-point headband, Team Yairazu. The heiress blushed at the cheers and waved to the crowd. Now we're going to clear the field and break for lunch, folks. But don't go away. After lunch, we have the 3rd event, our 1v1 tournament. Stay tuned. The students quickly headed to the field exit in order to get some food. However, before Izuku could go, Todoroki stopped him. Midoriya, I would like to talk. Why? Izuku asked, confused. Not here. The bicolored boy said shortly. Izuku looked to his friends for a moment, but followed the aloof boy. They walked until they reached one of the student entrances to the stadium. Then Shudo turned around. What is your relationship with All Might? End of chapter.